It's always been there for other people.
Good evening, everybody. I'm John Cole. Welcome back to the State B. And before we get to that title matchup between the Wolves and the Aggies, we've got some nice human interest stories to pass along. One of them, this one. Well, Northwestern North Dakota has produced some outstanding basketball players over the years, including Miss Basketball Brenda Stefanowicz, a Miss Basketball finalist last year in Molly Anderson, and now we can add another name to that list, Trenton's Kylie Hutchins. When the girls' basketball season rolls around next fall in Trenton, boy, will they miss old number 33. Kylie Hutchins not only scored 1,173 career points with 731 assists and 301 steals, but she took the Tigers from the depths of a 4-18 season to Region 8 contenders this year.
It was 2 years ago, our program was sitting at 4-18, and you know, and Kylie's been instrumental in helping us turn that around. We went from 4-18, and the next season we go 21-6, and then we went to this year we finished out at 24-2. But you know, over the long haul, she's really put the time in on the floor. Her leadership, or her traits, her leadership traits, they're really evident on the floor. We have a lot of young kids in that program, and they look up to her.
Like all great ones, when the game was on the line, this Tiger wanted the ball.
That's one thing about her, you know, she has the courage to take the big shots, and you're not going to make them all, and you are going to make a few, but that's one thing about her. When the game's on the line, she wants the ball, and we tell her that. We're going to go to her and, hey, make it or miss it. Have the courage to take the shots, and she's always been willing to do that.
Yeah, I guess I don't really think about it. It's just, I just want to take it and score, I guess, so we can win.
And boy, was she productive, night in and night out.
She might average right around 16 points a game, but people also have to take a look at her assists. She accomplishes, as far as on the basketball court, she accounts for 35 points a night, right around 9 assists.
You think that just comes from experience?
I guess I just try to put the ball where I think I'd be if I was receiving that pass, so.
And in a perfect world, she'd like to...
Yes, it's always been fun. I'd play it every day if I could. Just find a play.
You bet they'll miss her in Tiger Town next year. Reporting from Trenton, John Cole for the North Dakota NBC Sports Network. No question about it. Scott Peters is down on the floor. What do you got for us, Scott?
Well, John, I have the nightly installment of the Harvey Wolf Show, it seems to be. Harvey joining us again, of course, the head coach from Oaks. Now, we've been talking in the last week. The Class A coaches had a meeting at the state tournament last week, and they voted unanimously to try to combine the tournaments. Also, this is just a first stage. Nothing's going to be set in stone. Class B coaches met today. Tell me what you guys thought about that.
Well, ours kind of went unanimous the other direction. You know, it's quite a different scenario for the Class B schools. The chances of getting here are, you know, are really not very good as far as the number of schools that we have, and therefore I think it takes a little of the spotlight away from the Class B schools. When they have the chance to get here, they want to, you know, kind of be in the showcase. And you know, a little tongue-in-cheek, I suppose we could say we don't want to take anything away from Class A, but no, that's not the case. We really like our tournament, and of course in the next scenario, that is what happens with the boys. You know, where's it going to be big enough to host those two? The boys tournament really packs this place, and the Bismarck Civic, and have had good turnouts at the Fargo Dome. So at this point, I think the Class B coaches are really in favor of keeping those two separated.
Obviously, Class A coaches like it. If you look at last week, the attendance was down a little bit. Class B can usually stand on its own, but how do you think it just hurts you in the fact that maybe it waters it down a little bit?
I think somewhat, and like you say, you know, the Class B schools really get excited for the chance to get here. You look at the field this year, you've got Velva in here, 25 miles away, has never been in a state Class B tournament, and it happens with a lot of the schools, so it's a chance for them to be in the spotlight by themselves, and I think that's probably the biggest factor. And you know, we get a nicer turnout. The weather really cut down on the attendance this year, but by and large, this place usually fills up pretty well for the girls tournament.
Exactly. So doesn't look like this move's going to go any farther. Thanks for joining us, and gosh, if we were on again tomorrow night, I'm sure we'd have you then too. But thanks for joining us, Coach. Let's go back up to John Cole.
All right, Scott, thank you very much. We're talking hoops of the State B. We'll be back with more right after this timeout on the NBC North Dakota Sports Network.
At Cenex Land O'Lakes, we understand agriculture. From planting to harvest, agronomy professionals employ the latest technology to help farmers manage their increasingly complex operations. Precision agriculture to improve crops, protect the environment, provide for the planet.
First, there was Chevy Suburban. Then came Lincoln, Lexus, Mercedes, and the others. And in the end, the one that started it all is still the one that tows the most, pulls the most, and does the most. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
Now is the best time of year to see your hometown West Dakota Chevy dealer.
The Dow Jones is down again.
And we're clear.
I'm getting so tired of the ups and downs of the stock market. I want a solid investment.
Like what?
At First National Bank, I can invest in a money market gold account. It's a high-yielding return, and the best part is I can't lose my initial investment.
Where's that?
First National Bank in Minot, Bow Bells, and Flaxton.
We're back in 3.
I'm gonna call them.
Analysts say the overseas market is at an all-time low.
See First National Bank about their money market gold account. Stop in or call for more information. Make Christmas wishes come true with a gift from B&B Drug. Kathleen Kelly's Country Folks are a real charmer for young and old. Remember the past with nostalgia collectibles from Russ and Georgia Marble. Unique Norwegian imported figurines will be treasured for years. Russell Stover and Whitman candies are a guaranteed favorite, and there's gifts for every occasion too. Plus, decorate with these lovely Victorian Christmas ornaments, or with whimsical snowmen and Santas designed for everyday decor. Delight with a gift from B&B Drug, downtown Minot.
Welcome back to the State B, everybody. We know you're going to like this story. Andrea Dawson led the Carson girls in scoring this season. Now, folks, you may not find her name on the Class B All-State team, but she would be an easy choice for the All-Inspiration team. As Lee Timmerman tells us, it's because of what Andrea went through 4.5 years ago.
Just 2 days before the start of her 7th grade basketball season, Andrea Dawson was diagnosed with Wegener's granulomatosis. It rarely strikes children, but the disease attacked vessels inside Andrea's kidneys, causing severe damage.
It was scary, but I knew right away when they said it was time for a transplant, that I was going to go find out if I could give it.
Andrea's mother, Darcy, was the donor. She was the first and only person tested.
She had her transplant May 25th, and that fall she was playing basketball already.
The first year back, I was kind of tentative. I wasn't sure really until I started playing like a couple of games, and then I started playing, and I just go after the ball and just get it. So after I started getting into the game again, it was just no big deal.
While Andrea treats it like no big deal, it is. Her diet and medication must be closely monitored, and it's solely her responsibility.
Well, they told me as a mom and as a nurse that I wasn't supposed to get involved, that it was up to her. I wasn't supposed to be over there ruling, making sure she takes her medications. I wasn't even supposed to ask. She was supposed to take her medications, and that was a little hard to get used to, but now I don't even think twice about it.
But during her recovery, Andrea did think about the game.
In the recuperation part was hand me a basketball, go shoot around. Then ever since then, just go basketball.
Could we, the rest of us, have come from that far for something like that, but basketball is her love.
And she missed, over half of the days of school. She had to come down to Bismarck 3 days a week for dialysis, and spent a lot of times in the hospital, and she almost missed her whole 7th grade. She kept up with tutoring with her schools.
And now Andrea's in line to be valedictorian or salutatorian. Dawson says people react to her in different ways once they find out she's had a kidney transplant.
Especially with older people that you talk to, they're like, oh no. And some of the other people, they're just like people around my age, they don't really care either. So I figure it's just the age thing.
And next fall, Andrea will go from being a senior to a freshman. Dawson plans on majoring in business at Minot State. From IR Television Sports, I'm Lee Timmerman.
All right, Lee, thank you very much. We certainly wish her well. Down to the floor we go, and Scott Peters.
Hey, thanks, John. I'm here with one of 6 pretty nervous girls, I think, in the building tonight. Mary Pearzo from Mandan High, one of the finalists for Miss Basketball. How are you feeling right now? You're coming off a tough loss last week, and now you got to sit and wait some more, huh?
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking. I have to sit this whole game, but I'm excited. I'm a little nervous, but
see who wins and go on.
I remember the first time I interviewed you, you were an 8th grader, starting from Mandan High. Now, 5 years later, did you ever think you'd be in this position?
No, my high school career went so fast. I can't even believe I'm a senior and up for like this award. It's crazy. I had no idea. I don't know. It's very unexpected. But.
Is it kind of bittersweet being up for this award and kind of the way your season ended? At least the last 3 years, real tough losses in the state title game.
Yeah, they were tough, but hey, it's awesome. You know, we're all like really proud of our season. We did good, and it's awesome. I can like end my season with this award and being up for it at least. It's good.
All right, well, good luck, and you got to sit and wait for another hour and a half more, and good luck to you. We'll pitch it back up to John.
All right, Scott, thanks a lot. We're going to step aside, take a timeout on the North Dakota NBC Sports Network.
Hey, Mr. Internet Wonder Boy. What? Over here. Over here. You think you got it all, don't you? Well, but there's just a tiny little voice inside saying there's got to be something new, something that makes you want to stand up and say, yeah, baby, this is what I need. Yeah. Here it is. New Pepsi One. Massive cola taste, only 1 calorie. It's got it all. And you know what it's saying to you, don't you? No. Put down your mouse and curl up with me, baby, because I'm all you ever need. I want that. You want that. I want that. You want that. Now you got it all, baby.
New Pepsi One.
We just don't sell cars, we help you buy one. We're shopping for a car, it's so much fun. At Minot, Chrysler, and Toyota Center, here's the deal. One low price, plain and simple. No one will hurry, you should take your time. Just take it easy and enjoy the ride. At Minot, Chrysler, and Toyota Center, here's the deal. One low price, plain and simple. One low price, plain and simple.
A road always has a destination. A road takes you through life. Of course it has ups and downs. All roads do. But isn't that what keeps things interesting? And along the way are bumps, curves, detours, decisions to make, and people who can light your way.
Everything you need to make smart choices. Otter Tail Power Company. Get on target and save with the best prices of the year from Magic City Implement, your Case IH dealer. Chisel plow sweeps as low as $6.79. Bulk High-Tran Plus just $4.09 a gallon. Bulk 1540 or SAE 30, $3.99 a gallon. Save up to 35% on all filters. Get free delivery with our new product support truck. And ask about the new Buddy Lube lubricant lease payment program. Hurry, price is good through December 31st only from Case IH and Magic City Implement.
Welcome back to the State B, everybody. With the rich tradition of sports in Velva, it's hard to believe the girls' basketball team has never been to the state before. And for this community located just 22 miles southeast of Minot, playing in the Minot State Dome is a dream for both the players and their fans. Ryan Gellner has more.
Sometimes girls' sporting events don't get as much attention and support as they would like in their community. That's not the case in Velva, though. Crowd support has never been a problem for the Aggies girls basketball team. During the regular season, you could rarely find an open seat at home games, and when Velva took to the road, it wasn't unusual for the Aggies to have more fans than the other team.
Well, it's been just super. I think that's been the fun part the whole season. You know, a lot of times in girls basketball, you don't get quite the coverage and the fan following as in boys basketball, but the community's just been great, and I think that's really made it all worth it for the girls, and I'm sure they'll all be there for the state tournament as well.
Nearly the entire town of Velva has gotten involved in girls hoops, from the storefronts egging on the team to the halls of the school wishing them good luck. It even looks as if the WNBA is interested, and has Michael Jordan passed along his good luck? Whatever the case, the Velva community has shown its support.
I mean, they've been there all along, and I think that's been the special part. It's not just everybody hop on the bandwagon now, so yeah, it's been a great season.
There are a lot of support in this town. We have signs up all over the place on the highways. We have signs.
I'm really excited for the Velva girls basketball team. I went to school with Jessie Slendy and Jennifer Miller, and they've worked really hard to get to where they're at right now.
It's a small town, so everybody knows everybody, and it's a good deal.
Even the younger generation of Aggies knows what this week is all about. What are they doing this week? Do you know? What's this week for them?
They go to state.
They go to state?
Yep.
How fun will that be?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you excited to go watch them?
Yeah.
Are you going to watch them on TV, or will you be at the games?
I'll be at the games.
And how good are they going to do?
Very good.
And the Aggies have deserved the support they've gotten this past year. The Aggies are going into this weekend state tournament rated #1, and they're undefeated at 25-0. It's hard to tell how far the Velva girls basketball team will go, but one thing is for sure, the community will be there to support their Aggies. For Meyer Television Sports, I'm Ryan Gilmer.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you very much. Folks, we're going to step aside for a news break on the North Dakota NBC Sports Network.
And good evening, I'm TJ Nelson with a KMOT TV news break. Mine it is jam-packed with high school champions this weekend. Earlier today, they had a competition that crowned the best in cheerleading squads. KMOT's Catherine Zerker has the story.
Ask almost anyone who is or has been an athlete, and they'll tell you that the crowd is an important factor in how well they do as a team or an individual. And although they're often overlooked, the cheerleader is an important part of crowd spirit.
When I am playing other sports, I like it when people cheer. It really helps us out with enthusiasm, so I thought I would add in and help out other people who also are athletes.
Cheerleading is not a sport. It's a sport activity. And contrary to what many people think, cheerleaders are athletes. North Dakota cheerleaders get the chance to show off their stuff at cheer competitions held twice a year.
The primary purpose of being a cheerleader, of course, is to support their teams during the season. So this is one thing that they get to go out, and it's just for them. We have stands full of cheerleaders. They're screaming for the other cheerleaders. It's just a big day of love and support for the cheerleading squads.
The competition gives the cheerleaders the opportunity to see what other squads are doing and to improve their own skills, as well as adding to their excitement.
When you get out there, you kind of get alive, and it's just, I don't know, kind of a competition high.
For Maya Television News, I'm Catherine Zerker, KMOT News Team 10.
And good news, boys and girls, moms and dads. Santa Claus is back in town, and this time he rode in on a Harley. Santa traveled down the road to Dakota Harley-Davidson to help out with the Horn of Plenty. For a small charge, kids of all ages could get a picture taken with Santa while sitting on a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. The event was sponsored by Dakota Harley-Davidson and the local Harley Owners Group. And after a busy morning schedule, Santa took his traditional seat at Dakota Square Mall. In addition to posing for more pictures, Santa will take this opportunity to see if all the girls and boys were good this year and to see what they want for Christmas. By the way, there are only 34 shopping days left until the festive event. And that is our KMOT News Break. Make sure to join us tonight after the games for the KMOT Saturday Night Report. We'll have all the latest news from today. That's tonight directly after the Class B championship game here on KMOT TV.
Employers that I work with are looking for a plan that's really in the best interest of their employees. They want local service. They want someone that's going to help them out. One of the advantages of local service is that I know the people, I know them, I know their families, and I'm accessible to them. They stop me and ask me questions or tell me thank you on the volleyball court or on the softball field or at church picnics, and I'm always there for them.
Well, if I had money, tell you what I'd do.
During National Ford Truck Season, I got a 99 Northland Edition F-150. It's a super cab 4x4 that came with chrome wheels, the off-road package, and 4 doors standard.
Ford makes the only line of standard 4-door super cabs in America.
And it's only $279 a month for the truck built just for the Northland.
I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we'll get crazy about the best-selling, best-built trucks during National Ford Truck Season.
Get 1,000 back on 98 Sierra half-tons at Nielsen Stewart GMC.
this is why we're here. The state championship in Class B basketball this year will be played out before you. Velva and Watford City, the Aggies taking on the Wolves. One team undefeated, that's Velva. One team somewhat unexpected to get here to the championship game. That is Watford City, who really came together and played their best ball when you have to. That's in the region, and it's carried over to the tournament so far.
Well, the Velva Aggies came into the season with all 5 starters returning from a year ago, but they were unranked to begin the season. They climbed to #1 midway through the season, and they come in perfect at 27-0. Watford City, meantime, with a great tradition, making its 8th state tournament appearance, but still looking for its first ever championship. Watford City, the Region 8 champions, 24-4, and Velva are the champions of Region 6.
Well, Scott and John have been kind of with us tonight, and at the same time building up to this game. Well, what are some of the keys to the game? Let's throw it to those guys now and see if those keys that they talk about play out later on, guys.
Oh, you know they will. We know what we're talking about down here on the floor. We're going to start with Velva. Key for them, I think, is to minimize Lindsay McLeese. She's the guard for Watford City. Now, Watford's got the 2 big girls, Christensen and Olsen, but it's McLeese who gets the ball into them. Also, they got to control the big girls on the boards and clean that window.
All righty, Scott. For Watford City, got to take care of the basketball. That's a simple one. Also, don't force the offense. Kind of let it happen. I've been covering Watford City for a long time. They have a very good championship pedigree, meaning basketball, football, wrestling, whatever. Usually they answer the challenge. Tonight, gentlemen, we will find out.
Well, you talked about McLeese. There she is on the right. The one thing that she does on the offensive end is put Watford City into a comfort zone. When this gal has the ball in her hand, her teammates get into the position, and she gets the ball inside, averaging 9 assists a game, and that, of course, is the main reason that Velva wants the ball out of her hands.
Jessie Slindy. We saw her score big on Thursday with 24. Last night, she was more the quarterback, played a strong floor game, and held down in terms of scoring with just 5, but tonight, going against that 1-3-1 Watford City defense, she figures to have some opportunity to do some work inside the paint against the Watford City D.
And tonight's starting lineups are brought to you by the new Dodge and your friendly Dodge dealer.
First, for the Velva Aggies at 1 guard, a 5'7" junior, Sarah Rist, averages 8 points and 3 rebounds a game. The other guard is a 5'4" senior, Mandy Gaubler, 2 points a game. And that's what she scored last night. Jennifer Miller is a 5'8" senior. She averages 11 points and 4 rebounds a game. Also distributes it well with 4 assists a game. Chelsea Hassauer has been very aggressive in this tournament all season long. The 5'10" sophomore averages 15 points a game. And Jessie Slindy, the Miss Basketball finalist, a 5'10" senior who averages 14 points a game. David Peterson in his 10th year as Aggies head coach, and again, Velva's first ever trip to the State B.
The Watford City Wolves go this way. At guard, a junior, 5'8", Amanda Skoglund. The other guard, we talked about her, that is Lindsay McLeese. 10 points yesterday and a very good game, 6 assists, hit 4 free throws. Jenna Larson, one of the forwards, 5'8" and a junior. Doesn't score a lot, but she does a little bit of the other things. 3rd on the teams in steals and assists. Dia Olsen, one of the big inside punch. Olsen will do a lot of her work from a high post situation. Averages 10 points and 8 rebounds a game. And Andrea Christensen, 21 points, 10 rebounds a game is what she is averaging. She went over 1,100 for her career yesterday. She is a senior, 6'1", and she starts in the middle. Her head coach, Tom Selzy, in his 19th year at Watford City as the head coach. It's the 8th time the Wolves have been to the state tournament. First time for either of these 2 teams to be in the championship game, which comes your way next, live on NBC.
This is my new Chevy Silverado. It's got a more powerful V8 and a bigger extended cab than Ford F-150 or Dodge Ram, which is a good thing because there's a lot of ground to cover out here.
On George Strait's ranch, bigger, stronger, smarter, and more powerful can only mean one thing. There's a new truck at work. Silverado, the truck from Chevrolet.
She's all I need. See your West Dakota Chevy dealer today.
Uh-oh, we got trouble.
Oh, please, not me.
That's gotta hurt.
Casey!
We gotta do something.
Charge!
She's back! Let's go! Run, Monkey, run! I'm not gonna make it! She's got Monkey.
Mom! Go eat someone your own size!
Got milk.
Oh yeah, the Wolves are fired up. The Aggies are fired up. Velva, 27 straight victories. Watford City has won 7 straight. Velva got to the state championship game in overtime in the first round, beating Mayport CG 52-49. Last night, it was a 58-34 win over Gackle-Streeter. For Watford City, first round win over Langdon, 52-45, and then Washburn yesterday, 41-37.
Velva has really had it in cruise control since about the midway point of the season when they went on a 3-game tear, playing 3 very good teams, coming up with 3 wins, moving to the top of the rankings, and since then they really have been the team to beat.
Yeah, now both teams, of course, are satisfied with being here, but one thing that David Peterson, the head coach of Alva, said today, it's which team will say that's not enough getting to the title game, meaning the victory. So here we go, and what else but Watford City in a 1-3-1 zone. It's been their most effective defense in the tournament. Outside shot, in and out, almost back in for Sarah Rist. The second opportunity, no good. There's the left-hander, Miller, and Velva pounds the offensive glass for the first score of the game.
Well, it seems generic when you talk to coaches, and specifically Tom Selsley and David Peterson, and they talk about rebounds, but I mean, there's a perfect example, first possession, and Velva getting 2 extra chances because of their work on the offensive boards.
That'll be a reach-in foul, I believe, on Jennifer Miller as Larson went strong to the baseline. Velva sticks to its man-to-man defense. And Velva wants to pressure the outside, as we said at the outset, not necessarily double inside, try to keep the ball from getting in there.
Well, they're going to play them. When I say them, I mean Olsen and Christensen, pretty even one-on-one. And again, where they think they can deny is at the perimeter. They did that successfully against Mayport CG and their twin towers of Kraft and Clavo on Thursday because they put a lot of pressure on the perimeter, and that's their approach to this game as well.
The lob pass, pretty good one on the Shields instant replay into Christensen, but she is called for the foul, trying to clear out a little bit. That'll be something we'll keep an eye on because there's no question Christensen at times has been foul prone and is fouled out of the first 2 games in the state tournament. Diagonal pass to Hassauer. She works well, fairly well along the baseline, although on this instant, tripped up. And many times against the 1-3-1, Dan, that's where the open shot will be, is along the baseline. Skoglund with it out front. That is Larson.
A hand right in the face, though, right away by the Velva defense. Gaugler comes out tight on the crease. And early indication of what Velva wants to do defensively on the perimeter.
And Gaugler called for that foul.
First was on second, team foul.
But you may have seen how Mandy Gaugler was trying her best to keep the ball out of the hands of McLeese, who has it right now. That is a key Velva feels, is to keep her from not touching it. Skoglund open a little bit short. And here comes Jennifer Miller. Loves the left side, and she will go to the free throw line to shoot a couple left-handed layups.
Shields instant replay. Miller in transition. And McLeese comes back defensively. Picks up the foul, her first.
Each team with 2.
Well, Miller was outstanding last night, wasn't she? Wow. 17 points, 7 of 11 from the field against Gackle-Streeter. In a night in which, again, Jessie Slindy did not score up to her average, played a strong floor game, but Velva got good points out of Miller and outstanding play off its bench.
Miller hits them both to give Velva a 4-point lead. The pass to McLeese. Numbers. Olsen got it across to Christensen. That time, Velva went all out in the backcourt and it cost him. There's a foul way out front by Dia Olsen. But that's one of the things that Coach Tom Selzy talked about on the Shields Instant Replay as we see the pass here. We'll talk about it after this, Dan.
Just good ball movement. It was there to begin with, and it looked like Watford City might be a little late in taking advantage of it, but they convert.
But Olsen, who fouled Hassauer way out by the half-court line, they want to try and cut her off. Her is the one who just took the shot there. Try to keep her from getting that full head of steam.
And that's difficult because when she gets the pass out on that wing, or basically anywhere in the half-court, she has one idea in mind. That's to go to the basket.
McLeese lobs it to Olsen, who tried to bounce it across again, but Velva was there to knock it away. Wrist, one of the players. A timeout, 22nd timeout, taken by David Peterson and the Velva Aggies.
Watford City is going to be patient offensively tonight. They don't want to force it offensively. And they're happy with working the perimeter a little bit and see what they can get from either Olsen or Christensen inside. Olsen is a key tonight too. I mean, she didn't get real involved last night offensively for Watford City, having scored just 3 points on the game, and they want to get her involved as they did with Christensen.
But you know that Velva is guarding and trying to guard the guards extremely hard, so Olsen in the last 2 attempts has tried to get the ball down to Christensen. She did it right there. It didn't convert. Christensen again. She is fouled. I think it'll be on Slindy, who has her head down and her hand on the basketball.
Again, good movement among the posts for Watford City. Second time this game in which we've seen Olsen and Christensen pass the ball well between the two. And they think that's a strength, and sometimes an overlooked strength of the two post people inside.
Oops.
Misfire on that one. Huh?
But true to her season average, Christensen hits 1 of 2. 21 points and 10 boards a game. The leading scorer average-wise in this tournament is Christensen. Good job by Watford City to force the errant pass. Olsen way out high. She will lob it down. Slindy knocked it away. That's a little bit far to try to get a lob pass to connect.
Yeah, that's stretching it a bit too far.
Miller for 3. Velva, not known as a three-point shooting team until yesterday. That'll be a whistle and a foul. 3 players are down. Velva made 6 3-pointers yesterday to help propel them to that win.
Well, that's the second on Christensen already, and we're only 3.5 minutes into the basketball game. Now with 2 on her already, I wonder how determined that Velva might be to get the ball into Slindy's hand and see if she can go to work against her inside in that interior defense. Slindy hasn't had many looks in there yet.
Wrist. 2-pointer. I checked both officials wondering if she was behind the line because I know it was a long jump shot. 6-3, Velva leads. And the Aggies will get the ball here on the turnover. Timeout on the floor at the 4:23 mark. Velva up by 3, halfway through quarter number 1. We'll be back.
Think of Home of Economy as Santa Claus South. A stroll down the Home of Economy aisles is just like a walk in an enchanted workshop. Their Santa-approved selection includes toys by Fisher-Price, Play School, Little Tykes, Ertl, and Tonka. You'll find games, toys, dolls, and so much more. Home of Economy knows Santa can only carry so much, so they're ready to take care of all the rest. Home of Economy's toy department. It's where a lot of happy holidays begin. Home of Economy, 83 South, Minot.
Talk about a basketball brain trust, huh? Those two guys, Brian Anderson assisting Tom Selzy. Slindy straight into the lane. As you mentioned, she might do or look to do anyway, Dan. Slindy became aggressive offensively.
And Christensen was there, but she couldn't even attempt to come out towards Slindy and challenge her with 2 fouls already.
Well, Miller, Rist, and Slindy have all scored for Velva. Christensen has all 3 points for Watford City. Olsen had her pass intended for Christensen, knocked away by Rist.
Well, I think the idea is clear in terms of Watford City. Once they get it down low, it doesn't necessarily mean that one or the other of the big girls is going to take it right to the hole. I mean, they're effectively moving the ball between the posts so far.
Daugler out defensively on McLeese. Here's Skoglund. And a lob pass Christensen. She had to jump back just a little bit on her shot. She did a good job of creating space to score.
Well, and that was almost a lob to a spot. I don't know if they could really see where that inlet pass was going, but they knew Christensen would be roaming the low block somewhere down there.
And Hassauer goes baseline to score. And again, it was token hand in the face, if you will, by Christensen. She has to watch the fouls. Velva 10-5. Skoglund takes it into the lane. Christensen, quick step to her right, and it rolls in. She has scored all 7 points for Watford City.
Well, she gives away some quickness to Slindy, but that time she was able to get around Slindy and give herself that opportunity.
Larson got a hand on it, but not before Slindy was able to run it down. Hassauer wants it on the baseline. And Christensen stole it away from her, but Hassauer took it right to the 6'1" center. McLeese left-handed dribble. Velva switching on the picks. And McLeese fouls after Hassauer was heading the other way. That's 2 on McLeese.
Hassauer with a good job in the defensive end as she made a switch off a pick, rolled around that, and came up with the steal.
The Aggies bring in 3 players. Leah Melhoff, number 20. Kayla Efforts, number 30. And Stephanie Pesa, number 40.
Don't be surprised if David Peterson uses a lot of people on a perimeter tonight and rotates them, because he expects his perimeter people to exert a lot of energy in the defensive end.
And new to the game for Watford City as the shot goes up and goes in by Slindy. Jessie Slindy with 4 points. Missy Samuelson is in, a 5'6" junior.
And that's going to be a spot on the court where Slindy's going to have some looks at the basket, because she slides to that spot, and that's usually one of those open alleys in that 1-3-1.
Well, you don't see that very often. McLeese just flat lost the basketball. The held ball situation keeps it in Watford City's end as number 51, Ashley Wahus, comes into the game. Check my numbers. That's not Wahus' number, is it, Dan?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That is Wahus.
I wrote it down wrong. Slindy again going to work in that high post area. There's a foul on the rebound. Larson was clapping, but it went against Velva. That's why.
That is certainly, I would think, going to be the attack zone, though, for Velva offensively. That's 2 times down the court. Slindy getting the ball in the same area. The first time she takes the shot from the elbow. This time she penetrates and dishes, because when she penetrates, the defender is going to come to help her. That should leave the person on the wing open for that baseline jumper.
Good D. The pass taken away by Slindy. Ahead to Miller. Jennifer scores. 6 points in the game for Jennifer Miller. Both of her buckets on the transition, on the move. Again, the lead is doubled for Velva. McLeese threw it up, but didn't go. Miller with the rebound. And the transition, Slindy right through two, and she laid it in. Slindy matches Miller with 6, and it's the biggest lead of the game for Velva.
Looked like Jim Brown heading for the end zone as she tucked it in, and away she went to the basket.
Samuelson, a little hip check there as she drove, and the foul will be on Melhoff.
Shields instant replay. Velva likes the open court. Look at Slindy doing a good job of tucking the ball away like, again, a ball carrier would in football, protecting it from the defender.
Rist is back in. Hassauer is back in as well as Samuelson goes baseline. Right between the wickets there of Samuelson. Watford City gets it back inside to the big girl. And why not? She has all 9 points for Watford City as we get to it within 20 seconds at the end of the period. Wide open Melhoff. She nailed a couple of those yesterday. Efforts, bounces it over, and it should count by Pesa as we end quarter number 1. Throughout the quarter, Velva was able to double the lead, and that last bucket has it. 18-9. Right before the buzzer, the senior Stephanie Pesa makes it a 9-point Velva lead.
Dodge Intrepid's styling speaks for itself. As for what's underneath, car and driver had a few words of their own. Lease a well-equipped Intrepid for as low as $269 a month.
Shoulder to lean on, friends, wise and more.
Your hometown Farmers Union agent offers insurance coverage for your family, your farm, and your business. From the leader in agribusiness coverage, policies are tailored for city or farm, home, auto, marine, personal property, small business, or contractors. Security from a friend you can lean on.
See your local Farmers Union insurance agent today.
Farmers Union Mutual Insurance.
Welcome back to the Minot State Dome. I'm with a group of Velva cheerleaders. What's with the tuxedos, guys?
Well, we wanted something real special to end off the year, and we thought what better way to come in formal way.
Kind of an expensive weekend for you, huh?
Yeah, fiancés helped us out with that. She gave us all the tuxedos for $30 a piece, and our Velva community helped out a lot. We got $75 from Sweetland's Photography and Verandria Electric, and they earned several hundred from passing a bucket in the crowd.
All right, there's your commercial. Back to you guys.
All right, they're known as the Elite 12. Super fans from Velva.
Well, we have to make one correction as this three-pointer goes up in the score column. Olsen apparently did score 2. I gave all 9 points to Christensen for Watford City in the first quarter, but Dia Olsen did score 2 after conferring anyway with some colleagues to my right, the Minot Daily News. Thought maybe they might have a couple extra tuxes left over for us, but didn't happen.
It's not, no.
Hassauer down low in that corner where she hooks a pass, and a good pass. It rolls out. Efforts tries to make a second effort, but wrist wasn't able to control it. Samuelson, baseline, bounce pass, not handled by Christensen, still alive. And here comes Hassauer. Watch out for her. She doesn't slow down for anyone and drew a foul.
Went to a little crossover dribble, drew the foul. And Velva continues as a trend from last night as we take a look at Hassauer. Continues to get good play off the reserves because both Miller and Slindy have been able to get good rest. Tail end of the first quarter here in the opening 2 minutes of the second quarter. Miller's back in now, but Slindy continues to rest.
The foul was on number 15, Samuelson, her first. There is Miller looking to work off a screen for Wrist. Wrist does have an open three, and she nailed it.
Yeah, so much for Velva not shooting threes. Last night, all they did was hit a season-high 6 threes. Tonight, they get a big one here from Wrist. And again, coming into the game last night, they hadn't shot much for threes at all. In fact, they had made 21 all year long.
In fact, this afternoon, David Peterson chuckled when we asked him, is that the most threes you've made in a game? Christensen scores, and she is fouled. Oh, 51, sorry. I just keep giving everything to Christensen. That's Wahoo's.
Good bounce pass underneath to Wahoo's. And she's a luxury because Tom Selzy can rest either Olsen or Christensen and really not lose anything, especially in the offensive end with Wahoo's coming into the game, who really has been the most improved Watford City Wolf as the season has gone on.
Gaugler has the ball in the return pass, and she'll chuck it up from 3. Touched out by Watford City. Gaugler will inbound it, and does to Hassauer. Miller for 3 in the corner. She's got 3 points. 9 in the game now for Jennifer Miller.
And they are pulling the trigger, just like last night, from the perimeter. Getting good looks at the basket, letting it fly, and hitting the shots.
A 13-point Velva lead. Samuelson dribbles corner. Looks inside to Olsen, goes back. Skoglund tried to match the 3. I think there's going to be a foul on Pesa underneath. Stephanie Pesa, number 40, trying to work position and battle for a board. Each team has 6 team fouls, so the next one will be a 1-and-1 as you see Slindy come back in and Pesa checks out.
Good rest for Slindy. Enters the game with 5:36 remaining. She's had 3 or 4 minutes of actual playing time to catch her breath.
And Wahoo's goes to the line. She had 10 points in the win over Langdon. The follow-up tipped around. Skoglund has it again, and it's out off Hassauer. Dead ball time out on the floor. 5:30 left to play in the first half. Christensen will check back in for Watford City on this dead ball situation while we break away.
Cenex convenience stores are in tune with today's busy lifestyles. They provide quality products and friendly service and are growing to serve you even better. So stop by, whether you're on the go or want a little break in the action.
You and me and Cenex Land O'Lakes are partners we can trust. That's right.
Sometimes when I get the ball, it feels like I can fly. Like I can go up and up and up. Especially when I have a glass of Cascade fat-free chocolate milk before a game. Then I know I can fly. Of course, it helps to have a big brother, too. Cascade makes good things better.
Watford City breaks huddle as we get set for time in here in the second quarter. Exactly 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to play in the first half. Watford City trying to pull the double. The football team won the state championship. The girls trying to do it here, but they find themselves in a 13-point hole and a turnover. Skoglund traveled with it. As as Jenna Larson comes back in, number 33. And Slindy sets up in that right around the free throw line, that high post place where she has the ball right there, right now, scores.
She's just too good of a player, too good of a shooter to watch for Watford City to allow her to shoot that without being contested in any fashion.
And off of a full timeout, Tom Selzy, after this made basket on the Shields Insta replay, calls a 20-second timeout to
talk about not letting Slindy have that good of a look at the basket when she gets the pass in there.
Watford City finished third in 86, 87, and 88. This will be the highest finish for the Wolves. Whether it be a championship or a runner-up. First time ever Velva has been to the state basketball tournament, let alone the state championship game. Sauer playing the point and picking up a foul. First one on Chelsea. Will shoot free throws. And Samuelson will toe the line.
Samuelson has started about as many games as she's come off the bench for Watford City. Both her and Amanda Skoglund have shared the starting role.
On the year.
Sometimes, though, you will find with certain players, you know, they have that niche of coming off the bench and giving a little spark to the basketball team, and that's what Samuelson has done.
Well, we mentioned the football team moments ago, and the name Samuelson should ring a bell big time with the Watford City football team because Missy's brother Corey was the stud running back on that team who had
37 touchdowns?
37, 38, approaching 40 touchdowns this year. And Velva lead.
Look at the defensively switch now. What they've done is they've brought out Dia Olsen much tighter.
Which should open Hassauer with Christensen and the two fouls down low. We'll see if that plays out. Albler will get her own rebound. She wants to pull the trigger but didn't. On the baseline's wrist. It rolled out for her. Samuelson scores it. McLeese had it taken away. Hassauer will try to convert it on the other end. Larson won't let her. Held ball on top of the ball. And the arrow possession stays on this end of the floor. But geez, Larson came back with a defensive effort, and to be totally honest, I was just assuming a foul there, and it didn't happen.
Shields is to replay. Hassauer with her second steal of the first half on the held ball, and looks like she had a lot of ball there.
Tesa is back in for Hassauer. The three-point bomb is good by Rist. Sarah Rist has hit 2 threes in this quarter, and Velva, the non-3 team, is proving us wrong again. They have 3 already.
Already in the first half.
29-12. Biggest lead. And Gaugler knocked that away. There's a timeout on the floor. And when we come back, Leah Milhoff will be in for Velva, who is enjoying a huge lead right now.
Money, tell you what I do.
During Ford truck season, I got a great deal on my 99 Expedition. It's got room for 9 and a reputation for quality. And with the Triton V8, it's got the most towing capacity in its class, which means no problem pulling this trailer.
People can't stop singing during National Ford Truck Season.
Gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we get crazy about the best-selling, best-built trucks during National Ford Truck Season.
How can Minot get the best cardiac care in the country? Impossible, right? No. Unimed's new heart center is complete, comprehensive, and actually linked right into a nationally renowned group. We share their expertise, training, even their specialists. Diagnostic, surgical, it's all right here. Is this important? This is your life we're talking about. Unimed's new heart center. The best and the brightest.
And we are back with Watford City inbounding under its own basket. Lob pass off the fingertips of Olsen. There's Melhoff, who just checked in, getting in the action, and she was fouled heading up court the other way.
Number 33, Larson, first personal.
Velva has been able to do one of the things that they had hoped to do coming into this game, and that's off the rebounds or off some steals, get both Hassauer and Slindy on the run in the open court where they're both so successful.
Shooting the front half of the bonus, getting the back half now. Melhoff.
Two things very in common for Velva tonight compared to last night. They're getting the threes, and they're getting some points from their bench.
Melhoff had 6 yesterday. Efforts had 7 yesterday. Pace had a couple of boards as well, so it was a good bench effort in the win over Gackle-Streeter. Right down the lane, Samuelson. She lost it at the last moment. And then a held ball. Possession arrow keeps it on this end of the floor, on Watford's end, as Wahoos comes back in.
Have you noticed how many loose balls there have been in the Watford City end tonight, and how many times you've seen 2 or 3 Velva players after loose balls? They're getting a lot of hands on basketballs, on passes. Part of that because of the perimeter pressure they're putting on.
Larson went right around Miller but didn't get it to go. Yeah, remember one of the keys to the game, ball pressure? That's why, huh, Dan? Loose balls. Miller tees it up behind the line. Oh, and it rattles home for Jennifer Miller. 11 points, or excuse me, 12 points, her second three-pointer. 4 threes for Velva. I am no longer going to be surprised.
I guess not. I was still a little bit surprised when they first hit their first couple tonight, despite hitting 6 last night, but now, no, we shouldn't be surprised, I guess.
McLeese dribbles around a couple 3 players and then put it in off the board.
I'm just going to throw this up and see what happens, McLeese is thinking, if she gets the bucket.
You can't score unless you release the basketball. Miller fouled that time, and she will go to the line.
Velva's not wasting any time in this offensive set. I mean, they're basically taking the first good shot that they have, whether it's a three-pointer, whether it's from the elbow. I mean, their first good look, they're taking it.
Miller shooting 2. She's made 3 straight. Hassauer comes back in. And that last free throw has given Velva a 20-point lead with 2:25 left to play in the first half. 14 points for Miller. She is replaced by a wrist. Miller was our American Dairy Association player of the game yesterday, I think. She wants it again, huh?
She has got a leg up on the competition.
Samuelson through 3 Aggies. Now a bounce pass around the 4th, and Wahoos is right there. Missy Samuelson creating the offense that time down the floor.
You know, David Peterson, I can't stress enough how he's using his bench tonight. I mean, there has been almost every stretch of this game where he's had at least one of his starters getting some rest on the bench. Right now, you take a look over at the bench, you've got Miller and Slindy back getting a rest, and he has really rotated, I think, his top 8 players just wonderfully tonight.
And that was foul number 3 against McLeese. Asa will go to the line. This will be a 1-and-1. Asa had a bucket in the first quarter. 2 points in the win over Mayport. Senior. And Velva is being very efficient from the free throw line as well. In fact, you would have to look long and hard to fault the Aggies for anything wrong. I mean, the second free throw doesn't go. Down low, Hassauer, it's in the hand of Risk, off the backboard. Hey, offensive boards too. everything Velva is doing right. Even look at the fouls. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 fouls, and they're all spread out there as well. And a turnover in the back court. Oh, the last thing Velva wants is a halftime. That's a minute and 41 seconds away. Christensen back in for Wahoo. Velva yesterday put an 18-0 run on Gackle-Streeter. Held ball, arrow toward Velva as Skoglund, who came in for McLeese, tied it up. There's more of those David Peterson substitutions you referred to, Ham.
Well, they're on another big run here in the second quarter. An 18-7 run over the quarter. Christensen just flat out took it away from Hassauer.
And then flat out threw it away. And Miller inbounds it. He gets the pass in the deep corner, looking for Slindy. Slindy has it, drops it to Hassauer, who on the pass was fouled.
One of the keys for Watford City coming in the game was trying to stop Hassauer and Slindy from slashing to the basket. That time they did a good job defensively, getting some help sliding over to Slindy when she got the ball, but she recognized that, got it to Hassauer, and of course, Hassauer did slash to the basket.
Hassauer's first free throw is good. This attempt will be Velva's 10th so far. They've made all but 2. Samuelson comes away with a rebound, but her team trailing by 23. Olsen with the soft jump shot. 4 in the game for Olsen. Hassauer to Slindy. Slindy with the shot that rolled off Christensen boards. There's about 40 seconds left to play in the half. Hassauer went for the steal, which allowed Olsen to get baseline. She was cut off. Skoglund laid it up a little short. Here is Slindy now, pressing the issue. Slindy, baseline to Hassauer. And there will be a foul on Lisa Dick, number 52.
Last time down the court, Velva defensively, what a blanket that they put on. I mean, even Jessie Slindy defensively, as Christensen went all the way out to the three-point line, was right on her, trying to deny her the basketball. That far away from the basket.
Hassauer checks out as Pesa comes back in. And Larson to the line. She earns the bonus. And that's Sarah Rist, who has a couple of three-pointers and 2 twos and 10 points in the first half.
I think Lisa Dick was a little excited about getting that chance to play right away in the first half. She had a big old smile when she came off the court.
Olsen traveled on the baseline, and Velva will have a chance here. The lead has been as much as 23. It's 20 right now. And the way it's gone for Velva, this shot will go in. Well, it didn't. And don't frown. An A for an awesome first half performance by the Velva Aggies. 39-19. It was 18-9 after quarter number 1. Velva leading by 9, and now it's a 20-point lead.
I don't think you can find any fault in the first half if you're David Peterson.
I think not. David is with Scott.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm with Coach Peterson. Last night I said you guys couldn't have expected a much better game, but you're playing a lot better tonight, it seems like.
Well, we keep hitting those three-pointers, and I tell you, that's just a big plus for us. We're not a big three-point shooting team, and I don't know what to say. It's, so kind of set it up against that 1-3-1, and Jennifer and Sarah keep, hitting them. So, yeah, it's been a good start to the game, but we got to keep it up. We still have another half to play.
Do you change anything, or do you tell them to go do it again?
No, we just got to keep playing basketball right now, but we got to keep being aggressive, too. We can't just sit back with a lead. We got to keep taking good shots.
All right, good luck in the second half. Good half. Thanks, Coach. Guys, back to you.
Yes, good half. Understatement there, Scott. A 20-point lead at the half. Velva over Watford City. It's the State B Championship contest.
Silverado. It has a more powerful V8 engine than Dodge Ram and Ford F-150. It has a bigger extended cab. And it's the only pickup with four-wheel anti-lock disc brakes standard on every model. It's the truck. The Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Silverado, the truck from Chevrolet.
Canola growers, follow the road to success with Interstate's outstanding varieties. Quantum, Pressure, and Dynamite. Proven performance, uniform maturity, excellent standability and harvestability. And protect your canola investment with Gaucho Canola System. All other varieties yield to Interstate Canola. Interstate. Driven for your success.
This is the North Dakota Farmers Union Insurance Halftime Report. Farmers Union Insurance, the right product, the right people in all the right places, serving all the great state of North Dakota. They want you to know you're never alone. And we are not alone, as Felicia Farrell of Minot will entertain us here at the half.
Regional Senior 2-baton champion, the United States National Senior semifinalist, Felicia Farrell.
I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Felicia Farrell here at the half. We'll break away and be back with more from the Minot State Dome right after this.
This winter, let United Community Bank get you out of the cold and into the sun in Cancun, Mexico. Open a checking account and qualify for an instant cash and check card, and you'll be automatically registered to win a one-week winter vacation getaway for two to Cancun, Mexico. Stop by United Community Bank today for your chance to get out of the cold this winter and onto the warm tropical sands of Cancun. United Community Bank, member FDIC.
A hospital never sleeps. It must remain awake and alert, ever vigilant. At Trinity, heart patients benefit from the experienced physicians and staff of the Heart and Lung Team, providing the most advanced level of cardiac care in this region for more than 8 years. This is the team to depend on when your heart needs help. So even though our hospital never sleeps, you can rest easy. Because here, great people providing great health care is an everyday occurrence.
We're back with more on the Farmers Union Insurance halftime report. We go to the PA announcer right now for a special presentation.
His longtime tournament manager, tournament committee manager, Rod Romine.
Thank you very much. Bob King is going to retire as the executive secretary of the North Dakota High School Activities Association following this school year. It's the final opportunity that our tournament committee has to say congratulations, Bob, on a job well done. Bob has dedicated his life to education. In the past 20 years, he has helped the association expand and increase opportunities for extracurricular activities for the high school people in North Dakota. We have a couple of gifts for you, Bob. A plaque that says to Bob King, an appreciation for your dedication to North Dakota high school activities for the past 20 years, Minot Tournament Committee, 1998. We also have, I have a box of golf balls, and I know that golfers of your caliber seldom lose a ball, so we think this probably is a lifetime supply. At any rate, whenever and wherever you tee it up, we hope that you will have fond memories of your visits to Minot. Congratulations on a job well done, and good health in your retirement.
Thank you very much. As Rod said, I will be retiring in July. It's been a labor of love for the 21 years I've been with the association, and the 23 years prior to that I was coaching as an athletic director. And Minot has always have a very special place in my heart because of the job that they do here in running tournaments and the hospitality that they extend to the people of North Dakota. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Now Bob King talking about his 21 years retirement and an award handed to Bob at the conclusion of the award ceremony tonight. We will also hand out the Miss Basketball Award, so stay tuned throughout for that. We'll be back with more on the North Dakota Farmers Union Insurance halftime report. Look at that score. Velva has rolled in the first half.
Out here, a lot can go through your mind. Questions pop up from nowhere. What's my boy gonna be? And my girl? Is my family secure? What's the weather hold in store?
He can shut off his combine at the end of the day. Now, if only that were true for his concerns. That's where we can help. Farm Credit Services. Real solutions for a growing America.
It's here. The first all-season touring tire with a 100,000-mile limited treadwear warranty, ultra-driving comfort, and resistance to aquaplaning. The new Toyo 800 Ultra, designed with state-of-the-art computer technology. It's another example of Toyo's dedication to uncompromised quality. Experience the difference. Toyo tires.
See your local Toyo dealer, Northwest Tire.
Well, Dan, on the first half stats, two things leap right off the TV and smack you in the forehead there. Watford City, 14 turnovers, and Velva, twice as many field goal attempts.
I think we need to start congratulating Velva on their defensive effort. You take a look at tonight's halftime attempts by Watford City, 15. Last night in the semifinals at halftime, Gackle-Streeter only had 16 attempts. On Thursday, Mayport CG only had 35 attempts for the whole game. Velva's doing a heck of a job just denying its opponents the opportunity to shoot the ball.
Let's see what Tom Selzy talked about at halftime. John?
All right, Thomas, Velva played almost a perfect half against you here.
They sure did. They played some good basketball. They took a lot of things away from us in the first half. They definitely did.
All right, so how do you try to get them back in here, my friend?
Well, we're going to play hard the last 16 minutes of the season. We're going to come out full court man-to-man. We're going to switch our offenses, go to the basket, play as hard as we can in the second half, and try and make a game out of it. Keep our heads up and get after it.
All right, Thomas, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
And we're inching closer to that second half. We're at the half. Velva leading it by 20.
Tell you what I do.
We got the best truck at the best deal. Ford Explorer.
And during Ford truck season, we leased our 99 Explorer for only $299 a month.
Woo, go crazy.
A 210 horsepower V6, air conditioning, automatic transmission, and a CD player. All for $299 a month.
Yeah, I wish we could have got that kind of deal on the house. I want to buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we'll get crazy about the best-selling, best-built trucks here at National Ford Truck Show.
Get your vehicle ready for winter with a trip to the service center at Cenex. Cenex of Minot carries a full line of snow tires for cars and light trucks starting at under $34. Plus, Cenex is now offering a winterized check for only $9.99. That includes checks on the underbody, tires and suspension, a fill on all fluids, antifreeze good to 40 below, windows washed, and your vehicle vacuumed. And if you get an oil change for $17.95, the winterized check is free. Don't get caught in the cold. Get your vehicle winterized today at Cenex of Minot.
Well, who are the best basketball players this century? Well, we want some input from you, the fans, to help us decide. Nominations will be submitted after the boys' tournaments this coming spring. The only criteria is that your nominee must have graduated from a North Dakota high school. We also want reasons why you think he or she should be on the team of the century. We will tell you who we got down to, which is not going to be an easy thing for the girls in November of '99 and the boys of the year 2000. Team of the century. Think about it, and we'll be telling you more about it as we get into quarter number 3. That's Skoglund with it. Larson has it now, looking for Christensen, who flashed from the weak side. Andrea Christensen with 9 points. And the first 2 here in the third.
And they get a quick turnover.
Just what the doctor ordered there if you're Watford City. Well, you were talking about teams struggling in this tournament of getting shots off as McLeese drives and tries to jump one pass. And here's an opportunity where Watford City did not get a shot off. It is also a turnover. In the 2 games coming into this, wins over Mayport and Gackle-Streeter, Velva's opponents had 59 turnovers.
Amazing. Meantime, Velva hasn't been turning it over much.
No. Off the 3-point attempts from Miller. Watford City quickly ahead to Skoglund. Gaugler got a hand on it, and it comes out to McLeese, playing with those 3 fouls.
Well, Watford City's going to do everything with a sense of urgency this half. They're going to be quick in their offensive end as far as cutting and slashing to the basket. They're going to switch from their zone defense to the man-to-man defense and go hard there. I mean, they need the pace to pick up because somehow they got to try to make up 18 points here. Shields instant replay. You see an example of that is going hard and slashing to the bucket with Skoglund.
And drawing the foul on Chelsea Hassauer. That's number 2 on her, the 2-shot foul.
Oh, yeah, I brought a list to make sure I get it right here. Undefeated for Miller, the tournament MVP. Congratulations, Velva. Tomorrow, and by the way, thank you for asking. That was cool. Tomorrow.
And just in terms of number of people back.
On day 1. Second free throw is good. 40-22 to score. Velva leading.
We should probably tell folks that the football season ended today for 3 North Dakota schools. University of North Dakota beaten by Northern Colorado in Division II. Mary falls in NAIA, and so does Jamestown College.
Andrea Christensen with 11. And much the same way in the first quarter. She had a scoring binge there. She has both field goals as Gaugler goes end to end. Miller had it slapped away by Olsen. I never did catch the final of the Jamestown game, but I know the Jimmies were down huge to Huron in the fourth. Off a screen. It's a play that worked in the first half. It works again here in the second half. That's the third three-pointer by Jennifer Miller. 17 in the game.
I think that has got to be the biggest surprise for Velva in this state tournament. Their ability to knock down the three-point field goal. Because when you and I arrived at the state tournament on Thursday, one of the observations we made about Velva and about the field as a whole is, gee, nobody really shoots a lot of threes. And all Velva has done the last 2 nights is stick most of their three-point opportunities.
Christensen, a two-pointer on the other end, but it's an exchange of buckets that is a gain of 1 for Velva. Hassauer, end to end, she lays it in. The thing about the three-pointers is not, making them, but the attempts, only averaging, 3 attempts or something like that per game all year for Velva. So the three-pointer, until the last 2 nights, was not even a part of the arsenal. And now it's a dagger. Olsen on the drive. She bounced it over to Skoglund, I think. Yes, number 11, Skoglund's first field goal in the contest.
You know, one thing that might sneak up on Watford City here in the second half is fatigue. The reason that they went more to a zone defense midway through the year is that they found that when they were pressing and playing man-to-man, it was really sapping the energy level. So they went to the zone defense, were able to save some energy, became a better basketball team. Well, now they've been forced into playing more of an up-tempo style in this game.
Miller steals it. Up-tempo style is the style favored in this matchup by Velva.
Sure.
The last 2 buckets have been up-tempo style buckets, Rist and Hassauer.
33, Larson, that's her fourth.
Jenna Larson's 4th foul. Brings a timeout on the floor, and we will break away with Velva up 47-28 in the state B title game.
Ford claimed Expedition is the biggest in its class because Chevy Suburban is so large. It's in a class of its own. We couldn't have said it better ourselves. Suburban is the largest SUV on the face of the planet. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
Now is the best time of year to see your hometown West Dakota Chevy dealer.
Standing together, our hopes and our dreams.
Your local Farmers Union insurance agent offers one-stop peace of mind for life's ups and downs. Receive a discount on your auto insurance when you insure your home with the Farmers Union Mutual Insurance Company.
Highways for home, knowing you're never alone.
Farmers Union Insurance of North Dakota.
We are back. We are on, and he is on statewide TV. Long pass ahead. Slindy had it roll off back iron. Autumn Monto is 35. She pulled down that rebound. She's a sophomore and has the ball right now. Nice move. Monto tried to grab her miss, but it was last touched by Velva.
Montel hasn't seen a lot of minutes in the tournament, but again, because of the way Watford City has been forced into play, Tom Selsley is probably going to have to go to his bench more than what he has in the last 2 nights.
Hassauer made the foul, trying to deny the pass away from Christensen on the inbound. It's number 3 on the sophomore. Samuelson with a nice drive, but couldn't convert. timeout and a 20 taken by David Peterson. It appeared that time like they were trying to set up efforts coming off a double screen.
No doubt, because both Slindy and Hassauer had set up a double screen on top of their offense at the point, which is a new look from Velva. I don't remember seeing that look.
Well, they did it a couple of times for Miller. That's about it. We're in quarter 3. 4:20 left. Pass down, Slindy to Hassauer, and back to the free throw line goes Chelsea. That's a couple of times Velva on that half-court inbound has gotten a two-person game going.
Slindy and Hassauer.
Olsen
the
there
Shields instant replay, and the second on Olsen. Christensen with 2 as well, I believe.
Yeah, she picked up those quick 2, if you remember. Then you and I were both going, ooh, my goodness, she has 2 already. I wonder, you know, at that stage, she has played foul-free from there. 1 of 2, but the 1 makes it a 20-point edge again. That's where it was at halftime. Velva was up by 20. Samuelson lost it after another nice drive. Pesa will come back in for Velva.
The pace has kind of settled, though, the last couple minutes compared to the first 2 minutes of this third quarter.
Velva has won their 25 games getting into the tournament by an average of 21 points. Slindy's 15-footer, and she is fouled for going over the back.
And she's frustrated at herself. She had a real good look at the basket, a good percentage shot, missed it, went back, and picked up one of those frustration fouls.
The closest the team in the regular season came to defeating Velva was 3 points. Granville went down in defeat by 3. And then in the first round, as Christensen hits a nice baseline jumper, she has 15 points in the game now for Watford City. Mayport CG in the opening round was an overtime 3-point win for Velva. Lindy looking for help and does find it in the person of Melhawk. Efforts. Outlet pass to McLeese. Ahead Christensen running the floor. She tried to hit the 6'1" center on the move, and it was behind her.
Well, Christensen had a break on the defense, but as you said, McLeese's pass was a couple steps behind.
3:06 left in the third. Velva comfortably ahead at this juncture.
For those who have always been attracted to power, Dodge Dakota has the only available V8 in its class. Now when you buy select Dodge Dakota Club cabs, you'll get a 230 horsepower Magnum V8 at no extra charge. Why would someone want a truck with this much power? We think it has something to do with their childhood. Now get a $500 cash allowance on a Dodge Dakota.
Life in North Dakota. It's smog-free, it's worry-free, and right now it's long-distance free. Cellular One is giving you free long-distance calls until the year 2000. Sign up right now, and all long-distance calls from your 16-state home calling area are free to anywhere in the continental U.S. until the next century. Plus, you get up to 30% off selected accessories. There's a lot of great things about living in North Dakota, and Cellular One is one of them. Cellular One in Minot, now long-distance free.
That's right, it's live coverage of the State B Girls Basketball Tournament. And Velva in the championship game has had a championship effort thus far. Ahead by 20 at half, up by 18 now. And Samuelson with her hands on her head after the foul against Slindy.
You know, one thing Velva has done with some consistency this year is that they stick it to teams early in a game. I mean, a lot of teams just have not been able to survive the first quarter with Velva this year because they've jumped on so many people so early.
Rist with the long two-pointer. 14 points for Sarah Rist, averaging just a hair over 8 on the year. Had those couple of threes back in the second quarter. Now a couple of two-pointers here in the third. Add another 2 points behind Christensen's name. She's up to 17 points now. Hassauer back in. Miller comes back in. Now Slindy to inbound.
I tell you, those chairs on the Velva bench have been pulled.
Miller runs it down and scores it. Miller clapped her hands right in front of us, Dan, a couple of times and said, hey, look long, I'm breaking deep.
Yeah, that meant I'm releasing.
19 for Jennifer Miller. Hassauer got a hand on him. McLeese did get it back over to Christensen, and that one was a hair short. Slindy from 15. She is good in double digits now with 10. I can't remember, Dan, if you said it during a timeout or if it was when we were playing, but you mentioned that Velva's effort here so reminiscent of what we saw Oaks do last year.
Because it all starts at the defensive end. Oaks was so dominating a year ago in the defensive end, and Velva has really, you know, carried that theme into the state tournament. Again, when you take a look at what Velva has done in terms of limiting its opposition to field goal attempts. 15 in the first half tonight, Watford got. 16 is what Gackle got in the first half last night. Now, they're shooting well. Gackle was shooting 50% last night at the half, too. 53% for Watford City. But when you're staring up at a differential of 10 to 15 field goal opportunities, wow, that spells trouble if you're the opposition.
And then not only, you know, keeping shots, but forcing the turnovers. You know, 35 turnovers Mayport CG had in the first game. Gackle-Streeter had 24 turnovers yesterday. Danielson was good for 1 of 2. Miller wants another 3.
She is playing with such confidence right now. She's not afraid to take any shot on the court.
Monteau is open. Christensen with the offensive board. McLeese on a drive, trying to get it back to Andrea, who runs it down on the baseline now. Just over a minute left in the third. Yet Slindy, through all that action, was right there when Christensen was ready to shoot. Travel call as Miller tried to make a move to the basket. Wahus back in for Watford. Hassauer back in for Velva.
You got Velva for 5 threes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Miller has 3 and Rist has 2.
That's unbelievable.
6 3-pointers yesterday. And again, I'll go back to the reaction we got from Coach Peterson when we just kind of, you know, subtly asked, is 6 the most you have all year? And he goes, you know, he just started laughing. Yeah, he said he didn't even have to think about it. And now they're close to tying it.
Nice defense.
Asa, after she tipped it away and grabbed the ball, she was on the line. Olsen along the baseline, got one to roll down. 6 now for Olsen. Closing stages of the third. Gaugler, nobody came to stop her, and she did what you're supposed to do. Keep on trucking.
That's right. Velva continues to be in the attack mode, even though they're up 54-35. Last time down the court, And Miller gets it on the wing. She tries to drive baseline. She turned it over, but they were in the attack mode. This time, Gugler doesn't spot anybody stopping her. She goes to the bucket.
That was the 4th foul on McLeese.
And I think it's been mission accomplished for Velva defensively and McLeese tonight.
Oh, yes.
Here's McLeese, who has been averaging 9 assists a game, and who really was the key in Watford City's win last night. And, you know, we haven't called her name too many times on that loud pass inside to Christensen.
Osauer again down low. 9 points in the game, 6 in this quarter. Monto lost track of the time. 56-35. Velva is cruising through 3 for the title night of the State B.
Watch sports, play sports. Here's a challenge. Be a good sport. Sportsmanship is showing support for the players on your team and your competitors.
It's being a good spectator, cheering for your side, not against your opponent. It's showing respect for officials, even though you may not agree.
And sportsmanship is contagious. You get what you give. The more you know about being a good sport, the more fun sports will be.
What would you do if your child had cerebral palsy, but you couldn't afford the adaptive equipment he needed? The Petersons called the North Dakota Association for the Disabled.
Without an ND80, I wouldn't have this wheelchair. I'd have to manually move myself around, and it would be a lot more difficult. And without the crutches and walker, I couldn't walk, and without the braces, I couldn't walk. And so it made a big impact on my everyday life.
Folks, joining us now is Corey Samuelson. Put together a phenomenal season for Watford City this year. Helped them win the state football title. He's here supporting his sister Missy. Velvets look like you folks during the football season here. Pretty awesome, huh?
Yeah, they're not undefeated for no reason. They're out there, they're playing good defense against us. We're getting a little frustrated, but, you know, we're playing hard, and hopefully we'll get coming back here pretty soon.
You know, when the Peacock was setting up for the extra point, kicking those T-shirts, I thought DJ Fritto was going to come out of the stance and try to block it.
Jeez, he dove like 3 rows down. He ran over a couple kids falling down them stairs, but it was pretty exciting.
We congratulate you on a phenomenal season. That was a special club, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was great.
All right, Corey Samuelson, you'll hear much from him, guys.
Say, John, let's see if he'll give us a verbal commitment on the air. Is it going to be NDSU, Dickinson State, or UND?
Dan Hammer's got a question. Do you want to be a Sioux or a Bison? Any choice on that yet, my friend?
I think I'll be a Sioux.
Sioux, he's a Sioux fan. He says he's a Sioux fan. He might be leaning towards UND. He's a good one, though. He's just a little, he says, though. He's a great kid, though. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Boyham, putting him on the spot.
When you got a chance to talk to him, and it's recruiting season.
Now here's Velva, and off a screen, that double screen, and the 4th three-pointer for Jennifer Miller.
I think she's got MVP, I think, written on her. Turning MVP. You know, we talked about right before the break, Lindsay McLeese and how Velva thought coming into the game that their main defensive assignment would be Lindsay McLeese tonight. Well, we haven't seen much of the lob, have we? No. McLeese inside to the post. She just has 2 assists. And here we are, you know, well into the basketball game. So from that defensive standpoint, mission accomplished for Velva.
The gal who just sat down, number 24, had the biggest hand in what you're talking about because she was man up on McLeese.
Sandy Gugler.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spinning shot, Pesa.
Watford City's field goal attempts were up significantly, but that, I think, was really because of what they decided to do strategically in the 3rd quarter, and that's get the game more up
and down. Yeah. But also by that same token, 7 field goals were made in that quarter by Velva as well, and 7 for Watford City, so that it was a trade buckets. On the move. Elhoff, there's Pesa again. Boy, she has been very good on the boards in this game in her minutes. Long pass down, Skoglund. Skoglund will go to the line, and Watford City, and knowing it has to try and do whatever it can to score as quick as it can, just took the rebound, whipped it up the floor for Skoglund. Pesa with the foul. Skoglund on the line where she is one of two. Has 3 points. Does Amanda. She's a junior. She'll be back.
Lindy is back in the game for the Aggies.
Lindy replaces Pesa. Jessie Lindy. 10 points in this game. One of the 6 exceptional basketball players who we'll highlight at the end of the award ceremony. One of those 6 will be named Miss Basketball tonight.
And we will introduce you to all 6 finalists. They are all here in the building tonight. And we'll introduce them to you on statewide television and also bring you the television announcement of the winner of Miss Basketball. We'll also bring you the television announcement of the all-tournament team.
Which is contrary to years past that have been part of the award ceremony on the floor. That is not the case this year.
As a result of a resolution passed by the board of directors to not allow those awards to be announced on the arena floor.
Christensen is up to 18.
You know, it's hard to pick out 1 or 2 or 3 games in the course of a season in which you've gone unbeaten. But I don't know if Velva's played 2 better back-to-back basketball games than tonight and last night.
Yeah, I know.
From a turnover standpoint, last night they had 12 turnovers. Right now they have 6 in the game. From a shooting standpoint, from scoring off the bench, from getting everybody involved in the game, from a defensive standpoint, it's just been a total package.
Yep. Melhoff hit the floor hard. You see her down. That's one of the standard questions we have when we talk to the coaches in the afternoon before the games to try to get some insight. Was there a stretch? What was your best stretch of the year? And of course, David Peterson told us about, the wins, Gackle-Streeter, and then Richard and Taylor, and then Botno, bang, bang, bang on Friday, Saturday, Tuesday. But yeah, I think if we asked him again, he would say tonight and yesterday.
Shields instant replay. Melhoff defending Skoglund, and she did hit the floor hard. She's made her way over to the bench though, and getting some, having a little conversation with the trainer there.
And that puts Amanda Skoglund back on the free throw line. She earns the bonus. That was team foul number 9 against Velva. Skoglund made them both. 5 points for her. Hassauer, Samuelson harassing Hassauer. It got bumped ahead to Miller, who couldn't control it as it went out. Gaugler out defensively on Skoglund. Christensen setting herself up for that little turnaround. 20 now for Christensen. The steal by Christensen, and the foul by Slindy. Amanda Christensen simply will not give up, which you don't expect her to do anyway, but boy, she is going all out here in the second half.
You see David Peterson wanting a timeout.
He got the timeout, and we will break away during the timeout. There's the score. There's 5:28 left.
Yeah, we're all part of the country, and the country and me and Cynics, Land O'Lakes are partners we can trust. That's right.
My mom and dad go to First Restaurant because they say First Restaurant keeps the money right here instead of sending it off to the big city. It doesn't help anybody. And if the money goes away, so are the people. That's why I like First Restaurant. This is my home and I want everyone to stay. Except Jimmy Hilton. He can go. He's a stink.
First Western. Together, we're banking on Minot.
Parts of the ever-present cheering section for Velva.
Those were the Elite 12 and the Elite 12 wannabes. The Elite 12 now has a farm system. Kids coming up in the system who are going to be future Elite 12ists.
Yep, in future years they will be talking about how they got their inspiration in 1998. There goes Miller to the free throw line.
Shields instant replay, Velva pushing it up the floor. Miller going to the left hand, and she'll go to the free throw line. You know, in talking with Mandy Gaugler before the game tonight, asked her what it was like in the community. She goes, "It's such a great time of the year right now. We're doing so well. It's just one of those things where you ask your friends or your parents or your family, they'll almost give you anything." Well, the asking time is still here, still beckoning for Velva, I think.
Yeah, and you suggested maybe $100.
That's right, or a car for college, because Gaugler's a senior.
It's just a matter of time here for Velva, as this victory was earned in the first half, without a doubt. It was 39-19 at halftime. Velva led. And with the score 60-42 and how it's been up there, as you know, in the 20s before. Go ahead, Dan.
No, it's okay. Just Velva spreading the court, running a little motion
I was
offense.
to say, if you're wondering what is the highest margin of victory in a state title game, we are nowhere and will get nowhere near that, as Christensen has a hard foul. Remember back in 1990 when Beach defeated Carrington 82-33.
That was a pretty good Carrington team too. Well, you're crazy. That crazy hammer with that kind of score. That was a good Carrington team. But Beach was so loaded those 2 years.
Osauer looking to get into double figures here to join Slindy, Rist, and Miller. And she'll hold that 9. Jennifer Miller with 23 points, leading Velva. Christensen with 22, leading Watford City. Samuelson now with 4. More concerned with the clock than anything else.
Well, I think Jennifer Miller, after this tournament, is going to be known for much more than starting to headband craze
a couple of years back
in northern North Dakota, like she did a couple of years ago.
Her pass was intended for Slindy, who was fouled, and now Jesse goes to the line. Third foul on Samuelson. Efforts was number 30, you saw there. Wahoo's checking out, Olsen back in. And Jessie Slindy, first half of the 1-and-1. She gets the back half, as she has frequently this year, with a 77% free throw average. Can add 11 points to those 29 in the first 2 games. And Miller got it back, fed Hassauer, who will now go to the line. Miller all over the place.
Whether it's been shooting three-pointers, boarding, driving to the basket, or that time just working hard on the boards and creating something off a miss.
Tom Selzy asked his team to call a timeout, which is what they do. Will break. 4 seconds, less than 4 minutes left. Velva up big.
Well, if I had money, tell you what I'd do.
During National Ford Truck Season, I got a 99 Northland Edition F-150. It's a super cab 4x4 that came with chrome wheels, the off-road package, and 4 doors standard.
Ford makes the only line of standard 4-door super cabs in America.
And it's only $279 a month with a truck built just for the Northland.
I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we'll get crazy about the best-selling, best-built trucks during National Ford Truck Season.
At the University of Mary, our success is measured by the success of our graduates. Be part of a tradition of academic excellence. Our low student-faculty ratio affords each student personal and individual attention. Be prepared to succeed because your future begins today at University of Mary. Be a part of a university with something extra, like a wide variety of extracurricular activities. And students enjoy the great community life as well. The road to your success truly does begin at University of Mary.
Everybody's just excited about everything. Our whole town is, it's amazing when you're out there playing and you hear this whole crowd and you see everybody standing up for you. And even the mom and dads are like, anything, they'll get anything for you. You could ask them for $100, they give it to you.
Yes. Winning is fun, isn't it?
Do you think Mandy then went, we got $100 from this one, $100 from this one,
yeah.
100, work on that college bankroll.
The obvious follow-up question to Mandy after the game tonight is, well, when are you going to be hitting them up for the money, and how much are you going to be hitting them up for now that you won the state B?
Hassauer's last 2 free throws give her double digits to join 3 of her teammates. She has 11 now, so 4 Velva players in double figures. Samuelson called for a walk before the shot.
Again, coming up after the game, we'll carry live the presentation of individual and team awards. We will also announce to you the all-tournament team, introduce you to the Miss Basketball finalists, and announce the winner of this year's Miss Basketball Award.
Well, she thought about the 3.
Well, she thought about the 3. She thought about dumping it into Slindy, too.
Now, the one thing with the awards, it doesn't change anything that if you've come over the years, at home, which you become used to, it changes what the people in the building basically get to hear. There's a nice steal there by Efforts. Efforts, the junior. Oh, got it in. Kayla Efforts in the scorebook with 2 off an exceptional effort, a steal, and a layup, and a tough layup it was. McLeese on the drive, and 2 for the senior.
Teams which have won a state championship in their first ever appearance, well, you only have to go back 2 years. Minto did it back in 1996 with
that was a dominating
Jane Bedecker, Ginger Shanalek. Here's the Shields instant replay on the beautiful drive by Kayla Efforts.
Well, that Minto was 57-36 over Richard and Taylor 2 years ago.
So Minto did it in 1996. Some other teams that have won state championships in their only appearance. Minot Ryan in 93, the year that they won the boys and girls state B championship. Finley Sharon and Michelle Thickeson back in 1985. Some of you may remember that.
Quite a few of them, actually, isn't there?
That would round it out. Minto in 96, Finley Sharon in 85, and Minot Ryan in 93. Teams who have won state championships in their only appearance in the state B.
Watford City takes a 20-second timeout to exchange 5 for 5, and the hugs on the Velva side have started.
Well, there are going to be some good pictures from that Velva bench, and already Hassauer and Slindy were exchanging hugs, and there's going to be tears of joy along that bench.
The Aggies have run the table. 28-0. Melinda Abel, number 54, in for Velva. See if we can catch the other names. Amy Sanford, number 21. Number 45 is Heidi Woolen for Watford City now. Number 5 is Jessica Norby. Ashley Fox is number 10. Number 14 for Velva, Erica Olsen.
That is so special.
That's why you practice. That's why you work in the off season. That's why you shoot around in the summer. To become the team. And there is absolutely no way to debate who the team this year was and is. Norby will go to the free throw line. Well, Jessica Norby, a 5'5" junior.
They brought all 5 starters back from last year's team. That was a good team. It was a 20-win season. They won 20 games. They lost 5, and they brought all 5 starters back from that basketball team. But as we told you on a couple of occasions, despite that, despite a 20-win season, bringing all 5 starters back and having one of the top players in the state, in Jessie Slindy, they were unranked to begin the season.
And that stretch, the Gackle-Streeter, Richard and Taylor Botno stretch, is when they went after the win on Tuesday. They, meaning Velva, went to number 1. Was at that time, I believe.
I mean, Miller can't help. She wants to start celebrating right now. Her legs are going.
That's number 12 in the headband. To the left, and there's Slindy.
Hassauer's biting her nails. They just can't wait to begin the celebration.
There's Miller. Erica Olsen hitting a free throw line. Yeah, in fact, I'll bet Mandy Gaugler would give away maybe one of those hundreds she plans to collect to get the last minute 12 off of here so that bench can erupt. Jessica Norby back to the line again. A dream season, a perfect season. They grabbed the thesaurus and started rattling them off because they all apply to Velva. Wahoo's fouled down low.
Well, you know, and their run to the state championship reminds me a bit of the 1989 South High Bruins boys basketball team. Came into the tournament undefeated, played Dickinson in the first round, had to go to overtime to beat Dickinson, then cruised through Minot in the semis and through West Fargo in the championship. Velva goes to overtime in the first round against Mayport CG, cruises in the semifinals, and is cruising to the state championship.
Count the seconds. 45 of them left. Abel goes to the line, to the floor. Held ball goes to Watford City. And the Velva of fans all year. David Peterson wanted everyone to know that, hey, this isn't, you know, a group of fans that followed us through districts, through regions as we, you know, as we got good. He said, hey, they've been there all year long. Half a minute now left. Monto again, and it goes in for Autumn. The true countdown is on. Look at the bench. Not yet. 1.2.
Reminiscent of the Ohio State-Michigan finish today when there were about 25 seconds left in the game and the fans started coming onto the field and they just let the clock run and the game was over.
Well, that last shot went over the backboard. That's why it needed to be stopped.
The game isn't over yet.
The kids are on the floor.
Little kids are having time in their life, not realizing that, oh, we're going to pick up the toilet paper. And
they need to inbound it here. And don't anybody run anywhere or worry about the floor. Just get the ball inbounds, and we'll see if we can get the 1.2 seconds off. Now they're not going to do that. They're going to clear the floor. They're going to call it.
That's it.
That's a wise move, guys. 68-50. The perfect season for Velva. Wire to wire. 28 straight.
Undefeated state champion. Well, Velva's had quite a thirst. In fact, they've craved for something like this in basketball. They've had success in football and in wrestling, but never before this year had a basketball team, boys or girls, made it to the state. And boy, they know how to get it going, don't they?
Yeah, if we're going to do it, we might as well do it right, I guess. And that's win them all. And the one thing too about Velva is that, you know, with the undefeated and all of that, there was never any talk about pressure around being an undefeated team. No. There was pressure, of course, as every team does, to get to the state tournament, but the focus has been on this weekend. Scott Peters has more from the floor. Scott, somewhere, where there you are.
I'm right in the middle here, guys. I'm with Jennifer Miller. First time ever for Velva going to state. You guys are state champs. How's it feel?
Oh, it's great. This is wonderful. I can never ask for anything more. This is the best feeling I've ever felt. I don't know. I can't even describe it.
Let's talk about the game a little bit. Someone forgot to tell you guys you're not really three-point shooters. What were you guys doing?
I don't know. I guess they just left us more open outside than they usually have this year. So, I mean, we just took the shots. We knew we could put them in.
State championship's great, but talk about having an undefeated season as well.
That's just an extra. It's just the icing on the cake. That's wonderful. Just to be undefeated the whole way, and we never wanted to lose a game.
Congratulations. Go celebrate. Let's go to John.
All right, Lindsay McLeish, you kind of had a tiger by the tail this evening, huh?
Oh, they're such an excellent team. We couldn't get going right away, and we played hard. We tried to stay with them. We're just really happy to even get second. It's great.
It hurts, obviously, now, but to look back at a wonderful season, surprised a lot of people, surprised me. I mean, this is a wonderful club.
Oh, yeah, we had so much fun here. We just wanted to come and play hard. This is all we wanted to do, and we practiced hard, and we got here. That's all we wanted.
And the Watford City tradition of success continues, right?
Oh, yeah. We had a great time. It was awesome.
All right, congratulations. Had a wonderful year. Gentlemen.
We'll be back with the awards presentation as the Aggie fans are hooping and hollering. 68-50 the final. The Aggies win the B.
How's Max doing?
He's doing okay. So how long before Max can play again?
Well, the vet said Max will be back to his old self in a couple of days.
Even the interior of the Chevy Blazer was designed to make you feel at ease. Chevy Blazer, a little security in an insecure world.
Now is the best time of year to see your hometown West Dakota Chevy dealer.
At Trinity Family Care Center, they have your cure down cold. In fact, they can handle most of the medical care for every member of your family. From babies and kids to adults and seniors, you'll find caring, knowledgeable physicians at a convenient location ready to provide you and your family with the care necessary to make and keep you healthy. The Family Care Center is open weekdays 8 to 5 in Trinity Town and Country, 831 South Broadway. Call 857-5343 for your appointment. Trinity Family Care Center. Welcome to great health care.
And welcome back as Velva has won the State B Girls Basketball Championship, defeating Watford City 68-50, capping an undefeated season in their first ever trip to the State B tournament. Let's go to tournament manager now, Terry Jelmstead, and the presentation of individual and team awards.
Cheerleaders, Deidre Rankin, Becky Goldsberry, Michelle Larson, Amanda Moberg, Christy Filler, and the mascot, Kristen Judkins. Players, number 5, Jessica Nordby. Number 11, Amanda Skoglund. Number 13, Lindsay McLeese. Number 15, Missy Samuelson. Number 21, Amy Sanford. Number 33, Jenna Larson. Number 35, Autumn Monto. Number 41, Andrea Christensen. Number 43, Dia Olson. Number 45, Heidi Wolin. Number 51, Ashley Wahus. Those not dressed, Lacey Washburn, Tracy Hill, Janessa Bombach, and Elizabeth Bruins. Assistant coaches, Brian Anderson and Renee Lindley. And the head coach of the Wolves, Tom Selsley. And now, state champion participation awards for Dave Peterson's Velva Aggies. Number 10, Ashley Fox. Number 12, Jennifer Miller. Number 14, Erica Olson. Number 20, Leah Melhoff. Number 22, Sarah Rist. Number 24, Mandy Gogler. Number 30, Kayla Efforts. Number 34, Jessie Slindy. Number 40, Stephanie Pasa. Number 42, Chelsea Hassauer. Number 52, Lisa Dick. Number 54, Melinda Abel. Those not dressed, Angela Gelstad and Crystal Gosson. Assistant coach, Kim Melhoff. And the head coach of the Aggies, Dave Peterson. And now to make some special presentations, the Executive Secretary of the North Dakota High School Activities Association, Mr. Bob King.
Thank you, Terry. Before making the special awards on behalf of the association, I would like to say a few thank yous on behalf of our Board of Directors and the member schools of the association to the City of Minot for hosting another tournament, to the Minot State University Dome and Fran Hummel for allowing us to use this beautiful facility for our tournament, the Minot Public Schools, the Minot Tournament Committee, but the man that really puts this all together, Dr. Terry Jelmstad, who has had, in the last 10 days, he has ran a regional basketball tournament, a state swimming tournament, and this tournament, and he does a fantastic job. Thank you, Terry. The association sponsors two special awards. The first is a sportsmanship award that goes to the team, coaches, bench personnel that exhibit the type of sportsmanship we want to see on the floor and off the floor. It has nothing to do with the cheer squad or anything. It's strictly player personnel and the bench personnel. Again, it's my pleasure to announce to you that the committee who selects the people for the teams for the Sportsmanship Award have awarded Sportsmanship Awards to all 8 teams. I would like, Langdon had previously won an award, so they'll get a year to go on their banner. Gackle-Streeter had previously won a sportsmanship award, so a year will go on theirs. Washburn, similar, another year on their banner. Watford City, another year on their banner. First time teams to be awarded the sportsmanship banner, and we'd like representatives from these teams to please come forward and get the banner. Would a representative from Mayville Portland CG please come forward? Would a representative of Lisbon High School please come forward? Would a representative of South Hart please come forward? And would a representative of Velva please come forward? The other award sponsored by the association is a Spirit Award. Now the Spirit Award goes to the community high school cheer squad, all of the fans from that particular community. Our committee had a difficult time. I think the spirit and the way that it was exhibited by all 8 teams was really very excellent. Again, a difficult decision. This team doesn't have cheerleaders. I guess they have 11 of them. Would a representative from that cheer squad please come forward and get your award?
Curbs the Spirit Award. Yeah, those guys do.
I guess so. Let's see. Thursday they were here in Chippendales with the bow tie, no shirts. Last night there were L's, but tonight they outdid themselves. Renting tuxes. They got some financial support from a couple of businesses in Velva as well.
Now to make the team awards, this year's runner-up award goes to Tom Selsley's Watford City Wolves. And the 1998 state girls champions, Dave Peterson's Velva Aggies. And now to make another award, the Assistant Executive Secretary of the North Dakota High School Coaches Association from Northwood, John Hutchison.
Thank you, Terry. Each year, as each sports season draws to a close, the North Dakota High School Coaches Association conducts a selection process to choose a Coach of the Year in that sport. A special award because the coach is chosen by his peers. This year's winner, 1998 Class B Girls Basketball Coach of the Year from Velva, Coach Dave Peterson. Congratulations, Coach.
That concludes our awards tonight. Please drive carefully. The roads are extremely slippery. That concludes our awards. Thank you.
Well, he grew up in Thompson, North Dakota, so you know some folks back in Thompson are thinking, hey, what a night. The hometown boy leads his team to the state championship, and now he is also named Coach of the Year. And Lee and I will return with our American Dairy Association Player of the Game right after this.
You do something to me, something that simply mystifies me. Tell me, why should it be? You have the power to hypnotize.
How do you say thank you to one who's brought you so much joy? Behold the power of cheese.
The American Dairy Association's Player of the Game is Jennifer Miller. Jennifer will receive a certificate and a donation sent to Velva High School on her behalf from your local dairy farmers who asked, got milk?
Jennifer Miller on the night, 7-11 field goals, including 4 3-pointers, 23 points. So she goes 23 tonight, 17 last night, outstanding shooting. In fact, back-to-back 7 of 11 field goal efforts for Jennifer Miller, our American Dairy Association Player of the Game.
Well, we had some outstanding players, Dan, throughout the course of the past 3 days. And the North Dakota Sportscasters and Sports Writers Association of the AP selected the all-tournament team, and here they are.
Jennifer Miller of the state champion Velva Aggies, Andrea Ronderos from Washburn, Lindy Groth from Gackle-Streeter, Katie Lawrence from Langdon, Tanya Schlack from Gackle-Streeter, and Jessie Mosted from Langdon.
Unanimous selections, Jessie Slindy from state champion Velva. Andrea Christensen of Watford City, who ended her high school career with 22 points in this game. Chelsea Hassauer from Velva, and Darcy Schmeling, who scored 27 points to end her high school career today. And the MVP, the gal who just scored 23, Jennifer Miller, hitting those three-pointers.
And of course, we have one more award, and it is the biggest award in high school basketball. Each fall, the Miss Basketball Award. Each spring, the Mr. Basketball Award. And we're happy that all 6 finalists for the Miss Basketball Award have joined us here tonight at the Minot State Dome for this live announcement of this year's winner.
Yes, indeed. It is our special presentation.
The
and
finalists.
Here are the 6.
Lindsay Eliason from Central Valley High School between Buxton, North Dakota. Lindsay on the year, 17 points a game, 8 rebounds a game, 4 assists a game, and 2.5 steals a game.
From Wahpeton, a finalist in the Class A side, Eileen Finley. Finley just a hair under 20 points a game, 9 rebounds a contest, 3.5 assists, and 2.3 steals.
The third finalist from Belcourt, Lisa Parisian, 20 points a game, 9 rebounds a game, 4 steals, 4 assists, and 2 blocks a game.
Mary Perzo, Class A finalist from Mandan, over 21 points a game this year, 5 rebounds, 4 steals, 2 assists, and over 50% from the floor for Mary Perzo.
The fifth finalist from Southart, which was, of course, here in the State B, Darcy Schmeling. She averaged 16 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists a game in her senior season.
And our 6th finalist for the Miss Basketball Award, Jessie Slindy of Velva, 14.5 points, 6 rebounds a game, 3 assists, and 3 steals. So those are the 6 finalists, the best of the best in girls high school basketball. And to find out who Miss Basketball is, we turn it over to Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
All right, thank you very much, guys. I kind of feel like Billy Crystal at the Oscars here, but it's my pleasure to announce the 1998 Miss Basketball winner, Mary Perzo of Mandan. Congratulations, Mary.
Mary Perzo finished her outstanding career, and congratulations to her. She is Miss Basketball this year. 523 points for Mandan High School, 116 steals this year, and mind-boggling number. Perzo in her career, 1,733 points for Mandan. She was a first-team All-State player as a sophomore, a first-team All-State player as a junior, and on Tuesday we'll find out if she makes first-team All-State for the 3rd straight year. The Braves, when Mary has started, went 82-7, and in games she played on the varsity side, 113-12. There's her numbers from this year, and Mary has come over to sit between Dan and I, and we congratulate her. Mary, very nice job this year. Congratulations on Miss Basketball. Your thoughts?
It's an awesome award. I'm really glad I got it. I really had an awesome career, and it was the top sophomore year, and it's just awesome.
We'll talk about some of those. You had an opportunity to play in 5 state tournaments, going back to an 8th grader, and we saw the video this past year of you making those 3-pointers against Red River in that game. But then the 4 straight state championships. I don't know if many people have said, "Hey, have you guys now you know what the Atlanta Braves feel like?" But hey, you got to get there, right, and be in those title games.
Just awesome, man, because people even, dream about just making it to the championship game, and I had an opportunity to play in 4. It's awesome, we came out short, we won one, but I had an awesome career, and I'm really glad. I was happy with everything.
Mary, many people see your efforts on the game floor from season to season, but reflect back on your career and talk about the work and the hours in the gym and the camps that you've put in to become the player that you are.
Yeah, my team and I, we put a lot of hours in the gym, and we go every summer. We don't have a summer. Mr. Amundsen takes us out, everywhere, like Wisconsin, anywhere, we play see lots of games, so that helps out a lot. I'm always playing ball, so it's good.
Well, and speaking of playing ball and always playing ball, you made a decision before the state tournament. One everyone wants to know is, hey, where are you going to go? Are you going to do here? You visited here, you visited there. Well, you made a decision, and last week we talked about that a little bit. For the people who may be watching for the first time, tell us what you are going to do next year to continue your basketball career and what went into that difficult decision for you.
I'm going to NDSU to play for the Bisons, and I don't know, I just like their program. I think it's awesome, and I like the players. I think I fit there really well, and think I could just help out playing there.
And how much did another Miss Basketball from Mandan from a couple of years ago, Jay Amundsen, help you in making that decision to become an NDSU player next year?
And she was a really big part because, you know, I had fun playing with her. Me and her, like, we click, you know, playing together. She knows how I play. I know how she plays. I think she'll help out a lot. So it's a good.
Mary, congratulations on Miss Basketball in 1998. Good luck, and we look forward to covering you as a Bison the next 4 years.
Congratulations. Mary Perzo, Miss Basketball.
Well, the Velva Aggies win the State B Championship 68-50, and of course, as you see, the hugs and the congratulations and the probably the tears of joy continue to flow here, and I'm sure they will for the next day or so, maybe weeks, for Velva and that community located just down the road 20 miles from Minot.
I'm betting on weeks. 28-0, perfect record for Velva, and yes, indeed, that is the thrill of victory.
Well, for Lee and Scott and John and all of the folks that are so integral in bringing you our prep tournament coverage that you don't see, who work so hard behind the scenes, thanks to all of those folks. Glad to have you with us the last 2 weeks for the Class A and Class B girls basketball tournaments, and we'll be back with you in February for the state hockey tournament. Stay tuned for local news across your local NBC stations, and congratulations to the Velva Aggies, 1998 undefeated State B champions.
Coverage of this sports exclusive has been brought to you by your West Dakota Chevy.
People donated their organs.
The 1998 Girls Class B High School Basketball Tournament.
A new state champion in Class B girls basketball will be crowned over the next 2 days. Tonight, the 4 teams still alive for the championship try to take the next step. Hi again, everybody, and welcome to high school sports along the North Dakota NBC Sports Network and the 1998 State B. Live from Minot in the State Dome, I'm Dan Hammer, along with Lee Timmerman, and tonight, the State B semifinals. Defending state champion Oaks didn't make it to state. In fact, no teams that were at state a year ago made it back this year, so we know sometime tomorrow night we're going to have a new champion.
But the one thing I like about the B is you don't luck into making it to this state tournament. You go through the districts, you go through the regions to get here, and the 4 teams you're looking at a combined 94-10. The Velva Aggies, #1 rated undefeated, take on Gackle-Streeter, the Orioles, in our first semifinal contest. Gackle-Streeter 23-2. Then it's Watford City and Washburn, a battle of the W's, the Wolves and the Cardinals. Those are the 2 matchups this evening.
Velva, as you said, Lee, ranked #1 in the state, the only team unbeaten coming into the tournament, the champions of Region 6, and in terms of geographics, the team closest to the location of the tournament here. Velva located just 20 miles east of Minot.
If there's such a thing as a home team, it would be Velva from a crowd standpoint. This afternoon, Southport beat Mayport CG. Darcy Schmeling scored 24 of those 69 for the Eagles, and it was Langdon over Lisbon in the other consolation bracket contest. Jesse Mostad had 20 for Langdon.
So it's Velva and Gackle-Streeter, and for more on our first semifinal game and some of the things to watch for in the game, we welcome you to Scott Peters and John Cole. Hey, guys.
How you doing, guys? We're expecting a fantastic game tonight. The crowds are already into this one. Let's give you some of the keys to the game tonight. Now, these 2 teams met earlier in the year. Velva won by 6 points, and they really had the edge on the offensive board. So Gackle-Streeter needs to get some defensive rebounds tonight. Also, front line equals 45, and by that, Gackle-Streeter's hoping their front line of Tanya Schlott, Jessica Zundell, and Lindy Groth can combine for 45 points. They think they got a good shot then.
All right, that's pretty good duty for the Aggies. Defending growth will be the key. Take care of the ball and limit those turnovers. And also a big key, as the guys pointed out, this is basically a home game for the Aggies, a lot like North Carolina when they sent them to Charlotte for the NCAAs. Guys, this is a home game.
Okay, Scott Peters and John Cole, we'll hear from more of those guys as tournament goes along.
Well, they both talked about Groth. That's the gal on the right. She's a junior, Lindy Groth, a 6-footer who can play anywhere. I mean, in many respects, she is a guard in this team. She also can score inside. Lindy Groth leads the team in scoring and rebounding.
Jessie Slendy, a Miss Basketball finalist, 5'10" senior for the Velva Aggies, averages 14 points a game. By position, she's a center. By skill, she's a center, a guard, and a forward because she does it all.
Yeah, reminiscent of Groth. Yeah. Both players do many of the like things for each team.
Now, let's introduce you to tonight's starting lineups. And they're brought to you by the new Dodge and your friendly Dodge dealer for the Region 6 champion, Velva Aggies. At one guard, a 5'4" senior, Mandy Gaugler. At the other guard, a junior, 5'7", Sarah Rist, averages 8 points a game. We talked about her a second ago. She's in the middle for Velva, 5'10" senior, Jessie Slendy, 14 points, 5 rebounds, 3 steals a game. One forward, very aggressive sophomore, as you will see, Chelsea Hassauer, averages 15 a game to lead the Aggies. And the other forward, a 5'8" senior, Jennifer Miller, the head coach of the Velva Aggies, making their first ever trip to the state tournament. David Peterson in his 10th year.
The Orioles from Gackle-Streeter go like this at guard. Laura Elhart, she is a senior at 5'7". Her running mate in the backcourt is Christy Kinsley. She is also 5'7" and also a senior. Scott talked about the big three in the scoring. Well, these are the big three. Tanya Schlott, a 5'9" senior, averages 11 points a game. Jessica Zundell, just under 12 points a game. She is a sophomore left-hander at 5'10", and we told you a little bit about Lindy Groth. No doubt she is the best player on the Gackle-Streeter Orioles, who are coached by Lindy's father, Ron Groth. Ron in his first year as head coach at Gackle-Streeter.
Coming up next, Velva and Gackle-Streeter as we kick off semifinal night at the State B.
Max doing? He's doing okay. So how long before Max can play again? Well, the vet said Max will be back to his old self in a couple of days.
Even the interior of the Chevy Blazer was designed to make you feel at ease. Chevy Blazer, a little security in an insecure world.
Now is the best time of year to see your hometown West Dakota Chevy dealer.
Get ready to taste life for the first time, people.
Watch out now. You want to taste life? Then take a big swig of this new Pepsi One. This one's got it all. The most awesome cola taste. That's bigger than the Wild Blue yonder. With only 1 calorie. You want to taste one? Yeah. You want one? Yeah. You want one?
You got one for me?
Put your tray table up and prepare for takeoff, my man.
New Pepsi One.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red flare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The telecast of these tournament games has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. Lee, Scott, and John referred to this as almost a home game for Velva because of their close geographical proximity to the location here. Well, heck, road games are nothing new to Gackle-Streeter. I mean, if you're the Orioles, you're saying, hey, next year, why don't we play a couple home games for crying out loud?
Yeah, 15 of Gackle-Streeter's last 16 games have been played away from the home gym. And in fact, Ron Groth even joked when we had that home game, I wanted to put the kids on the bus, drive them around for 30 minutes, and then stop in front of the school so we could play.
They met back on September 25th. And Velva beat Gackle-Streeter 55-49. It was one of those steps in Velva becoming the #1 ranked team in the state after beginning the season unranked.
Yeah, and then shortly after that, Velva turned around and beat Botno and then jumped into that #1 position.
Gackle-Streeter goes to work offensively. They turn it over. Jennifer Miller to the other end, and Miller scores off the early turnover, and Velva leads 2-0.
Well, Velva forced Mayport CG into 35 turnovers yesterday. It's the first time I've ever seen a team in Mayport CG have as many turnovers as field goal attempts, but of course, a lot of that is the defense of the Aggies.
Man-to-man defense for Velva. Slindy, who is the Miss Basketball finalist, draws the assignment on Tanya Schlott, and here's another turnover.
She won't stop ever.
Hossauer definitely does not stop when she goes to the basket, and she'll try to go to the line to convert the three-point play. And if there's one thing that we've seen out of Chelsea Hossauer is that when she gets the ball, she goes one play, straight to the hoop.
Shields instant replay, exceptional at this. She grabs the ball, goes floor to one end of the floor to the other, a 5'10" sophomore. And really, that girl who you're looking at there, Coach David Peterson says, has kind of been the key to this team's improvement. Even though all 5 starters are back from her freshman to sophomore year, Hossauer made a huge step, and the team made a huge step.
51 seconds into the game, and it's a 5-0 Velva lead, and the Aggies are going to get the ball back as it was tied up. Jennifer Miller tied it up with Schlott, and Ron Groth wants an early timeout. We'll keep it here as it's a 20-second timeout.
But one of those must-dos of those early keys to the game, points. I mean, there's no secret if you've been following Gackle-Streeter or just joining us now. Gackle-Streeter is a team that has struggled to score points. And so far, they haven't gotten a look at all at the basket. A couple of nice defensive plays. This last possession, third possession, never even got a chance to get into an offensive set. So I think the timeout there is just one of those deals to try and remind the gals to get into an offensive set. But Gackle-Streeter, we talked about lack of scoring, but they have won their way into this tournament with defense. The last 11 teams, I don't think anyone scored over 40 points.
No, they haven't. 11 straight opponents of Gackle-Streeter under 40. Rebound underneath goes to Zundell for Gackle-Streeter.
And Jennifer Miller, who shot that three-point attempt, one of the few three-point attempts you'll see from Velva. They're not a team that lives outside the arc.
Neither of these teams are real adept at shooting the three. Each average around 3 or 4 three-point attempts. Not makes, but attempts each game. So rather untypical for Class B basketball. 5-0 Velva lead. A minute and a half into the game. Slindy is posted up inside. They get it to her. She goes to work on the low blocks. And 1 and out. As the Orioles did a good job at the defensive boards. One of their keys coming into the game. Here's Groth, who is very adept at playing inside-outside. Takes it on the dribble. She's double-teamed.
As you see, as soon as the Groth put the ball down, there's Hossauer helping out again.
Well, Groth got a real good look at the basket, and she scores on her own foul.
Well, try to keep an eye on that, Dan, to see if when Groth puts the ball on the floor, if Hossauer will try to make a double. She did twice on that particular instance, but Groth got the offensive rebound. Lindy on Schlindy down inside.
Lindy on Schlindy. Hossauer shot it off, and another rebound for Zundell. Had it nearly stolen away from behind.
And that's a matchup on when the ball is off to your right that I'll keep watching, because Lindy Groth has they meaning Gackle-Streeter, like to almost use her as a help type of defender, but they can't in this game. They need her to guard the Miss Basketball candidate, so we'll see how that plays out.
Growth at 6 foot, brings it up, cuts to the basket, but she traveled.
So there's, a huge example there of where a 6 foot, in essence, guard, I know we mentioned her as a center or whatever off the top of her floor, but she's playing point. Boy, you flash a 6-footer right down the heart of the lane.
Is that a luxury?
Yeah.
Gackle. Pretty much a true point guard, averages just a couple of points a game. Here goes Hassauer inside the paint again, and the ball kept alive by the Aggies' Jennifer Miller. Miller banging her way to the baseline, and she's fouled.
Well, I think Jennifer Miller's, the first points of this game scored by Miller on that steal and lay-in could be a big thing for Velva. She was instant replay, and number 12 is who we're talking about. She was actually a little upset with herself yesterday. Didn't play all that strong a game in her mind. 5.3 rebounds, but boy, anytime you get a win, you played well.
Miller tries again. It's well short, and the third rebound of this quarter for Zundel. 5-2. And the second straight traveling violation on Ruby Grove. 4:32 remaining in the first quarter of the semifinals of the State B. Velva 5 and Gackle-Streeter
2. Sometimes when I get the ball, it feels like I can fly. Like I can go up and up and up. Especially when I have a glass of Gackle fat-free chocolate milk before a game. Then I know I can fly. Of course, it helps to have a big brother, too. Gackle makes good things better.
Well, if I had money, I'd tell you what I'd do.
We got the best truck at the best deal, Ford Explorer.
And during Ford truck season, we leased our 99 Explorer for only $299 a month. Woo, go crazy. A 210 horsepower V6, air conditioning, automatic transmission, and a CD player, all for $299 a month.
Yeah, I wish we could have got that kind of deal on the house.
I want to buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we'll get crazy about the best-selling, best-built truck here in National Ford Truck Show.
Some of the Gackle-Streeter fans, and they are no strangers to the State B. This is their 4th trip in the 90s. They were here in 90, 91, and 94. And the first ever trip to the State B for either the Velva boys or girls. Hassauer throws one up for the far baseline. Kept alive, scrambled for, and the tie-up will give the ball to Gackle-Streeter.
Well, you've already seen in this game how aggressive to the basket Chelsea Hassauer is. That's the main reason she leads Velva in scoring, also leads the team in rebounding, which sounds a little odd when you have a missed basketball finalist in Jessie Slindy, who doesn't lead her team in scoring and rebounding, but she does everything. As her points went down, her team got better.
This time, Gross starts on the inside, got a shot off, but Hassauer has the rebound. Here she comes, and she'll probably go right down the middle of the lane here, late. But she dumps it off to Miller, and Miller scores inside. Well, Elhart finally, I guess, got brave enough to get in front of her because everyone knows she just goes straight down the middle, forced the pass, but it was a good pass. Velva defeated Mayport CG in overtime yesterday, 52-49. Gackle-Streeter beat South Hart 39-35. That's how the two teams got to the semifinals. Ball batted away by Hassauer. Gaugler has it. Hassauer gets position off the deep baseline drive. And she has 5 in the quarter for Velva, and it's 9-2 Aggies. Tight man-to-man defense for Velva. Inside the Orioles go. Following her own miss is Jessica Zundel.
I think that was blocked. Because it went up with the right hand from the right side, and Zundel was left-handed, even though we were screened a little. Gets the right-hander. That was probably one of the best offensive looks that Gackle-Streeter has had in this game so far.
Gackle, despite having a size advantage tonight. Would actually like a little bit of an open court to operate in, Lee.
Yeah, teams that have taken them and zoned or got, which Velva doesn't, they're a man-to-man team. You're right, spacing to get the big gals shots, just like that. Well, the two you gave Zundel, you can put back in your book now. That's right.
4 straight for the Orioles, and they get within 3. And the 6 points that they have come from that front line that Ron Grove hopes produces 45 points tonight. Hassauer travels. Leah Melhoff, a 5'5" senior, into the Velva lineup. Also in for the Aggies, Kayla Efforts, a 5'5" junior.
And Gackle-Streeter brought in number 53, Tessa Zenker. Well, Velva continues that theme of creating turnovers, though. Hassauer's 3 is off the mark. Slindy battles for the rebound underneath with Zenker, and the Aggies retain possession. Stephanie Pesa, 5'7" senior, checks in for Velva. So the Aggies going deep into their reserves here, playing 8 players in the first quarter. 3-pointer for Jennifer Miller, and she made 21 on the season to lead Velva. She had 1 yesterday, and that one here, we mentioned earlier, her first attempt from out there. Not many Velva players will shoot the 3, but she is one. Lobbed inside. And earning the trip to the free throw line will be Zundel. Zundel will shoot 2. The foul on Pesa, I believe. Shields All Sports Instant Replay. We'll check out the lob pass. Goes down low. Number 40 is Pesa. 43 is Zundel. And she will shoot 2. She's been on a tear here late in the season. At 20 in the regional finals to help Gackle-Streeter get here. Yeah, that was 20 of 37. That was a 37-34 win over Napoleon. Hits 1 and 2 free throws. Amy Grove, 5'10", 8th grader. Number 31 into the Gackle-Streeter lineup. Sister and daughter, if you're wondering. 12-7, the Velva lead with 1:05 to play in the first quarter. And for a team that doesn't make many threes, Velva has 2 in the first quarter. Well, that now puts Melhoff second on the team in 3-pointers made, and she has 5. They made 21 all season long in 26 games, and they've got 2 in the first quarter. That's a good sign, isn't it? I guess so. Long-range jumper was off by Schlott. Here comes Slindy to Miller. Counter. And a foul. 9 first quarter points for Jennifer Miller, and she's going to the free throw line. Slindy down the near side of the floor finds her senior teammate, who is left-handed and loves the left-handed side of the floor. Drew the foul, the first one on Growth, and a chance for a 3-point play. They get it, and if you're David Peterson, you look up, you're up by 11, and your Miss Basketball finalist hasn't scored yet. What a sign for the Velva Aggies here in the first quarter of the game. But she has done those other little things that made her a Miss Basketball finalist. The steals, that last play in the Shields Instant Replay you saw, perfect assist. There's a steal. Another fine steal there, anticipating the inlet pass, and knocked it away. And she has, what, over 1,300 points for her career, too, so it's not like she hasn't scored. Her scoring, as we mentioned, went down this year. As her scoring went down, her team got better. Melhoff will try the 3, in and out. I thought it was going in from our angle. A strong first quarter for Velva. Miller has 10 in the quarter. The Aggies lead 18-7.
I don't think there's any question that employees have a real comfort level with Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the employer has a real sense of security with Blue Cross Blue Shield because we've been there and will be there in the future. I have literally hundreds of companies that have been with Blue Cross Blue Shield for decades. I think that speaks volumes of our approach to service and our approach to long-term relationship with companies.
Think of Home of Economy as Santa Claus South. A stroll down the Home of Economy aisles is just like a walk in an enchanted workshop. Their Santa-approved selection includes toys by Fisher-Price, Play School, Little Tykes, Ertl, and Tonka. You'll find games, toys, dolls, and so much more. Home of Economy knows Santa can only carry so much, so they're ready to take care of all the rest. Home of Economy's toy department. It's where a lot of happy holidays begin. Home of Economy, 83 South, Minot.
All right, welcome back to the Minot State Dome. I'm here with the Gackle-Streeter cheerleaders. Let's just get your name real quick.
Steph Williams, Katie Shoemaker, Norris Burley, Shauna Kao, Amber Wynn.
All right, haven't had much to cheer about, but they're doing their job. Back to you guys.
David Peterson in his 10th year as head coach of Velva.
Won yesterday in overtime by 3. Otherwise, that's the closest Velva has gotten to be. I mean, Granville came to within 3, but of course, it's not as close as a three-pointer in overtime.
Groth lobs it inside, and a beautiful pass. Groth sets up Jessica Zundell.
Well, if you watch the pro game, pro basketball very much, they talk about a two-man game, the old basic pick and roll against a man-to-man. It's exactly what happened right there.
Turnovers haunted Gackle-Streeter in that first quarter.
8 turnovers and 8 field goal attempts.
Zundell tries for the steal. Can she keep it alive? No, she can't.
And again, Velva did that yesterday to Mayport CG when they looked at that final stat sheet yesterday and went, wow, 35 turnovers and 35 field goal attempts. I mean, that's awesome defensive effort.
Yeah. Elhard and Schlott back into the Gackle-Streeter lineup. Gaugler picks up the dribble at the top of the key, and she's hounded defensively by Elhard. Gaugler gets around Elhard, couldn't hold the handle on it, and Gackle-Streeter has a chance to put a little dent into their 9-point deficit. Underneath, and Schlott off the fine feed from Christy Kinsley.
And it all started on the fine defensive play by Lindy Groth. Groth went down to the floor to get that turnover, and then it was, what, 3 passes in a bucket. Nice fast break. Gravel?
Yes, it is. Slindy, who wears number 34, and there's Ron Groth, his first year, 22nd timeout.
And actually, Ron said that he had some reservation about actually taking the head coaching position. He works at the school already, and he's there, but he's got principal and 2 daughters on the team. And one of his daughters started the fast break, and it ends up coming down to the senior, Tanya Schlott. I guess that would be kind of a hard choice, because you take yourself basically out of the realm of being able to be a dad. Because if you're a coach, you have to coach. You can't just sit back and watch and be happy. You're so into what was happening.
Gackle-Streeter trailing by 11. Opening minute and a half of the second quarter. Watford City and Washburn play the second semifinal game later tonight. All alone on the far side of the bucket, near side to us actually. Schlott, and Groth was able to spot her, and Gackle-Streeter gets it within 5.
Yeah, you meant the nice pass from the far side of the bucket, right?
That's what I meant. You understood me.
Of course.
Cut off at the baseline. There's efforts. Ball tapped around. Schlott. And Slindy continues to be pretty quiet on the offensive end.
Well,
Velva.
she has to play with this set and who they have. She has to play inside. Her freshman and sophomore year, she was a guard, primarily, exclusively a guard, basically. And now she's had to work her way inside, which, of course, has made her a tremendous all-around player. She has big hands, too. She can palm a basketball.
Let's see if she puts it on the floor here and maybe goes to the basket. Takes baseline. Triple team. Hossauer. First shot spins out.
And of course, if you have black jerseys all around you, you know someone's open. That was a good look by Velva.
Good look and a good defensive sag job on Lindy when she went to the baseline. Miller, who had the big first quarter, back into the Velva lineup. 5:09 to play second quarter.
See that headband on number 12 there? She kind of started the headband thing a couple of years ago. Just became the first to wear it. Some of her teammates have picked up on it. Some of the other teams around the area have picked up on it.
And that's why you're wearing one tonight, right?
Yes.
Yes. Hot has 6 in the second quarter. And how about Gackle-Streeter? Down and struggling early in the first quarter, has pulled within 4. Gaugler. Kind of risky bounce pass in the middle of the paint. There was nothing but black jerseys there.
I'm not sure who it was intended to. Hossauer was back there, but Miller was on a cut.
It's 8 straight points for Gackle-Streeter here in the second quarter. Can they make it 10? They do. A 10-point run by the Orioles, and they're within 1.
Sundell with 2 of those buckets. Schlott with 3 of those baskets. Wow, what a difference at the beginning of this quarter.
It was 18-7 Velva at the end of the first quarter.
And they're going to call Slindy on a push. I believe foul on 34. Yes, it is. And I believe this would be our timeout.
Right you are. Yee, who wears the headband. 4:15 remaining in the half, and Gackle-Streeter has rallied to within 1.
Dodge Durango can tow up to 7,400 pounds, nearly half a ton more than its nearest competitor. That's 2 extra dirt bikes, 1 more great big water toy, or 1 more baby grand. Hey, my Durango tows more toys. Gonna lose his wimpy towing blues. Oh, yeah.
The Dome at Minot State University in the State B Girls semifinals. Velva in the gold, Gackle-Streeter in the black. Gackle-Streeter trailed by 11. About 4 minutes ago, they have possession with a chance to take the lead. Just outside the free throw line, the field goal attempt by Zundell was off. Lindy distant to wrist, and Sarah Wrist has her first field goal of the game.
Well, I like the fact that Velva's pushed the pace and that last time up, and now a little full court here. Try to get the girls, I think, just back going in a positive mind frame.
Zundell will inbounds for Gackle-Streeter. She's thinking about it anyway. But then she's saying, you know, Velva's got the ball, so I guess I better play a little defense.
Could have stood there longer, maybe she'd have got the ball.
You know, the art of persuasion. Could have maybe talked him into it. Gaugler moves just inside the free throw line. Slindy will take the shot, and it's strong. Hossauer follows. Well, Hossauer was way out high when the shot was made, actually over or further away than the free throw line, and it popped straight out, and as she does so well, she was right down the middle of the lane, this time for a rebound. Velva has stemmed the tide a bit here. They scored the last 4 points, and off the
Gackle-Streeter turnover will go to work again. Actually, off the full court, there at back-to-back turnovers. One thing that Ron Gross said is that pressure this year has not really bothered the team much. Well, in those last two possessions, it did. In fact, he kind of likes pressure because at times it opens up the floor for the Orioles.
Here's Melhoff, who had a three-pointer back in the first quarter.
Since they shoot it, you're hot.
Maybe she will right here. Miller thought about it. Hassauer on the offensive boards as she was fouled by Zundell.
Well, more often than not, a miss from a baseline is going to kick long. Watch this in the Shields instant replay. Effort shot from the baseline, kicks long. Hassauer knew that. She kind of backed Zundell back underneath the bucket, so the only way the ball could go was to her. Nice job on the boards.
Chelsea Hassauer, just a sophomore at 5'10". From a year ago, the most improved player. Even though she was only freshman a year ago, she has really taken a step forward this year.
As we talked a little bit about in that first quarter, you know, Coach Peterson says, hey, I think she is one of the main reasons that our team made a nice big improvement.
Velva leads by 6. This is the 98 girls state feed.
Step right up.
When would you like to dance?
Guard, you lead.
Oh.
First, there was Chevy Suburban. Then came Lincoln, Lexus, Mercedes, and the others. And in the end, the one that started it all is still the one that tows the most, pulls the most, and does the most. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
Now is the best time of year to see your hometown West Dakota Chevy dealer.
Across the state of North Dakota in the Fargo Grand Forks area on KVLY TV 11, KFYR Bismarck, KMOT Minot, KQCD Dickinson, and KUMV in Williston. 2:40 remaining in the first half. Velva 24, Gackle-Streeter 17. Slindy comes up with the steal, spins in the paint, crossover, follows, and that rolls off. Hassauer follows.
Boy, Hassauer, now she's what, in double figures now, but it all started on a steal by Slindy. Slindy, when Schlott was trying to cross over, just reached right in there. Very nice job defensively.
Wow, the two teams have traded runs here now in this quarter. Gackle got within a point at 18-17. Velva has scored 8 straight to get its lead back up to 9.
And Hassauer has keyed that run. Well, she has 6 of the 8, I believe.
That's right. Melhoff for 3, she's got it. I told her she was hot. She had to shoot it. 2 threes in the game from Melhoff. It's an 11-0 run for Velva.
And you talk, as we mentioned, you know, Velva doesn't and hasn't throughout the year made a lot of three-pointers or taken a lot. What a huge bonus when you get those, though.
And a charging foul will go against Growth.
Hassauer again. Watch number 42. Planted, and then she gets planted. Chelsea was to the spot first. That's the key defensively. You have to beat the offensive player to the spot. She did that clearly.
Melhoff, 5'5" senior, running the Velva offense for the undefeated and number 1 ranked Aggies. They weren't even in the poll to begin the season. Who was voting on that poll? Lee, is that you?
No, it wasn't me.
Miller was fouled in the act of shooting.
Actually, I think he might be saying the foul on Zinker was must have been after the shot.
I guess it is.
On the floor after the shot.
First on Zinker.
You mean you're not on the Class B poll?
No, I'm not. I cannot take responsibility for that. Miller lobs it inside. It was batted and tipped and kept alive, but it comes right back out to Velva's Kayla Effers, and she has her first basket of the game. The run continues for the Aggies.
And 8 points off the bench for Velva, too. Nice little boost there. The 8 points that Velva has scored off the bench is about what the bench has averaged this year.
Swindy, a pull-up. It's a 15-0 run by Velva. And Slindy has her first bucket of the game here in the final minute of the first half.
This is like home run derby, man. It's all or nothing.
Isn't that
8-0, 15-0.
They go inside to the younger girl. The 8th grader, Amy. Her shot was off, and with 16 seconds remaining, Velva will look for the last shot of the half. It's a good person to have the ball right there. Now it's Melhoff. Efforts, and it drops in. It's a three-pointer. Boy, oh boy, things are going Velva's way here. And they close the first half with an 18-0 run. It's 36-17 Aggies at the half when we go to John Cole.
David, certainly this one a half of runs for your team, and what a way to end the first half.
Yeah, that was a big bucket there by Kayla. That was she's had a heck of a first half for us. I don't know, we just, the whole second quarter there, we finally got things going. They made a good run at us, and the girls just kept their head up. And but I tell you, we still got 16 minutes of ball game, and I can tell you Gackle's not going to quit, so we got to keep going.
Yeah, try to put the defense together a little bit more solidly in the second half.
Right, there's a few times that we did not do a very good job helping on the weak side, and but overall there, I was pretty pleased.
All right, thank you for the visit.
Yeah,
we'll see you now. Gentlemen.
Thank you, John Cole. Well, this is a capsule of the final 4 minutes of the second quarter for Velva. Kayla Efforts hits the three-pointer at the buzzer. It drops in. And at the half, thanks to an 18-0 run, Velva leading Gackle-Streeter 36-17.
Well, if I had money, tell you what I'd do.
During National Ford Truck Season, I got a 99 Northland Edition F-150. It's a super cab 4x4 that came with chrome wheels, the off-road package, and 4 doors standard.
Ford makes the only line of standard 4-door super cabs in America.
And it's only $279 a month with a truck built just for the Northland. I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we'll get crazy about the best-selling, best-built trucks during National Ford Truck Season.
Cenex convenience stores are in tune with today's busy lifestyles. They provide quality products and friendly service and are growing to serve you even better. So stop by, whether you're on the go or want a little break in the action.
You and me and Cenex Land O'Lakes are partners we can trust. That's right.
This is the North Dakota Farmers Union Insurance Halftime Report. Farmers Union Insurance, the right product, the right people, in all the right places. Serving all the great state of North Dakota, they want you to know you're never alone. At the half, undefeated, top-ranked Velva leading Gackle-Streeter 36-17.
The team is led by officers.
And performing at the half, the Hazen Highlights.
And Captain Amy Mathias. They're coached by Ayal Rajinski. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hazen Highlights.
and highlights here at halftime of semifinal game number 1. I'm with Kyle Rodzinski, the team's advisor, and boy, you guys, you wouldn't know it by watching, but you guys haven't been practicing too long.
No, exactly 16 days. We coincide with the boys basketball winter sports in Class B, so we've just started our season, and this is a routine that we learned at summer dance camp.
You guys have been to a lot of tournaments, though. Do you have a lot of tournament veterans on your squad?
Yes, we do, actually. There are 7 rookies out there tonight making quite a first appearance. But, yes, we have been very fortunate and done well at state competitions, and we have performed at both boys and girls tournaments.
And I don't know if we mentioned this earlier, but this is your first performance of the year, and not a bad place to debut, huh?
Thanks so much. We're really having a good time here tonight, enjoying the tournament and going out for a little dinner afterwards.
All right, maybe I'll tag along and join you guys if it's on you guys. Let's watch some more of the highlights.
Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Hazen highlights.
The Hazen highlights at the half. You're watching the State B Girls Basketball Tournament along the North Dakota NBC Sports Network.
A tradition of academic excellence, University of Mary graduates learn the meaning of success. The University of Mary offers 24 undergraduate majors and graduate programs in nursing, business, education, and physical therapy. Our faculty is the foundation upon which an outstanding education is built. Private education at an affordable cost, providing a Christian, Catholic, Benedictine learning environment. The road to your success begins at the University of Mary.
Standing together, our hopes and our dreams.
Your local Farmers Union insurance agent offers one-stop peace of mind for life's ups and downs. Receive a discount on your auto insurance when you insure your home with the Farmers Union Mutual Insurance Company.
Highways for home, knowing you're never alone.
Farmers Union Insurance of North Dakota.
Well, 2 things jump off this screen at me anyway, Dan, is 13. Velva, 13 more shots than Gackle-Streeter, hitting nearly 50% of them, and then the 13 turnovers. Gackle-Streeter turning the ball over 13 times. Velva 5, Velva with a +3 rebound and 3 more points from the free throw line. So, yeah, that's a pretty good first half number-wise for Velva. I like the fact that they got up nearly 30 shots, though.
No doubt about it. I think individually a couple things stick out. Velva, when Jennifer Miller is scoring, becomes even a much more tougher basketball team. She had 10 in that first half. And then individually, a couple of numbers you won't see there. One of them you do. Melhoff was 6, but Velva got 11 points from its bench in the first half.
Yes, indeed. 6 from Melhoff and Kayla Efforts with 5. But Lindy Groth with 2, I think, is also a credit to the gal who you see there with 11 points. That's Chelsea Hassauer, because she was matched up for most of that time. And one of the keys for Velva was to have someone other than Lindy Groth handle the basketball. But when Groth has had the ball, they have still forced her individually to give it up 5 times. Very, very good. You think that's why they're undefeated?
I guess so. And leading at the half, 36-17. This is the girls' State B live from the Minot State Dome.
My mom and dad go to First Western because they say First Western keeps the money right here. Instead of sending it off to the big city, it doesn't help anybody. And if the money goes away, so are the people. That's why I like First Western. This is my home and I want everyone to stay. Except Jimmy. He can go. He's a stinker.
First Western. Together, we're banking on Minot.
Speed, quickness, and power are very important to me, and through the Sports Kinetics program, I feel that I have significantly increased in all those areas. The trainers here push you. They try to make you reach your limits and go one step further to make you that much better. I would definitely recommend the Trinity Sports Connects program to any athlete who's looking to enhance their athletic performance in any particular sport.
Call Trinity Sports Kinetics, 857-5286.
The Velva Aggies back on the court, and we await the Gackle-Streeter Orioles. And when Gackle-Streeter comes back, we'll have a chat with Ron Grove, the head coach of Gackle-Streeter.
I guess when you have an 18-7 first quarter and then an 18-point run in the second quarter to close the thing out, David Peterson just says, hey, good job, girls. Go do that.
Yeah.
Go do that again.
Nice job.
We'll be all right.
Yeah, exactly. Another 18-point run will be okay. Velva making its first trip to the State B basketball tournament. Velva, of course, has had some outstanding football teams and outstanding wrestling teams. In fact, there are 4 Velva natives on the roster of the Bison football team. Had great wrestling programs through the years, and this is their first trip to the State B.
Well, Velva, we talked a little bit about not rated right away. Well, and really the best stretch of the game, the season, Velva beat Gackle on a Friday, Richmond Taylor on a Saturday, and then Botno that's next Tuesday. That's when they realized that they were really good.
Let's go to Scott Peters.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm with Ron Grove, head coach of Gackle-Streeter. Coach, you came out in the second quarter and played real well, made it a 1-point game. What did you tell them to try to get back to that style?
Quit making so many turnovers. We had way too many turnovers, and when they got a little run, we lost our composure out there. So just got to quit doing that.
You end the half on the downside of an 18-0 run. What's the team's mood? Did you have to pick them up a little bit? What's the team's mood right now?
Well, we just got to come out this third quarter and pick it up. We got to have some stops on defense, and every time down offense, get a good shot opportunity and hope to close the gap by the fourth quarter.
Okay, good luck in the second half, Coach. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Scott. The Peacock making its presence here at the Minot State Dome. We're at the half. You're watching the State B along the North Dakota NBC network.
This is my new Chevy Silverado. It's got a more powerful V8 and a bigger extended cab than Ford F-150 or Dodge Ram, which is a good thing because there's a lot of ground to cover out here.
On George Strait's ranch, bigger, stronger, smarter, and more powerful can only mean one thing. There's a new truck at work. Silverado, the truck from Chevrolet.
She's all I need. See your West Dakota Chevy dealer today.
Out here, a lot can go through your mind. Questions pop up from nowhere. What's my boy gonna be? And my girl? Is my family secure? What's the weather hold in store?
He can shut off his combine at the end of the day. Now, if only that were true for his concerns. That's where we can help. Farm Credit Services. Real solutions for a growing America.
You know, Velva's got a pretty hardcore section of student fans. They call themselves the Elite 12. Now, yesterday they came in Chippendale outfits, bow ties, no shirts, and they're down there in the Velva Inn tonight dressed as elves. That's the Gackle-Streeter fans, but there they are, the Elite 12. They're into the game, and we're back into the game. Yeah. Underneath, Grote counted.
Very good pass. Blocked. Found Grove cutting on the other far side and somehow filtered a pass in there. I know it had to go past and around and through quite a few hands, but it did hit the mark.
Well, it takes Gackle-Streeter all of 8 seconds in the third quarter to put a stop to that 18-0 run. Gaugler, the point guard for Velva.
Both teams playing a very clean first half. Neither team got close to the bonus.
Gaugler moves inside, lobs underneath from Miller, high off the glass. And pulling the rebound away is Zundell. She said, that's mine. Kinsley loses it. Gackle-Streeter will still have possession.
I thought during the halftime break, Dan, you made a very good point there about number 12, Miller, on when Velva has its big games, Miller is playing well in those games. And, of course, she had the 10 points in the first quarter, got Velva off to a very good start.
Zundell lobs deep inside, and she's able to gather herself, Lindy Groth that is, and kind of back herself back into shooting position.
Well, Groth has both of the buckets so far for Gackle-Streeter. Both of those baskets came down low, so it looks like they're going to put the 6-footer down inside and attack it that way.
Osauer double team, kicks it out, and it drops, and that's Sarah Rist.
Boy, the basket today seems so much more friendly than it did yesterday. So many balls on all 4 games yesterday, bounced a couple times and then rolled off.
Yeah.
There was an example of Rist had one, bounced a couple times, then went down.
Well, and the shooting percentages in the first half of this game, 50% for Gackle-Streeter, 48 for Velva, would have ranked as 2 of the better performances if you put those numbers onto yesterday.
The 2 best, I think.
Because there were only 2 teams, Washburn and Mayport CG, that shot above 40% yesterday. But so far in this game, each team shooting pretty well. The long lob inside. The lob was intended for Schlott, but it went off her hand.
You know, from that far out and having to lob it that high, it's kind of a tough pass sometimes to connect on, because when you make an adjustment to the ball on a pass that was overthrown a little bit, you're underneath the basket or almost out of bounds.
Slindy to her right, to her left, pull up. Miller tried to keep it alive. Now here comes Kinsley. Can't finish.
Schlott got the rebound.
Knocked out of bounds, but Gackle-Streeter retains possession, and Angela Berkeley, a 5'8" junior, into the Oriole lineup. Growth inbounds. Kinsley looks inside. Lindy gets the defensive assignment on Berkeley, who just checked into the game. They get Zundell free in the low block. And Jessica Zundell is 9 of the game for Gackle-Streeter. Osauer. The bank shot by Gaugler was off, and on the floor battling for Gackle-Streeter is Zundell, and the possession arrow pointing Velva's way. Opening 3 minutes of the third quarter, Velva leading by 15.
I'm crazy about National Ford Truck Season.
Well, if I had the money, I'll tell you what I do.
You talk about Ford's truck season. With these 99 Ford Super Duties, these tough rigs are all over this job site. Why? Because you'd be crazy to pass up a truck that offers the roomiest cab in its class, a big Triton V8 engine, and 4 doors as standard equipment. I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck to cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we'll get crazy about the best-selling, best-built trucks during National Ford Truck Season.
Woo! There's been something missing from the heart of Minot. An advanced cardiology program with complete diagnostic, surgical, and rehab services. That's all changed now. Unimed's new heart center is complete, comprehensive, and linked with one of the most prestigious heart groups in America. We share their expertise, training, even their specialists, everything. When Unimed said the best and the brightest, they have delivered.
The folks out in Dickinson are watching tonight on KQCD in what is truly statewide coverage here of the tournaments. And the basket underneath Osauer.
And the foul. Statewide and beyond, we might add.
No Borders are going to hold this tournament in.
First team foul. Osauer will shoot one.
Osauer bumped by Schlott. Second one on Tanya. We might as well officially welcome everyone from Minnesota, South Dakota, and Montana. And maybe Canada, who we're taking a peek in.
40-23, the Velva lead. Falls loose. Osauer has it. Here come the Aggies. Miller tries for three. Can you believe Velva with 4 threes on the game tonight?
No, in a word, I don't.
And their lead is at an even 20. And Ron Groth wants to talk about it with his Gackle-Streeter Orioles. We'll be back right after this.
Our partners we can trust. That's right.
Dodge Ram was the first and is still the only full-size pickup to be ranked most appealing by J.D. Power & Associates. It was the first to offer a 10-cylinder engine, and it was the first quad cab. And now, for the first time, we're offering $1,000 back on the truck that changed the rules. But hurry, this is one first that won't last. $1,000 cash back on 98 Rams ends November 30th.
The Velva fans are loving it, huh, Lee? Check that out.
As well they should. A 20-point lead. And we're not even halfway through the third quarter.
Here's Lindy Groth. Schlott moves inside and hits the shot. And Anya Schlott has 10 in the game. All 25 points have been scored by that Gackle-Streeter front line. They were hoping to get 45 out of them. They thought that would be a good fuel to a victory. Well, they've got 25, but they still trail by a bunch. Hossauer strong inside off the glass.
Boy, there's just no doubt what she thinks about when she gets the ball. She is offensive-minded.
And she made that impression with you and I in the opening 3 minutes of yesterday's opening round. And Velva is doing this again with Jessie Slindy, 1,300 career score, and a Miss Basketball finalist having scored just 2 points. And if I'm Washburn and Watford City watching this, that raises my eyebrows a little bit and draws a little concern for a possible matchup tomorrow night.
Also, you mentioned Miss Basketball. We'll tell you who that is at the conclusion tomorrow.
Hossauer took it away from Schlott, but Schlott came back strong. Tried to make the play and knock it away, but she did pick up the foul.
Shields instant replay. Here's what Dan was just talking about. Spin and the reach in. Schlott all of a sudden went, uh-oh, I don't have the ball anymore, but she made a very good recovery to come back and knock it out of Hossauer's hands on the other end. Miller's pass was errant. Well, Hossauer was looking over at Melhoff and going, is that for you? Or was it for me? Because it split the two.
Yeah.
Actually, my guess is that it was toward Melhoff.
I'm thinking so.
Because it had some mighty big juice behind it. Chelsea was going to catch it.
The lob underneath.
Turnovers continue. Just play Gackle-Streeter. Gackle-Streeter's having a hard time of finding a good look at the basket because they're not holding on to the ball.
13 turnovers in that first half for Gackle-Streeter, and boy, the direct correlation between the number of opportunities, shot opportunities, was 13 between the two teams. The same number of turnovers the Orioles had in the first half. Slindy dumps it inside. Hossauer forced one up through the double team, and it was knocked out of bounds, but Velva will keep it.
Well, a couple of minutes ago, we talked about Slindy and the fact that she has 2 points. There is a perfect example of why she only has 2 points. Because she spun, she's only 15 foot away, so she didn't think shot. She thought teammate down low. I know that Hossauer will be there. I'll try to hit her with it.
Pesa back into the Velva lineup. She wears number 40. Another three-point attempt. Pesa gets the rebound. You know, Velva's thinking, now, heck, if the threes are falling tonight, we might as well each try to get a piece of them. scored 5 threes on the night.
Shields instant replay. Zenker picks up her second foul on this rebound. Give another look. And there's the reach across the top. Second one on the 11th grader.
Melhoff's inbound pass is knocked away by Zundell. Most of the scoring in this game tonight done by the team's front lines. The 4 forwards and 2 centers. That was a bomb, wasn't it?
Well, she has 2. I'm sure she said, Coach, I need a 3 a quarter. She's hit 1 in the first 2 quarters, so I'm going to keep putting it up.
Lindy Groth brings it up for Gackle-Streeter. Efforts defensively on her. Groth now gets inside, and there's a little bit of all of Lindy Groth's game, isn't it?
Yeah, brought the ball up, set the play, made a cut off the first pass, so showed guard in bringing it up, and then kind of a 3-player, a 3-guard, if you will, on the cut down low on the move to score inside.
Efforts. Little motion offense here for Velva.
Yeah, Velva just passing perimeter and cutting, using cutters to the basket.
Keeps everybody moving in the offensive end. Everybody interested.
Pass and move, yep. Kind of like a boxer throwing a jab. Stick and move, but this is pass and move. Don't stand around.
3-pointer. She's got it!
Unless you're going to shoot.
6 threes in the game for the Velva Aggies, who during the season averaged 3 attempts a game. I think they were sandbagging.
Well, I was going to say, you know, we talk to the coaches, and they're very honest about giving us information on what they're going to do in a particular game, so we can throw it or tell you about it, give you a little more insight at home. And David Peterson forgot to tell us today that the 3-point basket will be key in this game tonight.
Right. That's one thing he forgot. Or we're going to have to let him know that, too, after the game, you know.
I'm sure he's about as surprised as we are.
Sure he is. Slindy for Velva, leading 48-27. Velva was a team that won 20 games a year ago, finished 4th in the region, and brought everybody back. All 5 starters. But as Lee said, it wasn't until that stretch with Gackle-Streeter and
Richard and Taylor and then
Botno, in which they took over the #1 ranking in the state and have held it since.
Well, and really, even though the team's undefeated, the pressure's not to stay undefeated. The pressure is to get to the state tournament.
Yeah.
That's for every team. I mean, yes, you go out, you want to win every game, and if you do, it's great. But every team, the goal is not to go undefeated. It's to make it to this tournament and play on TV.
Melhoff. Efforts. Her shot is short. She gets it back. It is also short. 3 quarters complete. Velva definitely looking like the #1 team in State B. The Aggies lead 48-27.
Watch sports? Play sports? Here's a challenge. Be a good sport. Sportsmanship is showing support for the players on your team and your competitors.
It's being a good spectator, cheering for your side, not against your opponent.
It's showing respect for officials, even though you may not agree. And sportsmanship is contagious. You get what you give. The more you know about being a good sport, the more fun sports will be.
Shoulder to lean on, friends, wise and more.
Your hometown Farmers Union agent offers insurance coverage for your family, your farm, and your business. From the leader in agribusiness coverage, policies are tailored for city or farm, home, auto, marine, personal property, small business, or contractors. Security from a friend you can lean on.
See your local Farmers Union insurance agent today.
You're never alone.
Farmers Union Mutual Insurance.
41 from the field.
Folks, these young men from Velva have a special Norwegian cheer for us. Hit it, guys. 1, 2, 3. Ludefist, Lessa, Dashvella, we need a basket, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ludefist, Lessa, Dashvella, we need a basket, yeah, yeah, yeah. You're gonna love the state beat.
Ludefist, Lefsa, Pax Panaha, we need a basket. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you could have seen Dan practice that and get it down and perfect it yesterday, you spent hours on that, didn't you?
I wrote it out. I scripted it out. Underneath, Tanya Schlatt.
Boy, Gackle-Streeter has shot the ball well, but the simple fact is they haven't shot it enough. Only 6 shots in that third quarter, made 5 of them.
Yeah. And going back to the second quarter, they made 5 of 8. So for the last 2 quarters, they're shooting 10 of 14, but they're just not getting enough attempts. And of course, that T word has had a lot to do with that.
Turnovers.
Gaukler looks inside and a pretty pass to set up efforts for the basket,
which now gives Velva 13 points off the bench. Melhoff and Efforts.
Great effort. Opening minute of the fourth quarter. Washburn and Watford City waiting in the wings to play in the late semifinal game. 2 very veteran teams in terms of number of appearances in the State B, both Washburn and Watford City. David Peterson wants a 22nd timeout here.
Yeah, in fact, to follow up on that, Washburn and Watford City have the most State B girls appearances, each in their 8th trip to the state tournament.
Well, and last week at the Class A, we saw West Fargo pull the double championship as the Packers won the AAA football championship and the girls basketball championship. Watford's trying to make it a couple of state championships here in the fall after having won the AA football championship.
You talk about a team that just flat dominated. That Watford City football team dominated its class like none other, I don't think, this fall so far. I mean, there was no question.
Off the 22nd timeout. Hossauer moves along the baseline, and she was fouled by Amy Groth.
The 8th grader. Yeah, well, number 31. 8th grader has played a bunch of varsity minutes. You could tell she wasn't set. Slid in front of a Hossauer there in the Shields instant replay.
Not another one. This 3 was off by Sarah Rist. And, you know, they're confident shooting those 3s, aren't they?
Well,
Velva's taken more 3-point attempts tonight than probably what they have in a month's period of time during the regular season.
I suppose the girls are thinking, hey, that line is out there for a reason. Let's use it.
Lindy Gross steps inside that line. The shot came right back out to her like an old pinball machine. She followed up the shot, and she was fouled.
By Efforts. Efforts had the ball just ricochet right back over her head and into the hands of Gross. The one thing that Efforts forgot to do is once the shot was up, Kayla should have spun around and tried to get a body into Groth, and then she would have had the rebound.
Lindy Groth, it's easy to look at her and say, wow, she's 6 foot, she's just a post player. Well, that's not the case at all.
No, over 1,000 points in her high school career, and she'll be back next year.
She's played a lot of hoops. She began starting when she was an 8th grader. Miller has her pass batted away, and there's a fight for it on the floor. Held ball. 5:45 remaining here in the fourth quarter of our first semifinal game, and Velva leads Gackle-Streeter by 20.
What would you do if you were paralyzed in a car accident? Gary called the North Dakota Association for the Disabled.
Because I have an organization that's willing to help me in my time of need, and other organizations are out there, but they don't have the capability nor the means to help me. NEAD has always been there for me. It's always been there for other people.
This winter, let United Community Bank get you out of the cold and into the sun in Cancun, Mexico. Open a checking account and qualify for an instant cash and check card, and you'll be automatically registered to win a one-week winter vacation getaway for two to Cancun, Mexico. Stop by United Community Bank today for your chance to get out of the cold this winter and onto the warm tropical sands of Cancun. United Community Bank, member FDIC.
Well, the fans out in Watford City later tonight, we're watching on KUMB TV8 in Williston, and that's John Cole country.
Yes, indeed. Everybody knows JC.
You betcha. Sports is deeply rooted in that part of the country with John Cole at the helm. Slindy driving inside.
Well, you saw a shot of a lady sitting in the stands. That's right before that play happened. That was Darcy Schmeling, one of the Miss Basketball finalists from South Park. And she caught the free T-shirt that the Peacock was throwing into the crowd during the timeout.
She's got good hands. Schlott has the bucket. 14 in the game for Tanya Schlott. 5:15 to go. Hossauer, she's going to the basket. I can't believe it. 17 in the game. What a game of streaks, though.
Unbelievable.
It was 18-7 Velva after the end of the first quarter. Then Gackle-Streeter went on a 10-0 run to get with 18-17. But Velva ended the first half on an 18-0 run.
Up by 19 at halftime. Up by 21 at the end of the third.
A long lob for Amy Grove. She has her first basket of the game.
Oh, someone better help. She won't stop.
This time she dishes it out for Miller. Two-pointer this time for Jennifer Miller.
Well, that took both of the Gackle-Streeter players. Both of the Orioles who were back had to stop Hossauer because they know that she'll take it all the way. That left up either wing just wide open for an open jumper.
Schlott's shot is off. Growth follows, and that won't hold the rim. Sees a seam along the baseline, saw it. She was fouled on the play by Zundell.
Yeah, Zundell got caught at least a step behind the play. There was no way that Jessica was going to be able to get in front of Miller, who, again, with that left hand, favors the left side of the baseline and does a good job of going to the bucket.
Number 22, Sarah Rist back into the Velva lineup. Right before that shot, you saw Laura Elhard back in for Gackle-Streeter as the 8th grader, Amy Grove, gets a rest. Rist off the screen. Her shot is short. Here comes Schlott, pushing it ahead quickly for Kinsley. It's blocked away. Possession arrow will keep the ball in Gackle-Streeter's end.
Blocked away by Jennifer Miller, who in this game has played both ends of the floor very well.
Miller tips it that way, and it goes off Growth, apparently. It looked like from this angle that Miller tipped it initially, and then maybe it went off Growth.
Exactly. All angles. Depends on where you see the play from. Unless, of course, you're on the top row of the stands, then you see everything.
That's right. There's the long baseball pass, the home run pass from Miller. She's fouled on the play. Lindy was inbounding there and heaved it the length of the court. Three-quarters court, actually.
Fourth one on Zundell.
.335 remaining fourth quarter. Gaugler picks up her dribble. Pass was intended for Slindy. Stolen away by Schlott, who's played an outstanding second half for Gackle-Streeter on both ends of the court. And off the scrum in the paint, we'll have a foul.
That's a difficult pass to make, and it almost connected that time by Schlott. A full speed cross-court bounce pass. Almost made it to Kinsley.
3:20 to play here in the fourth quarter. Top-ranked, unbeaten Velva leading, and the Peacock, probably the most popular creature in the dome right now.
There's a lot of birds. We have 2 Cardinals teams and Eagles.
Oh, check out the hands.
And that was Darcy Schmeling.
Having fun at the state meet.
Silverado. It has a more powerful V8 engine than Dodge Ram and Ford F-150. It has a bigger extended cab. And it's the only pickup with 4-wheel anti-lock disc brakes standard on every model. It's the truck. The Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Silverado, the truck from Chevrolet.
Canola growers, follow the road to success with Interstate's outstanding varieties. Quantum, Pressure, and Dynamite. Proven performance, uniform maturity, excellent standability and harvestability. And protect your canola investment with Gaucho Canola System. All other varieties yield to Interstate Canola. Interstate. Driven for your success.
Growth inbounds for Gackle-Streeter. Schlott lobs inside, but Hassauer comes over and makes the defensive play, even though she was on the end line.
Well, we talked on the break how this is a good tournament, I guess, for teams whose birds nicknames, an Orioles, 2 Cardinals, and an Eagles. Also a good tournament for teams who are in the back half of the alphabet. Velva with the V, and then Washburn and Watford City still yet to play.
And that's dissecting the state tournament field as dissectable as you can get.
Dissect-delicious. Is that There's our word for the day. Use it tomorrow in conversation.
Schlott. It's tougher to use that than it is flank.
Yeah, which we happened to sneak in about 3 or 4 times last week. That was the word of the day, by the way, last week. You caught that.
Slindy, who has 5 points in the basketball game, remains in the Velva lineup. There she is. 9 below her season average. A fine pass to Miller inside. And it's things like that and things like creating steals that Slindy has done tonight so well.
Well, senior to senior eye contact, Dan. That's exactly what it was. You could tell that Miller just caught. Hey, Rod, nice catch. Rod Wilson.
Didn't know Rod had it in him.
He does.
Basketball Jones.
Not much vertical, though, Rod.
Doesn't have
a nice catch.
Doesn't have the ups that he used to. Lindy picks up her dribble. Now Gaugler has it.
It's a good thing Rod didn't take the ball and go home, otherwise the game would have been over.
Hassauer trying to work her way to the basket. Passed it across the paint, picked up by Kinsley. And loose back the other way. And then Miller travels. Growth back into the basketball game for Gackle-Streeter. Pesa re-enters for Velva.
Well, there was some concern by Coach Peterson coming into this game about the size difference and how that might create some matchup problems with this man-to-man defense. Absolutely not. The girls went out and they have worked extremely hard to take and minimize any size or matchup problems that may have been there.
Partway attack for the Orioles.
It was really a 1-2 punch in the first quarter for Velva to get them out of the blocks from Miller and Hassauer. Slindy gets a standing O as she leaves. And a big hug along the Velva bench. Gaugler. Pisa. Crystal Gozen has checked into the lineup, and that's Gaugler. So Mandy Gaugler has her first basket of the game for Velva. Also in the Gackle-Streeter lineup is Angie Doctor. She wears number 21. Timeout taken by Velva. So Velva is making its way to the state championship game. Just a minute 4 remaining in the semifinal game.
Well, if I had money, I'd tell you what I'd do.
We got the best truck at the best deal, Ford Explorer.
And during Ford truck season, we leased our 99 Explorer for only $2.99 a month. Woo, go crazy. A 210 horsepower V6, air conditioning, automatic transmission, and a CD player, all for $2.99 a month.
Yeah, I wish we could have got that kind of deal on the house.
I want to buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
Come on, we'll get crazy about the best-selling, best-built trucks here at Ford Truck Street.
A road always has a destination. A road takes you through life. Of course it has ups and downs. All roads do. But isn't that what keeps things interesting? And along the way are bumps, curves, detours, decisions to make, and people who can light your way.
Everything you need to make smart choices. Otter Tail Power Company.
Well, get the old tape machines rolling because everybody's playing in the game right now. Ashley Fox into the Velva lineup, number 10. Erica Olson, number 14. Also Angela Jelstead, who wears 32 for Velva. For Gackle-Streeter, Angela Berkeley wearing number 25 right there with the basketball. Kayla Miller wearing number 23 has entered the game. So has Samantha Ruff, who wears number 41 for the Orioles. And also number 11, and I don't have an 11.
But I think it's Jamie Zilmer.
Must be. Everybody getting a chance to play on the tube tonight. Miller brings it up for Gackle-Streeter. Here's Doctor, number 21, cross-court pass. And it's a turnover. 8.8 seconds left. And this is the stage where everybody on the Velva bench is hoping one of their teammates gets the buzzer beater. Stolen away. And the Velva Aggies protect their undefeated record and #1 ranking. Beating Gackle-Streeter 58-34. Velva going to the state championship game in its first ever trip to the state tournament.
And a beautiful 18-0 run. And it's impressive enough that you score 18 straight, but what makes it a beautiful run is that you did it right after the team scored 10 in a row to make it a one-point game.
Yeah, talk about answering with an exclamation point. That's what Velva did in that second quarter, which really was the turning point of the basketball game. And we go to John Cole.
Hey, guys, talk about a super sophomore effort. My goodness, you folks were ready to get it going today, huh, Chelsea?
Yeah, we were really excited playing this game. We wanted to get in the championship game so bad, and we just worked and we executed what we wanted to do.
And some three-pointers added to the attack. Where'd that come from?
Well, all year, you know, Miller has always been a great shooter, so has Sarah, and they just put him in tonight when we needed them.
No nerves tonight, all gas, right?
Oh, yeah.
So much athletic tradition with the Velva Aggies. You folks have got a chance to make a little history, win a state title. You're a step away.
Yeah, we're really excited for the game tomorrow. We're just going to come out and play Aggie basketball and work as hard as we can.
All right, catch your breath and enjoy the second game, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, gentlemen.
thank you, John. And we go to Scott Peters.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. I'm with Tanya Schlott, Gackle-Streeter senior. You guys played Velva earlier this year. It was a 6-point game. Talk about the difference between tonight and before.
Right away at the beginning, they just came right out on us. They wanted it pretty bad, and they shot their hearts out. I mean, we couldn't get the offense going. I mean, we'd have little runs, but that's all we could get. They played tough. They didn't quit fighting. We tried to get runs on them, but we just couldn't do it.
Speaking of runs, they closed the first half on an 18-0 run. How tough was it for you guys to come back from that?
We were in the locker room, and coach just said, don't give up. You know, he said, don't look at the score. Just go out there and just play as tough as you can. And we did. We tried real hard, but they just beat us. It's okay. Sorry.
Nice game tonight. Good luck tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
All right, I don't know if you can see it right behind Scott. Ryan Gellner from KMOT is doing a dual interview where Jennifer Miller was interviewing Jesse Slindy, and then Slindy turned around, grabbed the mic, and talked to Miller.
They're undefeated in basketball, and they're also media majors, huh? The Velva Aggies are doing everything right. 58-34, as you see on the scoreboard here at the Minot State Dome, which is being lowered, and they'll flip up Watford City and Washburn now as they have both come onto the court for their warm-ups for the next semifinal game. So Velva, very impressive in their semifinal game. Coming up next, Lee and I will name our American Dairy Association Player of the Game.
Uh-oh, we got trouble. Oh, please, not me. That's gotta hurt.
Casey!
We gotta do something.
Run, monkey, run! I'm not gonna make it!
She's got monkeys.
Mom! Go eat someone your own size!
She's got milk.
The American Dairy Association's player of the game is Velva senior Jennifer Miller. She will receive a certificate and a donation sent to Velva High School on her behalf from your local dairy farmers who ask, got milk?
Well, Jennifer scored 17 points, so did Chelsea Hassauer. But I think, in my mind anyway, why player of the game for Jennifer Miller is that she really got things kick-started early. She hit those 2 big 3-pointers, and, you know, the threes for Velva are like, you know, double clutch slam dunks. I mean, they don't get many of them, and when you do, it picks up the team so much more. But Jennifer Miller, she scored 10 in the first quarter, and then had a 3-pointer in the third, a couple buckets in the fourth, to finish with 17 points. And she is our American Dairy Association player of the game.
Well, Velva got it from the inside tonight, and probably unexpectedly 6 3-pointers tonight for the Aggies, which is way, way above their season average.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you had mentioned earlier in the game they only average taking. Yeah. This is taking, not making, taking 3 3-pointers a game. There you see the final numbers, 24 of 51. Good shooting by both teams, but Gackle-Streeter only able to get up 32 shots, hitting exactly half of them. Rebounds even, turnovers far from even at halftime. Ron Groth talked a little.
Fever, and the fever is high at the state Class B girls basketball tournament. Now, earlier today, the 8 teams and most of the people in their respective towns revved up their engines at a pep rally. And as KXMC's Kristen Knutson tells us in our Eye in Dakota, school spirit doesn't just come from the students.
And rumble they did. The crowd was rumbling, the band was rumbling, and the cheerleaders were the ringmasters. What's all the excitement about? The Spirit Award is on the line, and each one of these contenders wants a piece of it.
Oh, the Spirit Award, state champions, coach of the year, you name it, we're going to get it.
But being a Class B girls basketball supporter means more than just cheering on your team.
There you have your hopes and everything's on one thing, and the girls will do well and succeed, and we feel their pain, I think.
Class B girls basketball is probably the sport that most people follow. Everybody comes, everybody cheers, everybody's there. They get so behind it in Class B. But the kids aren't the only ones who leave the pep rally all fired up for the night's games.
Awesome.
awesome. It's great. This is the best feeling in the world.
And that's the spirit of the state Class B girls basketball tournament. Kristen Knutson, KXMC News 13.
And what better way to lead right into sports than showing you some of the stuff? You were down there all evening.
Yeah, I was up there this morning, too, watching those people get into it. They have fun. You know?
Oh, I bet it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. And so are the games, you know. That's why they're there. The top-ranked and undefeated Velva Aggies were just a win away from the state Class B championship game as they met up with 10th-ranked Gackle-Streeter in semifinal play tonight of the state Class B girls basketball tournament. The two teams met earlier this year in the regular season, with the Aggies coming up 6-point winners tonight. A much different game. There were our sports camp fans, good Velva crowd on hand, and the Aggies get out of the gate in a hurry. Chelsea Hasso on the break gets the bucket +1. Later, it's Jennifer Miller spotting for 3 from the top of the key. 12-6 in favor of the Aggies. Then Leah Melhoff for 3. How about more Aggies? Jessie Slindy here. Nice pass to Miller, who gets the bucket plus the foul. Velva cruising 18-7 after 1. Second quarter, though, Gackle-Streeter right back in it as they go on a 10-0 run. Tanya Schlatt here down low, 2 of her 14. And then later, it's Jessica Zundell with his pull-up jumper. The lead cut to just 1. But guess what? The Aggies then reel up 18 straight points. Jessie Slindy here with the pull-up jumper. How about Kayla Efforts with this 3 at the buzzer to end the half? She gets the bounce. And Velva goes into the locker room with a 19-point lead, 36-17. Third quarter, the Orioles, Zundy again here down low for 2, but the Aggies were firing on all cylinders tonight. Hassauer with the bucket and foul. She finished with 17. Miller then from the outside for 3. She nails it. She finished with 17. And Jessie Slindy showing the touch from outside, knocking down the 3. The Aggies are headed to the state championship game. They win it by the final of 58-34.
That our girls to hold them to 34 tonight was the big key, and we got just great performances off the bench. We had 3 3-pointers in the first half by girls who came off the bench. So and Kayla Efforts hit that one right before halftime. So yeah, things just went our way tonight.
We all stepped it up. We knew we had to get it done, and everyone on the team just, you know, they knew they had to play well tonight.
How about your best game of the year? Would you say that?
I hope so, and I hope we can do better tomorrow night, and you know, hopefully come out with a win.
Great performance tonight by the Aggies. Congratulations. Head to the state championship game with a record of 27-0. Now tonight's second semifinal featured the 9th-ranked Watford City Wolves.
10's Tom Gerhardt and Ryan Gelner.
Well, welcome everybody back to the Minot State Dome, a special state tournament edition of the Sports Extra. And as you look behind us, they're cleaning up now after a phenomenal evening of basketball. It was semi-final night at the State B Girls, and Ryan, you couldn't ask for 2 better games.
You bet. Both games close in the last game at least, and it's always exciting, so we're ready to go.
You can't beat the State B atmosphere. Velva's making most of its first ever trip to the State B. The Aggies entered tonight's semifinal 26-0, knowing that they had already defeated their opponent, Gackle-Streeter, earlier in the year. But it's always hard to beat a good team twice. Who'd gain the first ticket to the title tout tomorrow night? Let's find out in our Spotlight game. Even joked when we had that home game, I wanted to put the kid in reserves here. From out on top, she had 10 points in the first quarter. It was 18-9 Velva after 1. Second quarter, though, the Orioles go on a 10-0 run of their own, capped by this Jessica Zundell baseline runner. Suddenly, it's 18-17. But the Aggies answer with an 18-0 run to close the half. It was the difference in the game. Jessie Slindy follows the miss, and then Chelsea Hassauer cleans up off the glass. She had 17. Then a killer with time running out in the half. Kayla Efforts gets the 3-ball to drop. It goes from a 1-point game to 36-17 at the half. The Aggies keep it coming in the second half. The great backdoor from Mandy Gaugler to Efforts. It was 50-29 at that point. Then the nice, great teamwork, Slindy to Miller. Miller had 17 points. Velva wins tonight, 58-34.
I just knew I had to settle down and play my game and, you know, just pass the ball around, and I knew I'd get the shots, and I knew they'd fall tonight.
We're really happy to be where we are right now. We've been hoping for this all season. This has kind of been our goal all year, and it feels really good to be here finally at the end of the year.
We wanted to get into this game so bad, and we did it, and we worked so hard on defense, and it's just an awesome feeling.
Again, Velva gets the first ticket to tomorrow night's championship game with a 58-34 win. Miller and Hassauer with 17 points each. Well, what was the difference tonight? In our box score bonus, we see that Velva hit 6 3-pointers. Ryan, they don't attempt a lot of 3-pointers, even in a game. They forced 24 Oriole turnovers while only turning the ball over 12 times themselves. Velva attempted 51 shots. Gackle-Streeter only 32.
Well, who would they play? More from the State B semifinals now. In the second game this evening, the Washburn Cardinals met up with the Watford
City Washburn game. The Wolves advanced to the state title. Of course, Watford City and Velva, neither team has ever won a state title, Ryan. So the championship game is set for tomorrow night. Joining us now and making his first appearance for Sports Team 10 is the king of the Red River Valley, Scott Peters. Scott works out at KVLY in Fargo. He's standing by with both coaches for a preview of tomorrow night's championship game. Scott?
Thanks, guys. A couple of very good games tonight. I'm here with both coaches that are heading off to the finals tomorrow night. We start with Velva head coach David Peterson. And boy, you know, this time of year, every team's going to be a tough game, but you guys played about as well as you could have.
Well, we shot the ball really well, especially in the second quarter there. We got some big performances from some girls off the bench and hit some 3-pointers, and I thought we just had a good defensive effort for the entire ball game. And Gackle, you know, they play such good man-to-man defense, and yeah, we were pretty happy with our performance.
A lot of talk about your Miss Basketball finalist, Jessie Slindy. Kind of quiet, at least as far as points go, but I think that showed two things. That one, she's very versatile, and two, you guys have a pretty deep team.
Well, I think so, and the thing about Jessie, she plays defense every game, whether she's scoring or not. I mean, you'd never know after a game whether she scored a lot of points or not. She's a total team player, and you know, we have a lot of girls like on a team like that, and you know, that's what's been what it's been taken so far this year.
Quickly, your take on tomorrow night's matchup against Watford City.
Well, they have a couple of real strong girls inside, a real good point guard, and I don't know, we're just going to have to bust our butt and do as well as we can.
All right, good luck tomorrow night. Thanks for joining us. And now on the other side, Tom Selsley, head coach of Watford City. And coming off kind of a nail-biter, Washburn gave you all you could handle at the end.
Oh, they sure did. I give Washburn a lot of credit. They played very well tonight. It was a good matchup for us. You know, everybody knew that we wanted to go inside. I give our guards a lot of credit. I thought they played an excellent game tonight to get the ball up against their press and get the ball inside, especially the second half. Our defensive effort was huge. Also, our court awareness on the perimeter, and also our big girls, we bottled them up inside. We did not give them anything inside, and I'm extremely proud of the team effort we had tonight.
That's what I thought the difference was, kind of cold shooting, but the big girls were the difference in the second half at least?
Oh, definitely. We didn't take a lot of shots from the perimeter in the second half. We made a few adjustments at halftime and running our offense, and our guards did an excellent job of getting the ball down and looking to the post and being patient, because we took very good shots in the second half, and that's been the key to our success is team basketball, taking good shots, and good, strong team defense.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good luck tomorrow night. Should be a great matchup. I'm certainly no coach, but looks good from here. Guys, back to you.
Scott, you're right. You're no coach. Let's go back to the consolation action of this afternoon. Langdon matching up with Lisbon. Third.
Down Minot. Think of home of economy as Santa Claus South. A stroll down the home of economy aisles is just like a walk in an enchanted workshop. Their Santa-approved selection includes toys by Fisher-Price, Play School, Little Tykes, Ertl, and Tonka. You'll find games, toys, dolls, and so much more. Home of Economy knows Santa can only carry so much, so they're ready to take care of all the rest. Home of Economy's Toy Department. It's where a lot of happy holidays begin. Home of Economy, 83 South, Minot.
Welcome back to the Minot State Dome. We are between games, semifinal night. Washburn and Watford City getting warmed up, and so is John Cole. He's down on the floor with another Class B basketball veteran. John.
You know, folks, the great thing about Class B basketball in this state, it's tradition, it's heritage, second generation here. This is Kim McLeese from Watford City. She was Kim Larson back in 1974, playing for McHenry. She played in the first State B girls basketball game, title game in '74, and now Lindsay is playing for Watford City. What are your memories of playing in that first one, Kim?
Just the enthusiasm is still here. We came into the tournament, we beat the favorite in the semifinal, and then we came out that championship game. We didn't care if we won, lost, or whatever. And I get my hair in my arms goes up.
Right.
You know, just.
And to be first, to be pioneers, and you look where the game has gone now, you have to feel special about that.
Yeah, these kids have gotten to shoot buckets since, I remember Lindsay shooting up on the driveway. You know, I got it to the rim, and I never touched a ball until I was a freshman in high school. And they're just the pace is a lot faster right now, and it's great.
The skill level is really improved. A lot more media attention, a lot more focus.
Yeah.
I mean, here we are talking on television. I mean, the game has truly come a long way.
Yeah, we didn't get faxes of scouting reports and watch videotapes of the game we were going to play. Our coach maybe would call somebody and they tell us what the players were like, but that's it, technology.
Lindsay hit a heck of a bucket against the Stanley Blue Jays to get Watford City here, keep Stanley home. The play wasn't directed for her, but she was bright enough as a savvy player to put it up.
First playoff game under the new name, hosting Turtle Lake Mercer. All systems were go. Let's head up there for the action. First quarter, Renville's Scott Duray goes 1 yard for the 6-0 lead for the Rough Riders. Still in the first, more Renville County. Rhett Benning, the Sherwood product, goes to the air, hitting Justin Daly, another Sherwood teammate, for the 29-yard TD strike. It's 18-0 after one. Second quarter, Renville County goes to the air again. Brock Shook hits Ryan Mellon for the 68-yard TD. Let's head to the scoreboard. 52-0, Renville County pulls out the huge win. Last year, Partial was knocked out of the playoffs in the first round. They hope to change that trend in Flasher tonight. First quarter, Flasher quarterback Nathan Honrath lets fly. Travis Schmidt hauls it in. Play goes 27 yards, down to the 3. Cats score 3 plays later, 6-0 Flasher Carson. Partial fires back. Robbie Severin scampers 10 yards to pay dirt. We're tied at 6-all from there. Partial goes on to the win, 34-20. Renville County will play the winner of the New England Regent Richardson-Taylor game. We'll see that score in just a minute. Elsewhere, Candu big over West Hope. It was HFS ending Glenburn's season. North Central Benson over Linton. Burke County over Scranton by 1. Sargent Central a touchdown better than North Border. Ellendale big over Wells County, 61-44. Napoleon 14 better than Wilton. There's that Richardson-Taylor New England Regent. New England Regent, the 3-time defending state champ. They're going to overtime with Richardson-Taylor. Windmere over Northern Cass, 39-8. And AEEMO 46-6 over Hope Page. Well, the 9-man playoffs are in full swing. The Class A playoffs begin this Saturday. Last year, the Velva Sawyer Aggies won the first ever Class A title at the Fargo Dome. This season, the Aggies began defense of their title the same way they did last year, opening up against Belfield. Velva won that one 40-14, but head coach Larry Sandy says this year they'll have to keep their eye on the Bantam backfield.
Good scat back as an eye back that runs the ball well and has had a lot of yards through his high school career. So you know, we're looking at a team that's made the playoffs for the first time in I think it was 11 years last year, and they got a taste of it. And you know, they're going to come up here this year and probably be a little bit more hungry, a little more experienced.
Velva Sawyer is 7-2 on the season. Belfield is 5-4, but Brian Van Winkle says you can throw out the records this time of the year.
I think we definitely know what we got to do to pick it up and to play our best, and we know what it takes to win, and I guess we just got to come out and show that we can still play as good as we did last year.
Well, we've been a playoff contender every year, and it's just been our tradition just to step it up. And we just, I don't know, it's just once we get into the playoffs, it's a different mode. It just kicks in.
And here's a quick look at the Class A playoffs. First round, Velva hosting Belfield Southard. Bowman's at Stanley. Tioga visits Killdeer. Kenmare Bobels goes to Washburn in the east. Langdon goes to Carrington. Hankinson's at Thompson. Harvey travels to Lemoore, and Hillsborough goes to undefeated New Rockford Cheyenne. To basketball now, Ryan hosting Turtle Lake Mercer tonight, second quarter. The Lions go inside to Wendy Alex. A nice post move.
Yards out, makes it 6-0 Aggies early. Aggies go to the air for more. Jason Gelstad and Justin Kittleson, who brings it in for a 24-yard pass reception and a touchdown. 12-0 Velva after one. In the second quarter, Velva Sawyer adds more. Jay Kittleson fields a punt at his 40, goes right up the middle. He'd break outside right there. He goes 60 yards to pay dirt, making it 18-0 Aggies. And then the Aggies, they would get more before halftime as Gelstad to Cody Kittleson from 2 yards out. Velva Sawyer rolls in this game. As we go to the scoreboard, we see that it was number 4 Velva Sawyer over Belfield South Hart, 30-0. Brian Van Winkle had 127 yards and a touchdown. The second straight region title won't be enough to satisfy the Stanley Blue Jays this year. Using one of the best running games in the state led by Jim Miller, the Blue Jays are posed for a long playoff run. So we go to Stanley today.
Blue Jays were looking to use their home field advantage to their advantage. They hosted a tough passing team from Bowman. Let's check out the highlights from there. The Powers Lake Ranchers girls basketball team in Stanley today. They got the T-shirts. Stanley fired up, ready to go. They go to Jim Miller. Their bread and butter on the ground. This 65-yard run would put Jim at over 4,000 career yards. Congratulations, Jim. That's great. More importantly, Stanley's up 7-0. Nick Gustafson would score, then Miller breaks loose again. This time he goes 44 yards, and it's 19-0 Blue Jays. Miller, one more time. After a little bit of water, of course, he'd hit a hole, and he's gone. This one for 42 yards. This kid can't be stopped. They wouldn't be done, though. They would win the football game today, 39-8. You see the stats on the Miller brothers on your screen. Congratulations, Stanley moves on. Well, Stanley defeated the Velva Aggies earlier in the year, and there's nothing Velva wants more than another shot at the Blue Jays. To do that, the Aggies would need to keep pace with the Blue Jays, and how do they do that? Well, they keep winning in the playoffs. Belfield South Hart was hoping they could stand in the Aggies' way. To the highlights in that one. They were excited this afternoon, real excited. 12-0 early when Belfield forced to kick, and he can't kick it to this kid. Jade Kittleson takes it. He's got a nice return. He turns on the Jets, turns it into 6 more Aggie points. It's 18-0 Belva. Just before the half, Velva strikes one more time, this time through the air. It's Jason Gelstead to Cody Kittleson, and it's 24-0 Aggies. 30-0 Velva would go on and win. Brian Van Winkle with 127 yards rushing. For the Aggies, a big day from then. Moving on, we head east, way east, all the way to Lemoore, as the Harvey Hornets were looking to advance in the
Ryan Gellner has the story.
Sometimes in sports, highlights don't always tell the entire truth. In highlights like these, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on behind the scenes. But in the case of the Velva Aggies girls basketball team, what's going on behind the scenes isn't always caught in the lens of the camera. And what always doesn't make the highlights is these guys. They call themselves the Elite 12.
We make up quite a few cheers to come up with a lot of stuff on. We just watch shows and stuff and just come up with cheers. I don't know.
Just dressing up every day, coming out and supporting this great team. It's great to know we have some kind of influence on the entire game. You know, the girls come out and play the best they can, and we'll be there cheering.
We dress up in the most ridiculous costumes we can and just have a blast. I mean, it's a blast to watch them, and it's a blast to cheer, and it's a blast just to show up and show our school spirit and just look good. This kind of came on this year, and we figured it's our last year, so we may as well go all out. And we've been to every game except for one this year, and been cheering as hard as we can for them. So
rambunctious, crazy, silly, or just plain awesome. Those are all words that help describe these fanatics. The majority of the Elite 12 play huge parts on the Velva football team, but at some points during the past season, the girls basketball team would say that they might be more important for them up in the stands.
I know when we went over to rugby, it almost felt like we had home advantage over there just because the boys are really into it.
They're the best cheers I've seen. They worked hard, and they just really make it exciting. And when we're behind, and to hear them cheering really gets you ready and get going, you know, it helps us a lot. And this year they've just been awesome. They really get up there and they cheer throughout the whole game, and they just keep us going. It's really fun to see them, how interested and excited they are when they come to our games.
And how about the guys? Are they aware that they're this popular?
It's great to know we have some kind of influence on the entire game. You know, the girls come out and play the best they can, and we'll be there cheering.
Hey, everybody kind of gives you a funny look, and they think you're pretty weird at first, and after a while, some still think you're weird at the end of the game, but we've had talents that have started cheering with us and for us at the end of the game, so it's been satisfying.
So what's the craziest thing they've ever done or ever worn?
We dressed up as women, as a lot of people have known. And
I'd have to prefer cross-dressing night.
In high school sports, not only is your team measured on the court, but it's measured in the stands as well. The Velva Aggies and the Elite 12. What more can you say other than that this is what sportsmanship is all about? Ryan Gellner, KMOT Sports Team 10.
kind of, again, looks like your fan club, some of that craziness.
Those kids are having way too much fun.
Region starts this Friday here at the Minot Auditorium.
Okay, we're going to be back with some more numbers, and we're going to go to the Republican headquarters.
November 17th, prep rally for state girls basketball.
Parents, friends, and citizens of Velva, we are proud to welcome you to tonight's prep rally. We have two special guests here tonight. Selma Flom from Minot is the girls' host for the state tournament. And Roger Suncock from the Lax is the assistant host. Will you please give them a big round of applause? Pep rally here is devoted to the girls' basketball team. We're glad to see the amount of support that the community is giving the Lady Aggies on their quest for a state title. And also for the support the community has given the Elite 12. This pep rally is being put on by the Elite 12 Plus. So let's get ready to cheer. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time! It is time to give the introduction of the Velva Elite 12 Plus cheering session. Let's get ready to rumble! Starting off with the senior, Justin Middleton! Senior Justin Middleton! Senior Justin Jones! Senior Jared Ruprecht! Senior Chris Wonderland! Senior Steve Thomas! Senior Jason Nelson! Senior Brett Ball! Senior Ricky Vito! Junior Dave Middleton. Sophomore Jared Slimney. And Cody Middleton. Along the course of this season, we picked up some vital members that with much training and preparation have molded themselves into true elite members. They are as follows. Sophomore Ian Flaherty. Sophomore Mike Lee. Freshman Brett Long. Freshman Luke Rogers. And bringing up the end, freshman Jarvis Jones. And that, my friends, is the Elite 12. We will now join the Velva football cheerleaders in our school song.
No, you stand. It's on him.
Okay, guys, this is one of our newest cheers, thanks to my grandpa Jerry. And we're going to be doing this one come state tournament. And we'd like it if you'd all join us tonight. The words should be printed in the programs. I'm sorry some of the programs are cheered, not everybody might have one. We're going to try it again. This time I want everybody to try it. Hey, guys, join us. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yes, Jerry.
All right, y'all enjoying our little pepper rally here. Well, I've been told that our basketball mothers would like to do a little something here. I don't know exactly what, but I would like you all to give my basketball mothers and Mona a great big cheer.
No one's more excited about the Velva Aggie girls basketball team going to state than us moms are. But I think that we need to tell Mr. Peterson that his kids aren't old enough to understand, for him to understand this yet, but we get really nervous when we send our little girls off all by themselves. And we want to make sure they have everything they need to make their trip to state happy. So we wanted Mr. Peterson to really understand what they needed to take to make sure that they had the right equipment along and the things that would make their nights pleasant. So all of us moms packed a suitcase for each of our girls. So why don't you girls come up and stand by your moms? And Mr. Melhawk. And we're going to let each mom share what she brought by number. You can be my sister. Well, the first number is number 10, and that's Ashley. So let's see what Ashley's mom packed for her. She's here? Where is she?
I'm here, but we just didn't get time, and it's all Amber's fault.
That really sounds people. Did everybody hear that? They didn't have time, and it's Amber's fault? Did I call you? It's Amber's fault. I called the right name, didn't I? Okay. Next one is Jennifer. Can everybody see Jennifer? Okay. These are 2 items that Jennifer has to have to stay overnight anywhere. We've driven miles to take them to her, and she's forgotten them. And of course, the
knows Jennifer can go nowhere without her North Carolina tarot.
Oh.
One other thing to say, I don't know if anyone's noticed when it comes to a ball game, how when Jennifer gets a little stressed on the court, she has to chew her jersey. Well, her chewing continues after every ball game. She has to have a rainbow bubble gum. And the only place that carries these is the DC store is the right one, and Walmart is the wrong one, as she told her dad. So now we know Jennifer will sleep well. Next is Erica. Where's Erica? Oh, there she is. Okay, when Erica goes to bed at night, she always needs her blankie to keep her warm because she's always so cold. And for the game, she needs this.
Yeah, the real mom isn't here, but I guess most of the time I miss the mom, so I'll have to do it now. I wasn't sure because I didn't really know, so I had to call the real mom. She said, well, you gotta think about it a little bit, and she said you never really go anywhere without bubble gum. I know that's true, because I'm always picking up the wrappers in my house. But not a real big story behind this bubble gum, and I think it's mascara. You know, I try to stay out of it all costs because, never mind. I had to do some hurling in the room a little bit and jump around things to find mascara, so it took me about 10 minutes. Found it.
Now it's Sarah's turn. Woo! Probably. Oh, she's got a lot of stuff there.
Started out with. Oh, there's something wrong. You gotta get the stuff to clean the face. Cleans the face. Then, this is a blanket forever she had. And this she had to substitute because the other one wore out. Cannot sleep with anything but her own pillow. And her lucky socks.
Can you pack that again? And now it's Mandy's turn.
Mandy likes to eat, but much different than the rest of us. So when she gets home from the games and tries to go to bed at night, we find her in the kitchen always with her face. Also, she likes to drink. She's not into pop, but she has to have her Crystal Light. bear for a while. It's been with Gator, but she brought it back tonight for state. And for a pick-me-up, she's got to have grapes, big red grapes. And we find this in her room. It's a little picture, but it helps inspire. And he's really a great guy.
Nice picture. Now it's Kayla's turn. Well, I have a feeling that the insecurity is quite great in this bunch. When I put stuff in my bag, it was very much just like what these were pulling out. I didn't pull in fancy bag, though, because she never puts her stuff in anything. She just pitches it in the car. So, let's just pitch it. And that's what we have. If we're going anywhere, to her sister's house, which is just a little ways away, we have to have the pillow and this blanket. But when it's overnight, we don't want anybody to know what else we have, so it goes in the pillow. You can see it well traveled. Nice, yeah. Where's Angie? It's Angie's turn. Good grief. Angie got word of this beforehand, and she warned me not to do it. But Angie, guess what? Angie never keeps her room clean, so she has to keep the night light on at night so she doesn't stumble over anything. So here's her night light. And lately she's been keeping a retainer by her bedstand, and a pacifier has been beside it too, so I'm not sure which one she uses that night. And also, she has to go to bed with the radio on, and I figured all these girls are plugging everything in and be short on plug-in. So I went to the attic and found something that she could mount to the headboard and wind up. Now it's Jesse's turn. You know, Jesse kind of laughs at some of the superstitions that some of the kids have. You know, she says she thinks they're kind of funny. But I don't know, you tell me, this is something. She's worn these to every game for the last 2 years. Is she superstitious or what? I can see you all. And the other thing I wanted, I don't know if Mr. Peterson realizes it, but sometimes Jesse's kind of quiet. Did you know that? No? So, but whenever she's quiet, the best thing you can do for her is give her some caffeine. And I couldn't find Jolt, so I had to send her for Dr. Pepper. I didn't want to go with me today. And she can't live without her Snickers bar. Okay. Chelsea! Stephanie's mom didn't get here yet, so we'll see if she's here at the end. Well, Chelsea's very superstitious too, so we have our pair of socks that has traveled for 25-0 games, and I hope we'll make 3 more. And she has her very well-loved bear also. And for both Sarah and Chelsea, I want to make sure that they've got some after-sun gel so they look real good on the court this weekend. It's going to be really hard, I know, for Chelsea to leave all her sisters and her little brother at home. So I made sure that I've got these pictures packed for her because I know she won't be able to sleep without seeing them. So here's Chelsea, here's Lindsay, and Courtney, and Brittany, and Michael. It's Crystal's mom's turn. Rose thought I was going to do this for her.
What we have here, when Crystal's away from home, we like to have something to remind her of home. So we got Sweetie Bird for the love we have for her. We got the Tasmanian Devil slippers for her room to remind her, and her hat for her dad's sense of humor.
And this is Lisa's mom's idea, all this stuff, so you can take her to that. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Okay. Lisa, of course, she can't go to sleep without her blanket either, but this blanket here, her grandma made for her when she was born, and it looks like it hasn't been washed either since she was born. So, here's your little blankie. And of course, her pajamas. You can't go anywhere without her Winnie the Pooh pajamas. So, there you go. I didn't see any other Mother's Spring pajamas. What are they going to sleep in? Oh, God. Could be interesting. Okay. Lisa, of course, she has natural curly hair, and she hates it having a curl, so we have to take the hair dryer along to straighten her hair. Takes forever, but we get it done. And of course, we have to listen to music when we go to bed, so we have the tape deck, and of course we got a new CD, The Faith Hill, and if anybody heard This Kiss 1,000 times, well, now you girls get to have the joy of listening to This Kiss from Faith Hill. There you go. And of course, then we move to Velva, and she gets the chance to play and be in with the Velva Aggies basketball team, and we're going to state, of course. She can invite all her friends back and say, come, what great weather she's having here. And of course, she has to have a goldfish for her cat. Oh, and Angie got her stuck on these things, so here, Angie. And of course, reading material too, so see, I didn't embarrass you too bad. Okay, Danielle. You embarrassed already?
Well, I've had a hard time getting these things without Danielle finding out, so. First thing that Danielle needs is her blanket. And this has been a hard blanket to find because for quite a few years, Danielle's had a different blanket. And over the last week, we've discussed all of their favorite blankets and how well worn they are. And I said that I didn't think anybody was more warm than Danielle. And I just took this away from her this summer. And then I tried to think of other things that Danielle would need, and it was a lot like all the other girls. But we were most concerned if the other girls needed something. So we started packing a few other things. We knew Jennifer needed a bear, so if Jennifer's bear isn't there, Mona won't have to drive because we've got another bear. And then we thought about Mandy. We knew that Mandy would have to have a koala. So Caitlin went on a hunt and we found a koala. That wasn't good enough. We had to bring another one, Beanie Baby, for her. Then we thought of Jessie. We knew she might need some socks. So we didn't have any holy socks that were white. So we brought just some extra socks. And then I put Caitlin on a hunt for some quarters because we were concerned that Chelsea might have to wash her uniform in the hotel. And we had a big discussion about this the other night, that if everything had to be washed all together, it might have to be done at the hotel. So these are from Caitlin for you. And then Sarah, we were concerned about Sarah feeding her dog. And Brittany was really concerned how she'd feed her dog, so she went to all of her pet things and she found a calendar that maybe would make Sarah feel better. And then she sent the dog along too. And otherwise, I think I have all the basic basketball things that you might need in here. I think that that's it.
Laura's just dying to know what that is. It's kind of like... On the way in tonight, Laura asked, Mom, do you have a pick? So you better take the pick with Laura.
Well, I brought a grocery stack because, Coach, these kids need to eat. You might have to make them run to the grocery store, okay? And of course, that's just kind of there. This is Joanna's cereal or ice cream bowl.
Fail of the century.
Excuse me. Kansas taking on Pennsylvania tonight. Another former North Dakotan shines tonight. Valley City's Jeff Boschee. Jayhawks up only one with 1:13 to go, and Boschee with ice in his veins hits the jumper to give Kansas a 3-point lead, and the Jayhawks hold on and win 61-56. Nearly upset there tonight. A updated score on the Texas-Houston game. It's now Houston leading 42-34. Duke over Davidson tonight. Kentucky gets Eastern Kentucky. Michigan State downs Oakland. Maryland gets Maryland. Baltimore County 90-62. UND and the NDSU men both in action tonight, and they both win big. All the Velva Aggies are making their first trip to the State B girls basketball tournament, so you can imagine the community is rallying around the top-ranked and undefeated Aggies. Sports Team 10's Ryan Gellner has more.
Sometimes girls' sporting events don't get as much attention and support as they would like in their community. That's not the case in Velva, though. Crowd support has never been a problem for the Aggies girls basketball team. During the regular season, you could rarely find an open seat at home games, and when Velva took to the road, it wasn't unusual for the Aggies to have more fans than the other team.
Well, it's been just super. I think that's been the fun part the whole season. You know, a lot of times in girls basketball, you don't get quite the coverage and the the fan following as in boys basketball, but the community's just been great, and I think that's really made it all worth it for the girls, and I'm sure they'll all be there for the state tournament as well.
Nearly the entire town of Velva has gotten involved in girls hoops, from the storefronts egging on the team to the halls of the school wishing them good luck. It even looks as if the WNBA is interested, and has Michael Jordan passed along his good luck? Whatever the case, the Velva community has shown its support.
I mean, they've been there all along, and I think that's been the special part. It's not just everybody hop on the bandwagon now, so yeah, it's been a great season.
There are a lot of support in this town. We have signs up all over the place on the highways. We have signs.
I'm really excited for the Velva girls basketball team. I went to school with Jessie Slendy and Jennifer Miller, and they worked really hard to get to where they're at right now.
It's a small town, so everybody knows everybody, and it's a good deal.
Even the younger generation of Aggies knows what this week is all about. What are they doing this week? Do you know? What's this week for them?
They go to state.
They go to state?
Yep.
How fun will that be?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you excited to go watch them?
Yeah,
Are you going to watch them on TV, or will you be at the games?
I'll be at the games.
And how good are they going to do?
Very good.
And the Aggies have deserved the support they've gotten throughout the past year. They were rated atop the Class B girls poll throughout the season, and Velva went into the state tournament undefeated at 25-0.
And here's a look at the first-round matchups. Velva plays first against MPCG. Gackle-Streeter and Southart round out the afternoon session. Langdon and Watford City tip off the evening session. That'll be followed up by Lisbon and Washburn. Oh, and I come back, we'll hear from the Minot High hockey team as they prepare to play in a jamboree this weekend. Stay with us.
Introducing the all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee, engineered with Quadra-Drive, the only system that operates at maximum capability all the time. Another first from Jeep.
It's broken.
How'd you get here? The all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most capable sport utility ever. Check one out at your Jeep dealer.
Connect with OMF for national brands and local service. Teltec, a division of OMF, is your partner for Lucent Technologies, meeting all your communication needs from telephone systems, voicemail to internet access. OMF Teltec offers the latest Lucent technologies to any size business. They'll help you choose the communication solution that's right for you now and for the future. Call for a free on-site analysis of all your communication needs or stop by OMF Teltec, your authorized Lucent Technologies dealer on Airport Road in Bismarck and Oak Park Shopping Center, Minot.
Toyo Research has perfected the snow tire by using innovative microbit compounds that include walnut shells. Like thousands of invisible ice picks, ground walnuts are what give the Toyo Observe its remarkable traction. Toyo Observe. One tough nut on ice.
Here's a bright idea. Spruce up your floor with Wilson Art laminate flooring and save at the Carpet Garage. You get the natural beauty of hardwood flooring with the strength and durability of Wilson Art's high-pressure laminate. It's impact and dent resistant, and it's warranted not to wear, stain, or fade for 16 years. Plus, it never needs waxing, and it's all in stock and backed by our famous low-price guarantee. So visit the experts and discover the advantages of Wilson Art laminate flooring at the Carpet Garage, 4 minutes north of Minot on Highway 83.
There's been something missing from the heart of Minot. An advanced cardiology program with complete diagnostic, surgical, and rehab services. That's all changed now. Unimed's new heart center is complete, comprehensive, and linked with one of the most prestigious heart groups in America. We share their expertise, training, even their specialists. Everything. When Unimed said the best and the brightest, they have delivered.
Depth and senior leadership will be the two key ingredients for the Minot High hockey team this fall. Gary Sampson returns 14 seniors on his 20-player roster. The Magi look to improve on last year's 6th-place finish at state. Defending the West Region title won't be easy as Bismarck returns a talented team, but Sampson has mapped out a tough schedule that includes some games against teams.
Part to a pep rally that was held at the school. The infamous football cheerleading squad was on hand, along with many other friends and family wishing the team the best of luck, as we'll see the parents also giving their kids their traveling items. You know, they're going so far from Velva to mine.
That's
anyway,
a lot of fun.
A lot of fun they had out there in Velva tonight. State meet tournament pairings, by the way, we can tell you that it gets underway Thursday at 1 o'clock Velva and Mayville, at 2:45 Gackle-Streeter in South Hart, 6:30 Langdon and Watford City, 8:15 Lisbon and Washburn. And congratulations, our Coors Light Pick the Pros winner for this week. It is Adam Underdahl, who picks up $113. Brian Walls is our Coors Light football winner. And as far as how we did our Lynn Engen.
Battling 6th-ranked DLB. Both teams have already drawn #1 seeds for next week's district tourneys. So this one didn't mean much in the standings, but it does to the players in the communities. Let's go down to Velva for the action. DLB gets the first 2 of the game. They go to Michelle Rogney, #3, had 12 tonight for the Lady Lakers. Then Faye Norby knocks down the 17-footer. DLB out to a 4-0 lead. Back comes Velva. Chelsea Hassauer working the boards, gets the bucket plus the foul. She had a game-high 24. 11-6 Aggies after 1. Second quarter, Velva sticks with it. Jennifer Miller with the J. Aggies up 4. DLB on the run then. Beth Clay ties it at 15. She had 12 points. Velva answers as Jessie Slindy scores on the drive, but DLB would lead 42-39 after 3. Fourth quarter, it's all Velva. Slindy again. Look at that behind the back for 2. Velva sneaks away with the win tonight, 52-44 in a thriller. After the game, Coach Dave Peterson talked about the rally from behind.
Well, that's an awfully good Delax team over there. It seemed like most of the game we were behind, and Chelsea Hassau really had a big game for us there in the second half, and just did a super job. She was able to drive to the basket, hit a few outside shots to kind of keep them honest.
My teammates were great. They were the ones. They threw me the ball, set me up with some really good spots to make them. Anybody could have made them.
You know, but if you've ever been to one of their games, you know their talent extends beyond the playing floor. Ryan Gellner has the story.
Sometimes in sports, highlights don't always tell the entire truth. In highlights like these, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on behind the scenes. But in the
more numbers, and we're going to go to the Republican headquarters here in Minot. Suspense.
Hey, I won't. Tonight was the night where champions were made. No better matchups were better than the one in our backyard. #1 rated Velva taking on #2 rated Botno. Velva had come out on top twice in the battle of these two power horses. Handling Botno, it's only 2 losses of the season. Would the third time be the charm for the Stars? A wild one going on at the Dome, the Elite 12 on hand. Botno strikes first. Stacey Marcourt knocks it down from 15. It's 2-zip Stars. Velva gets their first 2 when Sarah Risk connects. We're tied at 2 early. More from Botno in the first. Christy Vandell swish. Cute. 10-8, Botno after 1. Velva matches. Jennifer Miller cans a 3. Botno's up 2. And a sweet move by Jessie Slindy here. The fake, then the bucket. Botno keeps it close in the 4th. They cut the lead to 3 with this. Marquardt 3-pointer from the corner. Back within 3, but Velva too tough. Jessie Slindy hits the short J, and Velva is the Region 6 champs. Jennifer Miller put it into words.
Greatest feeling, of all time. There's nothing to compare. I'm so happy I'm crying. This is wonderful. I can't handle it.
I'd say she's happy. Velva over Botno, 49-41, that is. Third place game slotted to Lax Burlington.
Catch the spirit of the state Class B girls basketball tournament.
Matter of fact, KXMC's Sherry Lefebvre is down at the Dome and gives us a look at what's been going on today. Sherry?
Well, Jim, excitement is amazing at these state tournament games, and thousands of people are here to support their team. Earlier today, we caught up with some folks and found out what it's like to cheer for the top-ranked team in the state, the Velva Aggies.
Thank you. I'll give you half here and I'll let you right to your seat around the corner. Program's $3.
Excitement was ever present at the MSU Dome today as the 98th State Class B girls basketball tournament kicked off with the Velva Aggies against the MPCG Patriots. And as with every game this season, the Velva girls had full support from their cheerleaders, the Elite 12.
We cheer for the girls, get them pumped up a little bit, and we have fun doing it. It's just something we kind of started a little bit last year, and this year we kind of took it to a new level.
This group of guys came up with their own cheers, got decked out for every game, and were loved by all.
They're awesome. They have been the spirit for the team and the community, and they have been wonderful sports, and it's just been really exciting for all of us. Everybody loves them. They're good kids.
These guys are great. They're here every game, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody cheer harder than these guys over here. Every day in school, they're always like, when's your next game? When's your next game? We got to think of a theme, you know.
And all of their efforts must be working, because at the end of the game, even after a quick basket by the Patriots and 4 minutes of overtime, the Aggies snagged their first win of the tournament.
You know, I never expected this. It's been like a dream, making it this far and now winning our first game. Pretty exciting.
So now the Aggies go on to play Gackle-Streeter tomorrow night at 6:30, and you can bet the Elite 12 will be right there to cheer them on. Well, Activities Director Terry Jomstead expected the number of people that were going to come out to the tournament to drop this year because of yesterday's storm. But Tom says it's supposed to warm up, so we'll see what the next couple of days.
And when she knocked down that three-pointer, what was going through your mind at that point?
I don't really remember. It was just, I hope she doesn't make it. Oh, man, she did. I don't know. It was kind of, we thought maybe we could pull it off, and then all of a sudden she hit that three, and it was just kind of like, man.
Look forward to tomorrow now. You faced Gackle-Streeter before, now you've seen them in the first round. What do you look for tomorrow? What do you know about them?
Well, they got some pretty big size down there, and they got a big girl in Lindy Gross, and they rebound well. They have pretty solid defense, and it's going to be a good ball game tomorrow.
What kind of a game plan do you guys have going into tomorrow? Still up and down, still pressing?
Yeah, we aren't looking to change anything. We're still going to try and play our pace of game, keep it up tempo, and move in defense, and just try and stop whatever they do.
Are you satisfied with today's game? You guys played excellent right away, then got a little shy in the third and fourth quarter, but still hung on a close game and got a win.
Yeah, we're satisfied with the win, but we want a lot more. We're really excited to be here, and we're really looking to do well, hopefully do well.
All right, thanks for joining us, Jesse. Congratulations also on the Miss Basketball finalists.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Tom, action continues throughout the
State Dome, a special state tournament edition of the Sports Extra. And as you look behind us, they're cleaning up now after a phenomenal evening of basketball. It was semi-final night at the State B girls, and Ryan, you couldn't ask for two better games.
You bet. Both games close in the last game at least, and it's always exciting, so we're ready to go.
You can't beat the State B atmosphere. Velva's making most of its first ever trip to the State B. The Aggies entered tonight's semifinal 26-0, knowing that they had already defeated their opponent.
State B Class B girls basketball.
Check this out. Stuff goes there. Friends pile in here. You grab this. 132 horses go here. To take you and 4 of your friends here, there, anywhere. They'll think you're cool, but we'll know you're smart.
Each new day brings more new fun. Memories in the making. Every smile's a special one. A treasure for the taking.
Trust your everyday memories to Fujifilm. Look for Fuji value packs at Walmart and get 4 rolls for the price of 3. And you'll find our everyday low prices on all Fuji products. So when your life's on a roll, bring your film back to Walmart. Always great pictures, always low prices.
For over 60 years, Porter Brothers Fur and Leather has been known for quality, excellence, value, and service. Those traditions will now be carried on by Henson's Fur and Leather. Along with Porter Brothers, Henson's offers the finest selection of fur and leather coats, jackets, and accessories in the tri-state area. Quality, excellence, value, service. Come experience the traditions established long ago at Henson's and Porter Brothers Fur and Leather, now in 2 locations to serve you better.
The brand new red 1999 SRT telephone directory is out, and you should have received yours by now. It's a weighty volume filled with all kinds of neat information, just like last year's Red Book. SRT hopes you'll consider recycling last year's model. It'll save landfill space, and it's easy. Just call SRT's talking phone book at 511 category 3015 to locate the drop site nearest you. Think of recycling as a long-distance call to the future. Recycle today, and our great-grandkids will know we cared.
Scott Gattel joins us now with sports, and it was the final day for the Class B girls.
We crowned a new state champion tonight in the Magic City, and we're going to talk about that right off the top.
Okay.
The outcome of tonight's state Class B girls basketball championship game between Velva and Watford City would leave the winner with a brand new feeling. That's because both teams were playing in the final for the first time ever. For Velva, a win would give them the title in their first trip to the state tournament. The Aggies would also complete a perfect season, the third straight year that's been done in Class B. For the Wolves, the state championship would end a postseason run that saw them bounce back from a third-place finish in the district to the top of the class. We go out for highlights. First quarter, 6-3 Velva leads. It's Jessie Slindy going coast to coast. The Aggies up 8-3. Wolves will go inside here. It's Andrea Christensen who will go off the glass on the feed. Lead is cut to 3. Nice baseline move here, Chelsea Hassauer. And she gets the bucket. Lead back to 5, but Watford counters. It's Christensen again, who had 7 of the 9 points scored by Watford City in the first quarter. It's 10-7 Velva, but the Aggies go on an 8-2 run to end the first. 2 here on the layup by Slindy. 18-9 Aggies after 1. Second quarter, Aggies on fire. It's Sarah Rist, top of the key for 3. Nothing but the bottom of the net. 21-9 Velva. Watford City finally breaks the drought here, and Ashley Wahoo's down low. It's a 10-point game, but Velva is bombing away. Jennifer Miller from deep in the corner for 3. Then Slindy off the free throw line. 39-19 Velva at the break. We go to the scoreboard. It was all Velva. 68-50. They complete a 28-0 season and are the state champions. Jennifer Slindy, that should be Jennifer Miller, had 23 points tonight. Andrea Christensen, 22. Spirit Award went to Velva. The Coach of the Year Award to Dave Peterson, also of Velva. Now we go to the third place game where 2 teams who got beat in the semifinals last night. Washburn and Gackle-Streeter look to bounce back from those losses and finish the season on a high note. We go back to the Dome for some of those highlights. Gackle-Streeter down low. Jessica Zundell with the turnaround. 4-0 Orioles. Washburn's Andrea Ronderos on the drive. The lead is cut to 2. Ronderos again. Deja vu, same play. No, it's a different play, but she gets the bucket. Nice skip pass here to Christy Kinsley, who lays it in for the Orioles, and they go on to win as we go to the scoreboard. The final in the third place game, Gackle-Streeter over Washburn 42-36. In the fifth place game this afternoon, South Hart 64-51 behind Darcy Schmelling's 27 points. In seventh place to MPCG over Lisbon. The final there was 51-35. Well, following tonight's championship game, the state AP sportscasters and sports writers named Mandan standout Mary Parizeau as the winner of the Miss Basketball Award. The honor goes to the top senior player in the state. Parizeau, who won in a landslide, led Mandan to a second-place finish in the state Class A tournament last weekend. The 5'9" guard averaged 19 a game while setting a school record for points scored with over 500. She also holds the school record in career points with over 1,700 and the single-season record for steals with 111. Velva's Jessie Slindy finished second in the Bellatine, and Eileen Finley of Wahpeton was third. Others finalists included Lindsay Eliason of Central Valley, Lisa Parisian of Belcourt, and Darcy Shemley of South Hart. Well, one men's basketball game. The Beavers got their
state championship. The Aggies made history. It's their first ever state title in either boys or girls hoops. The Aggies also made tonight's Sports Rewind. Here's our salute to the state champions. It is the Sunday Night Sports Rewind.
It's time for KMOT Sunday Night Rewind.
The perfect season for Velva. Wire to wire, 28 straight. Congratulations to the Aggies. It's always a fun look back when you look back.
State championship and an undefeated season, the Aggie girls basketball team came home to hundreds of screaming fans that had supported them all season long. And what the fans got was on the awards table, it being the state championship trophy.
And I tell you, I really believe Velva deserved it. And, you know, I know a lot of communities, when everybody gets to state there, they all show up and they go look at the program and try to see who the girls are that are out playing. But the whole community has been behind our team right from the start.
When we won, everybody standing up and clapping and running on the floor. It was great.
And as the Aggies look back at what they've accomplished, well, you just can't put that into words.
I still can't really put it into words, but like last night, you just sat there till 4 in the morning watching that tape over and over, and it just really hasn't sunk in yet. So.
Can you believe it's you guys on that tape?
No, I mean, when you're little, you watch all those girls out there playing at that state tournament, and you think, oh, they're so lucky, and now it's actually us. Oh, yeah, I think it's sunk in even more today when you wake up and you think, oh, my God, what did we just do last night? It was really, it's really unbelievable, the whole atmosphere and everything.
Winning a state title is quite an accomplishment, but it's not the only thing this team will remember about their magical season.
Probably how close we all were. We were all like a family. No one fought. We were always together, talked all the time. We're really good friends.
The girls, I mean, every bus ride, we just have a blast, and when we go out there, it's something new every time. We're always making fun of each other, and it's just really a lot of fun.
To describe what the Aggies have done this year is tough to do, but one of them nailed it right on the nose.
I guess they always say the Cinderella team, and it was truly a fairy tale for all of us. It was just perfect, a dream, really.
And a dream that they'll never forget. Ryan Gelman, KMOT Sports Team 10.
Congratulations again to the Aggies.
The Velva Aggies came home Sunday afternoon, and they brought a little something extra with them. Fresh off a state championship and an undefeated season, the Aggie girls basketball team came home to hundreds of screaming fans that had supported them all season long. And what the fans got was on the awards table, it being the state championship trophy.
And I tell you, I really believe Velva deserved it. And, you know, I know a lot of communities, when everybody gets to state there, they all show up and they go look at the program and try to see who the girls are that are out playing. But the whole community has been behind our team right from the start.
When we won, everybody standing up and clapping and running on the floor. It was great.
And as the Aggies look back at what they've accomplished, well, you just can't put that into words.
I still can't really put it into words, but like last night, you just sat there till 4 in the morning watching that tape over and over, and it just really hasn't sunk in yet. So.
Can you believe it's you guys on that tape?
No, I mean, when you're little, you watch all those girls out there playing at that state tournament, and you think, oh, they're so lucky, and now it's actually us. Oh, yeah, I think it's sunk in even more today when you wake up and you think, oh, my God, what did we just do last night? It was really, it's really unbelievable, the whole atmosphere and everything.
Winning a state title is quite an accomplishment, but it's not the only thing this team will remember about their magical season.
Probably how close we all were. We were all like a family. No one fought. We were always together, talked all the time. We're really good friends.
The girls, I mean, every bus ride, we just have a blast, and when we go out there, it's something new every time. We're always making fun of each other, and it's just really a lot of fun.
To describe what the Aggies have done this year is tough to do, but one of them nailed it right on the nose.
I guess they always say the Cinderella team, and it was truly a fairy tale for all of us. It was just perfect, a dream, really.
And a dream that they'll never forget. Ryan Gelman, KMOT Sports Team 10.
And some national notes to pass along tonight. The winningest football coach in the University of Iowa's history is retiring. Hayden Fry.
At the Velva Aggies in the state championship game. All right, without further ado, let's start there. For the third straight year, an unbeaten team is in the state Class B championship game. And if the Velva Aggies were to win tonight's championship game against Watford City, the Aggies would be the third straight team to be undefeated and win that state championship. So tonight, with it all on the line, the Aggies took their 27-0 record and put that up against the Watford City Wolves at 25-4. Set out to the Dome where they were rocking. Tonight, Velva won the opening tip, then they went to work on the boards. It's the thriller, Jennifer Miller, who works hard. She gets the first deuce of the game. Look at her working, 2-0 Velva. More Velva when Mandy Gogler dishes to Sarah Rist. She knocks that down. It's 6-3, Velva. Watford answers. Andrea Christensen inside. Nice move. Keeps it close. Then Miss Basketball candidate Jessie Slindy through traffic. Nice move. The layup's good. The lead suddenly is up to 11. Velva leads 18-9 at the end of the first. They add to it in the second. Miller time again. Trifecta. Good. Velva's up 21. Watford City trying to stay close. Lindsay McLeese. Nice dribble in the middle. Nice move. It's 33-14 Velva. The Aggies head into the locker room ahead 39-19. Fourth quarter, Velva still looking good. Jennifer Miller lighting it up from the outside. 3 more. She had 4 3-pointers on the game. Velva rolled 68-50.
Great. This is wonderful. I can never ask for anything more. It's the best feeling I've ever felt. I can't even describe it.
Thanks to all of those folks. And there's the final score. Velva wins. Congratulations. They are 28-0, the state champions of North Dakota. Some special awards. Coach of the Year, David Peterson of Velva. Congratulations, Coach. And the Spirit Award goes to Velva's rambunctious guys. They're better known as the Elite 12. Tonight's third-place game saw Gackle-Streeter match up with Washburn. Now, the Cardinals fell to 23-4 after losing to Watford yesterday, and Gackle is 23-3 after they lost to Velva yesterday. The two teams matched up against each other today at the Dome. Let's head back to the Dome. First quarter, fancy. Washburn on the run. Andrea Ronderos bounce pass to Bree Wynn. Back to Ronderos. There's the layup. It's 10-7 Cardinals. Then Christy Kinsley sneaks in the back door. She goes off the glass, and the Orioles got within 1. Second quarter, down 2. Gackle pushing the ball. Here they come. Full court press. Tanya Schlott. Layup good. It's 20-19. Gackle had the lead at the half. Third quarter, Washburn begins bombing away. This one, not good, but Ashley Swanson gets her hands on it, gets the putback. That ties it at 27. Gackle leads by 2 at the end of 3. Washburn up with less than 3 minutes to go. They're up 1. Lindy Groth settles that. She hits the 3. That puts her team up 2. That was the winning basket. The winning points as they win. There's the score. Gackle-Streeter 42-36. A big day for Ronderos with 18. State runner-up Watford City beat Langdon in the first round of the State B, but that didn't stop the Cardinals. Langdon played well yesterday, and today they found themselves in the 5th-place game, matching up against Southart, who got into the consolation finals by knocking off Mayport. Back to the Dome for this one. A good start for Southart. Cross-court pass just inside three-point line. Kendra Bronco connects. We're tied at 2 early. They're still firing. Bronco misses this one, but Darcy Schmeling gets good position underneath. She gets it to go. Langdon inside. Looks pretty good. Outside, that is. Katie Lawrence says 3-ball, corner pocket, bingo, 5-4 cards. Darcy Schmeling had a good day for Southart. Here she gets the layup. She led all scorers with 27. Langdon tries to keep it close. Jessie Mosted, nice move on the inside. She had 12 on the day. Not enough. Langdon comes up a little bit short. Southart wins 64-51 for 5th place. Now to the 7th place game. Mayville, Portland, Clifford, Galesburg, and the Lisbon Broncos hooking up. Both benches looking on. We join in with Mayport up 16 in the 3rd. Lisbon comes back. Cassie Mayers makes good on the 3-ball. The lead is 13 after 3. Mayport used their height all day. Here they go to Kristen Swift, 2 of her 17. Then, how about a nice pass? Ranke throws it off Swift's head right to Lee Claybo. That's the way it went for Mayport. They won 51-35, Swift and Claybo. Good job for them. Hey, some special things to pass along. There's the all-tournament team. Jennifer Miller of Velva in there. Now the unanimous selections. We see a few more from Velva. Jessie Slindy, Chelsea Hossauer, the tournament MVP. Congratulations to the thriller, Jessie Miller. Congratulations on Jennifer Miller. Their boys or girls hoops. The Aggies also made tonight's Sports Rewind. Here's our salute to the state champions. It is the Sunday Night Sports Rewind.
It's time for KMOT Sunday Night Rewind.
The perfect season for Velva. Wire to wire, 28 straight.
Dave.
Step back and recap what a dream season it was for the Aggies. What started as a year of promise ended in a perfect season. That's how you can sum up the Velva girls basketball campaign. The Aggies completed a perfect 28-0 year last night, taking home the Class B state championship with a 68-50 win over Watford City.
You know, we got, again, a good performance out of the three main girls off the bench, and they're just hustling after every loose ball and just making those little plays. And I tell you, it was just a great, exciting, you know, a lot of excitement for us just to get out of the regional. And from there, we just kind of took the, you know, the momentum and just, you know, went with it. So
we knew we had to play defense. We knew we'd have to play hard to win, and I'm glad it fell our way. We knew we had to come on. We had to play terrific defense, better than we had before, you know, because they're a really good team. And we just came out and we all stepped it up a bit. We got out and we played Aggie basketball. We did what we wanted to do, and we did it, I guess.
Despite returning all 5 starters, the preseason polls picked Velva to finish second in District 11 to Bottineau and third in Region 6. But as the season wore on, the Aggies started to gain some respect. After mid-season wins over Bottineau and Gackle-Streeter, both ranked at the time, Velva finally broke into the top 10. And then when top-ranked South Hart and then Hazen both lost, the Aggies moved into the #1 spot and stayed there the rest of the way. Winning the state title was a goal of the Aggies at the start of the year, but actually hoisting the championship trophy up in the air was a dream come true.
Everybody put it on the line, and this is what we've been waiting for like 4 years, and it just, oh my God, it feels so good. I can't even describe it right now. If I had someone told me we'd have been state champs, I don't know, I don't think I'd have believed them. This is awesome. This is great. This is a feeling I'll never forget. This is so awesome. I can't explain it. It's the best. This is totally awesome feeling. I can't describe it.
The girls, they've just came ready to play every game this year. It's just been an unbelievable season. I don't know what to say.
50. Today they were honored as they went home to Velva for their championship, among some other things. Jennifer Miller was the tournament's most valuable player. Jessie Slindy was selected as a Miss Basketball candidate. The Aggies crowd and the Elite 12 received a much-deserved Spirit Award. Coach David Peterson was selected as the Class B Coach of the Year. Miller, Slindy, and Chelsea Hossauer were all selected to the All-Tournament team. The Aggies also received a Sportsmanship Award. Quite a weekend for the Velva Aggies, and they deserved it, along with the Elite 12. The Elite 12 let them know what this was all about.
I don't know, but I've been told. I don't know, but I've been told. Aggie women are made of gold. Aggie women are made of gold. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's fate. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's fate. We took state in 98. We took state in 98. Stand up, 3, 4. Stand up, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And they didn't take state in 98. Congratulations. We'll have more tomorrow on Velva's first ever state championship. And still to come tonight, stay tuned because we've got a
state Class B title with the win over Watford City. Earlier this week, I traveled to Velva with photographer Galen Ness to talk to 3 of the champions about the lack of respect given to them early in the year and what they will remember most about their championship season.
Everyone was still picking you to, you know, lose to Bottineau, and they'd probably be the ones going to state. Was it something of respect to show everyone else that they were wrong and that you guys were actually the better team in this area?
We weren't rated that high, but I think we kind of took it as something that we had to earn. I guess, I don't know, we didn't really pay attention to it much, but I mean, we noticed it. There wasn't a big factor, but we were really into trying to, you know, create an upset. I don't know, when we finally did beat a really good Bottineau team, a couple times it kind of was a confidence booster for us, I guess.
Okay, and you still, people weren't giving you respect till really that third Bottineau game where you guys had to, you know, do the task of taking them for the third time. Is that maybe, you know, where your season changed and, you know, from there on out you were going to be the favorites and everyone would be coming for you, and that this was the point you wanted to get to?
I think so, a little bit. I mean, it's really tough to beat a team 3 times in a row, and I mean, Bottineau, they did a wonderful job. They're a really great team, and it just fell our way this year, and I think a lot of other towns respected us, and they're just like, well, they, you know, they beat Bottineau 3 times. It's like, and they came on, they all cheered for us at state, and we're really happy to have their support, and I know we were just glad to play that many great teams this year.
As you guys raised the trophy championship night, I know you all came out as a group, was it a real high point feeling for you, or was it a little bit of sadness knowing that, you know, kind of the season was done for you and some of you wouldn't be coming back to play with each other again next year?
Well, Yeah, when we went up to get the trophy, I guess we were about as high as we could get. We were really excited, and I guess it really we didn't realize it would be the last time. I mean, we realized it, but it really didn't hit until we were in the locker room later, and we were kind of looking at each other and realizing that it was the last time. And I guess at the at our little deal we had on Sunday, it really hit them that it was the last time for, well, like Jennifer and I, that the community we'd be able to be part of something like this.
Okay, now that the basketball season's over, obviously you two are seniors and you have to go on. Is college basketball in your plans for next year?
I hope so, I guess. For me, anyways. I'm not really sure where or how or what, but I hope so.
Now, have you guys had schools contacting you at all, or looking at you trying to bribe you into coming to school?
A couple of them. Yeah, a couple have called.
That's good. Now, how about you, Chelsea? You've got the task of coming back as state defending champion. Kind of, you're going to have to be the leader on this team. How does the team look? I know it's early, but how does the team look for you to come back next year?
I don't know. I think it'll be pretty fun next year. I think that the state championship will make everybody want to work so much harder. And so I think we can have a pretty good team next year.
Okay, and finally, if you could remember one thing about this season, what would you want to remember?
All the fun we had. We were like a bunch of family. We made fun of each other, and we had a lot of fun, and I'll definitely miss playing with them next year.
It's just that this is the most fun I've had doing anything in a year. I miss it.
Yeah, I'll never forget this team. I'll take my state tapes everywhere I go. I'll just watch them and watch all my friends play, and hopefully me and Jesse can come back and watch them play next year. And I'll definitely miss this team, and hopefully, they'll do just as good as next year.
Once again, congratulations to the Velva Aggies girls basketball team. This might not be the only title for them. Both Jesse and Jennifer are playing volleyball this year, so you never know what will happen.
Yeah, good job for them. Emotional time for them.
Yep, it was a great season for them.
Yeah, well, we'll see where they go next year, huh? All right, thanks, Justin. There's more political unrest on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation. 3 affiliated tribes councilmen and 2 other council members have filed a complaint in tribal court. They want a special election to fill Tex Hall's vacated council seat. He is the tribal chairman. Even though on Monday a tribal judge ruled that it was okay for Hall to vote twice in filling his seat with Pete Hale, Councilman Austin Gillette and the 2 others say Hale isn't eligible to be on the council. They say he isn't a legal resident